Brute Woman by Celeste King.
She might be his son's teacher, but there's a thing or two she'd like him to teach him.
The human women have been taught that becoming involved with orcs is a dangerous game.
But she's throwing caution to the wind because there's nowhere else she'd rather be.
Maybe they will make history. Maybe they will be forced to close this chapter.
This single orc daddy romance is scandalous enough to put you in detention.
But I'll let you in on a little secret. The only way you're always to get all the steamy goodness in its entirety is at worldsofprothika.com.
Use code YouTube30 for a discount on all online content.
If my calculations are correct, that's a pretty sweet deal.
Be a good student and like and subscribe to the channel so you can keep up with all the new tales from the wonderful world of Prothika.
We appreciate your support so that we're able to continue to bring you full, free audiobooks straight to your listening ears.
Thanks for listening to Celeste King's Brute's Woman. Chapter 1. Leah. It's a nice morning, I murmur to myself. It's good to start the day with high spirits and gratitude. Gods know I have much to be grateful for now. They gave me a room in the dormitory, not far from the market and the canteen. I love the smells from the market when the wind blows in my direction. The citrus fruits and herbs mix to form such a scent that perfumes my room. It's a short walk to the school through the camp that takes me past the arena, where I glance and don't linger as the orcs train. I should be used to giant bulking creatures by now, but the sight never fails to bring a certain curiosity about them. You see, I like to know things and understand as much as I can about everything. I suppose that's why I'm a teacher. When I arrived here not 3 weeks ago, I was curious to see humans and orcs living so close together, but I also noticed how progressive it all seemed. This is a stark contrast to the fierce reputation that the orcs have acquired over the years. They have a knack for understanding the skills that someone can bring that will make everyone's lives better. For me, they saw that I have not only a thirst for knowledge, but also the skill to pass that knowledge on. So they made me a teacher, and I'm happy about that. It seems that more and more people come, and more of those people want to learn, and I'm happy to assist in that as best as I can. No child or adult who wishes to gain knowledge will be turned away while I'm around. If you want to learn, I'm here to teach. The school is a bright little place in the northwest of the camp. It's a little ray of sunshine in this unpredictable world we know exists. That world seems far away, though, when I'm in the classroom surrounded by bright little faces that hold the future in their hands. That's where I am now, cleaning up the little classroom after another successful and rewarding day of teaching the little orc and human children alike. It can be a challenge, don't get me wrong. Children will be children, whatever race they are. It's about teaching them balance and how their strengths can help another's weaknesses. Still here? A voice behind me says. I turn to see Wendy, one of the older teachers who helped set up this little school. It wasn't the most straightforward task, as you can imagine. This was back when the orcs just wanted to raid and drink. Their idea of education was throwing a little one into the wilds to survive on their own for a season. Not the kind of teaching that I approve of. I admire Wendy's passion. She's been very good to me since I arrived. Yeah, just getting set up for tomorrow. We did some painting today, which always ends in a mess. I hear you, Leah, but they left with smiles on their faces, which is more than we can hope for as teachers, Wendy says, the wrinkles on her face curling with her smile. Yep, that's why we put ourselves through it, I reply. Well, make sure you get some rest tonight. Do you have any plans? She asks. I got some new books from Thoric in the market, so it's bed and a book for me. Hopefully there won't be too much noise from the canteen. Those orcs sure do like to make a racket late into the night. I absent-mindedly wipe some blue paint off one of the tables as I speak. All these years, and I have never gotten used to it. That and the sounds they make when they eat. Wendy laughs. Oh, a sound that can never be explained, only experienced. I joke with her. One day perhaps the words will be found. Enjoy your book, Wendy adds as she waves goodbye. She turns and disappears from the classroom and my view. I return to cleaning up the mess that seems to never end when I get the feeling I'm being watched. I turn and look behind me to the door, but no one's there. Maybe I just imagined it. I return to picking up the discarded paintings and brushes left on the desks, yet the feeling remains. I glance at the window only to catch a little orc's face peering at me. I smile, and it disappears downwards. It would appear that my little peeper has returned. I gaze at the window, waiting for the cute little face to return because I know it will. He's one of my students, but he's very quiet, and I don't know much about him. Oh, and there it is. The little orc realizes I am still looking, so it doesn't hang around long. I'll try a different technique and pretend he isn't there. This isn't the first time I've seen this little face. He's one of the children I teach, but he seems to come back to school and peek at me through the window. He caught my attention early on. He has a different vibe from the other orc kids. I've come to know and study the behaviour of pure orc children. They are, to be honest, very predictable. Yet this little one is different, and it's my job to understand not just the behaviour of my children, but also the differences in their behaviour. At break time, I've watched him play alone, while the other little orcs act out heroic battles that their parents sing them to sleep with. The human children like to play hide and seek. This one studies the bird's sounds and takes delight in any small animal he encounters. It would seem this boy is in his own world. I glance up, and there he is again, but not for long. He seems to enjoy this little game, but I know his gaze is sometimes different in class. He has a shy look in his eye, and there are times when I try to engage with him that only results in him running away. On his next little reveal, I don't see that look today, but something different, which my training as a teacher is telling me to explore. I wait until his little face appears, and then predictably disappears. I rush to the classroom door. It's a short dash outside, and I sneak around to the window where I know that he is. "Peekaboo!" I shout as I jump along the corner to catch him peering in the window, and he jumps back with such force I worry that he will hurt himself. But orcs, even orc children, are much tougher than that. Yet my instincts kick in, and I quickly rush to him, lifting him from the ground and dusting him off. "You okay, little one?" I ask him. His cheeks blush and he lowers his head. "I like peekaboo," he replies. "I know you do. I like it too, especially with you. You're very good at it. Do you know that?" "I'm the best," he says. "Yes, I think so too, and I have done a lot of peekaboo, but with no one as good as you," I tell him, and he smiles at that. "My name is Yurka. What's your name?" he asks me curiously. "I'm Leah," I reply. "What kind of a name is that?" Yurka says. "Well, it's a human name. It means delicate," I tell him. "And are you?" Yurka replies. "Sometimes, I guess, everybody is," I say. "Yurka means dweller of the high skies. My daddy told me that," Yurka says. "And do you feel like a dweller of the high skies?" I ask him. "I like birds, and they like me, so yes, I suppose I do," Yurka tells me with an air of orcish confidence. "And do you like school, dweller of the high skies?" I ask. "I like you, and you are school, so I guess I do," Yurka replies. "Well, I'm glad to hear that, Yurka, because I like you being at school," I reply. He goes quiet for a minute, which, in my experience with children, tells me that a loaded question is forming in his little head. "Why are some faces in my class different from mine?" he finally asks, his little foot drawing a circle in the dirt. "Everybody has a different face, Yurka," I reply. "I know that. I'm not dumb. I mean, why are their faces so different?" Yurka asks. "Well, what you have to do first is always look at questions from a different view," I tell him. "What is a different view?" he asks. "Well, an eagle in the sky is just a small dot, yet an eagle beside you is very big," I explain. "Okay, but why do the human children look so strange?" he asks. "Well, because you are looking at them from a different point of view," I reply. "How should I be looking at them?" Yurka asks. From the point of view that they like peekaboo as much as you, I tell him. Like you? Yurka says with revelation in his voice, and he hides his face with his hands for a second, then releases them and shouts, Peekaboo! That's when I feel a presence behind us that has been paying attention.
Chapter 2. Gregor. There he is. I've been looking everywhere for him. Yurka! I call out as I approach him, and the lady I don't seem to recognize. She must be new to the camp. He turns with a guilty look on his face, but I smile to let him know. I'm not mad. I'm just happy to see him. Once he gets that message, he comes running towards me. Papa, he shouts as he jumps into my arms. You're always up to something, aren't you? I playfully tell him as he rubs his little nose against mine. That's because I'm an explorer, Yurka confidently tells me. And a mighty fine one at that, I tell him as I glance at the lady smiling at us both. I set Yurka back on his feet. Come meet my teacher, he says enthusiastically, pulling at my hand. Ah, so this is the teacher he's been going on about. Things are starting to make sense now. I must admit to being intrigued to meet her finally, so I let him lead me the short distance between us. Some kid. You got there. I'm Leah, she says to me with a smile. A handful, but yes, I wouldn't trade him for the world. The whole world, Papa? Yurka asks. I look down at his cute little face. You got that right. You like my teacher? Yurka says. This kid is constantly putting me in awkward positions. You don't have to answer that, Leah says. Well, Yurka, I certainly know how much you like your teacher, so that's good enough for me, I say, smiling at Leah. A plus for that answer, Leah says with a gentle laugh. I'll take that, I reply. Yeah, Yurka shouts. Papa got an A+. I've heard a great deal about you. Realizing I don't even know her name, Yurka has always referred to her as just teacher. Leah, she says, saving me from further embarrassment. Gregor, I reply. Nice to meet you, Gregor, Leah replies. As I was saying, Leah, I smile. I've heard a lot about you from this one. I pat Yurka on the head, who blushes. I know you're meant to say, all good, I hope, at this point of the conversation, so not wanting to break with tradition, all good, I hope, Leah says. And we both laugh. All good. In fact, I think Yurka might just have a crush on his teacher, I say, poking Yurka, who is now doubled with embarrassment. Well, I am very pleased to hear that, Yurka. I'm flattered by that, Leah says, playing along with my little game. Papa, stop it, Yurka urges me. Only pulling your leg, son, I reassure him. Yurka, you're one of my best students, and you should be very proud of that, Leah tells him. Yurka smiles, brimming with pride. It seems this teacher has a way with her pupils to be admired. It's rare these days to see such a relationship between teacher and pupil that instills such pride. I think you teach the best, Yurka tells her, his little face beaming. I'm very pleased to hear that, Yurka. Seen any new birds lately? Leah asks him, clearly interested in the things he loves. I saw a seagull the other day. Did you know it's very rare to see them this far away from the sea? Yurka says proudly. I did not know that. That's very interesting. Maybe we can use your knowledge of birds in class soon. I think the other children would love to hear all about what you've learned, Leah tells him, and I see an even bigger smile on Yurka's face. Yes, please, miss. I can tell them all about chickadees. They're my favorite, Yurka says. Oh, mine too, Leah replies. Can't say I've ever noticed one, I interject, seeing the conversation entirely slipping away from me. Papa, they are the best, Yurka tells me. Well, you're certainly missing out, Leah says. Right, I must go now if you'll excuse me. I'm not sure I'm ready to let her go just yet. I've enjoyed her company, Yurka, as well, who's usually so quiet with adults. I've never seen him this outgoing before. Listen, why don't we walk you home? I think Yurka would like that, wouldn't you, kid? I say, hoping she will accept. Yes, miss, can we walk you home? Yurka adds, squirming a little at the prospect. Thank you. I'd like that very much, Leah replies, causing Yurka to jump for joy. Where are your digs? I ask her. They put me in the teacher's dormitory. It's nice. I have good company, like-minded people, Leah tells me. That's good to hear. Space is becoming rare here, and with so many new arrivals, I have no idea how we can house them all, I tell her. It's a good thing you're doing here. I'm glad I came. Leah grins up at me as we walk. We need people like you, so you're most welcome. I mean, I've never seen Yurka so talkative. He's usually so withdrawn around people, I explain. That's good to hear. He's a great kid. You know, sometimes my job is tough, but when you get a chance to teach kids like Yurka, that's where the real magic is, Leah says, and I am so pleased to hear that from her. We all know being a parent is hard, but when you hear people praise your own kid, that hits the heart good. You know, I've never heard a teacher talk like that. It's quite refreshing. If you don't mind me saying, you are very good at your job, I tell her. I mean, she might as well know the truth. Stop it, just doing my job, Leah protests. I think you're doing more than that. In fact, I've just had a thought, I say. A penny for it, Leah says as we reach her dormitory. I'll do one better and give it to you for free. I'd like to hire you to give Yurka private lessons. I think it would be great for him. I've always been worried about him being withdrawn, but he really shines with you. That's something every parent wishes for, I say. Yurka has overheard our conversation. Yes, Papa, I want to learn more. I love learning, and I love Miss Leah teaching me. I could spend all day and night learning with her. Yurka's little face is red, bursting with anticipation. I mean, how's she going to say no to that? Well, I certainly hope she doesn't. You know what? It would be an honor to do that. He gives me as much as I give him, and that means we both grow, Leah says as Yurka immediately starts to jump up and down with joy. I hope it won't eat into your downtime. Listen, I'd much rather have Yurka time than downtime, Leah replies as Yurka gives her leg a massive hug. Of course, I'll pay you. The clan is about to start currency trading now that the camp is getting bigger, or if that doesn't suit you, I can pay you for any goods that you need. I believe that hard work should be rewarded. It's something I've tried to teach Yurka, I tell Leah. I don't need payment, don't worry about that. I know everyone is stretched, as it is. We all have to pull together to make a place like this work, Leah tells me. But I can put together a raiding party and get you anything you need, I say. Gregor, please no. I appreciate the offer, but really, let me do this for my love of it, Leah replies. She has principles that should be respected. So I do. If that's how you feel, I will honor that and thank you for it, I tell her. Great, I look forward to it. But I wouldn't say no to an occasional invite to dinner, Leah says, patting Yurka on the head. You've got yourself a deal, I say, realizing the gravity of that request. Or am I reading too much into that? Yes, maybe I am. It's best to put those thoughts out of my mind. Great, well, I shall bid you two fine gentlemen a good night, Leah says, giving Yurka a big hug. I watch as she gracefully spins on her foot and heads toward her dormitory. Both Yurka and I stand for a moment, watching her leave us. I wonder if he feels the same way, that something is missing now that she's no longer around. Right, kid. It's time to get ourselves home, I tell Yurka, who's still wearing a huge smile, his little eyes alive with happiness. So, tell me something, son, I ask as we walk the short distance across the camp to the place we both call home. Yes, Papa, he says, his head now down, clearly avoiding my gaze. I need to be careful here. I don't give his game away, but I need to be sure that what I think he's up for, he is. What do you like most about Miss Leah? I ask him. Without hesitation, he replies, She's nice, and well, I knew you would like her, and I think she likes you. And there you have it. My son fancies himself a matchmaker.
Chapter 3. Leah. The thing about doing a job that you love is being happy about getting up in the morning. And today is no different. I am early into school, the first, as always, I assume, a fact I'm proud of as I walk through the entrance to be greeted by complete silence. Yet soon, the tiny corridors and rooms will be filled with high-pitched voices, laughs, and always some crying. That's the children's job, and I embrace their sweet little occupation daily. Yet, this morning, the sight of Yurka greets me as I make my way along the corridor to my classroom. It's a surprising sight that I've never experienced before. Well, that's a sight a teacher can only dream of being greeted by first thing in the morning, I say to little Yurka as I approach. Good morning, miss. I hope that you slept well, Yurka says with a beaming smile. I look around for Gregor and am disappointed that he's not around. He may be a fierce-looking orc, but I know he's a good father, which is something to admire in any man. It takes a lot of effort, and from what I have experienced with Gregor, it seems it's something at which he excels, especially for an orc. Yet, even just thinking about it, isn't it about time we humans dropped the whole orcs are base creatures nonsense that we've been led to believe? The fact that I'm here, about to spend a day teaching both orc and human, is because of the efforts of, well, the orcs. Why, thank you, Yurka. It's lovely to see you here. You're first in line for the day of wonder and knowledge that lies ahead, I tell him. I'm looking forward to everything you have to teach me today, miss, Yurka says. Did your father walk you to school this morning? I ask. Papa left early. He had noble orc work to do. I got myself dressed, and the kind Lady Bess at the canteen made me a breakfast fit for a king, he says proudly. Well, you certainly have started the day on the right foot. Would you like to help me set up the classroom for the day? I ask him. Wow, that is so cool, Yurka replies, and he hurries into the room. I follow and watch as he looks around, wondering what to do. First, we have to take all the chairs off the desks. Can you do that for me? I ask him. Faster than anyone can, he replies, and starts quickly, taking the chairs off the desks and slotting them beneath. His enthusiasm is really quite infectious. What a great job you're doing. You're right. I haven't seen anyone do it that well before, I tell him. Morning, Leah, Wendy says as she pops her head around the door. Oh, you have a little helper today, I see. Yes, and he is very helpful indeed, I reply. Wendy smiles and gives me a knowing look. I know that she realises what's going on and that the magic of teaching is in full effect. You have a good day. Soon the silence will turn to learning and we shall be overrun, Wendy says as she winks at me and her head disappears from my door. Then they start arriving. It begins as a low rumble of little voices that grows and grows until it takes a teacher to grind it to a halt. Settle down now, please, I call out in my best teacher voice, and a hush comes over the room. Good, and how are you all this morning? Good, they all shout out. It's a little thing we do each morning. It helps get them going and their little brains in focus. And what are we going to do today? I call out. Learn, they all shout back. Wonderful, class. So, today we are going to start with something a little different, I say, and a collective "oh" sounds out amongst them. Now tell me, does anyone know what a chickadee is? Food, one shouts out. A magic spell, another one. A bird, someone shouts out. My brother smashed one's head in last summer, a little orc shouts out proudly. Okay, I say, not really sure how to react to that last one, so I quickly move on. Yes, it's a bird, a very special bird, and today Yurka is going to tell us about it. Would you like to come to the front, Yurka? I say, giving him the best reassuring smile I can. I'm hoping nerves don't get the better of him. Thankfully, he hops up straight away and marches to the front of the classroom. Hello, class, Yurka confidently says. Hello, Yurka, they shout back. Today I'm going to tell you about the chickadee bird, Yurka says. Yes, Miss already told us that, one of the orc children says. Shh, I use the teacher method that quickly puts any class heckler to bed. Please go on, Yurka. Well, he begins, bless him. The most common chickadee is called the black-capped. It has white cheeks and a grey back. They are most often found in forests, just like the one that surrounds us. The strange thing about the chickadee is they like to eat upside down. The whole class starts to laugh, but in a good way, and I am relieved. The thing about chickadees is that they are smart and can remember a lot of things that help them learn to survive. They are also great at flying and often perform tricks in the air to entertain each other, Yurka says. Wow, someone says. How cool, another adds. They are one of my favourite birds, Yurka continues, and I hope they will be one of yours too. Any questions? A few put their hands up. I watch Yurka scan the room and pick one with a point in his hand. Why are they called chickadees? The lucky pupil asks. I watch Yurka smile because he knows the answer to this question. To be honest, I am eager to hear this because I have no idea. The chickadee is a songbird, Yurka begins. And it has a very distinctive call, and that call goes like this. Yurka calls out in perfect bird-like song fashion, chickadee-dee-dee. Then the whole class joins in a chorus of birdsong, copying Yurka's call. It's amazing to witness. Yurka is overjoyed at their reaction as he takes his seat, and I wait for the class to calm down. Thank you, Yurka. I think we all now have a special place in our hearts for the chickadee, I say, and the class clap and cheer. And the smile on Yurka's face is priceless. And soon, like every other school day that has come before we reach the end, and I watch their little happy faces pile out the door. Hopefully, their minds are filled with wonder and a little more understanding of how this world works. Or at least how we think this world works, because that's still a mystery to even me. But the kids don't need to know that right now. They need order and little comforts in their lives. I walk out with Yurka, secretly of course, hoping that maybe Gregor will be there to walk him home. And it seems my wish is granted as I see Gregor hurrying towards the school, looking rather hot and heavy. I made it just on time, Gregor says, catching his breath. Apologies for my appearance. Some scouts spotted some wild horses last evening, so I had to depart early this morning, but we managed to bring them all back to camp, the finest bunch of horses I've ever seen. Thank you for waiting with my son. Horses, really? I ask. I love horses, such beautiful animals with an unexplainable and captivating grace. You like horses? Gregor asks me. I love them. I've seen one or two in my life, but never up close, I reply. I am so excited by this. It's a crazy feeling I have yet to understand. Me too, Yurka shouts. I love horses too. Well, in that case, leave it with me. I shall take you both to see the horses up close. They are so big and can be frightening, but once you get to know them, you will know them as gentle, Gregor tells me. That would be amazing. Can I maybe even ride one? I ask eagerly. Me too, Yurka shouts. Of course I'll take care of it, Gregor proudly announces. Now let us walk Miss Leah home again, young Yurka. We start to walk when Yurka pulls at my dress and says to me, I wish you were my mummy. I look at his little face, not quite knowing how to respond. Finally, I settle on the most tactful approach I can think of. But you already have one of those. My mummy doesn't want me, he tells me, and those words break my heart. His little face now turns sad. I look at Gregor, who's looking toward his son. It's okay, my son. Don't you be thinking about that. Gregor reassures him. I look at Yurka, and he looks at me and says, Miss Leah, can you give me a hug?
Chapter 4. Gregor. I let Yurka show his teacher around the tent as I put the finishing touches on dinner. We recently partitioned off an area that we've designated as his own bedroom, marking that he is now old enough to start taking on more adult responsibilities. This first step allows him to have his own space that he can keep his spoils and treasures so long as he maintains it. Look, this is where I put my bedroll, and this is where I will hang my pelts, right next to my weapons. My son sounds almost as proud as I am of his new boundary, yet I can't help but think of how quickly the time has flown. It's smart to put the furs close to your weapons. Did you collect these ones yourself? The collection in question is meager at best, but I know without looking that Yurka's chest is puffed in pride at her question. Oh yay, most of them are from hunting with Dad, but the feathers I got from practicing my bow, and the fox pelt is from a trap I helped make and set. Dinner is ready, I call out, interrupting before the conversation gets carried away. I know many humans are hesitant to teach martial skills like hunting and combat to their young, and I don't want this human woman judging my son's passing remarks. They both exit the space, with nothing but excitement and expectant curiosity on their respective faces. Huh? This teacher doesn't seem bothered by our lifestyle, despite being less than a month on at our encampment. What's for dinner? She asks, blinking inquisitively. The action draws my attention to how intelligent her eyes are, much like a fox or even a small cougar. I admit she is lovely in her own way, although I have yet to determine if she is the predator or the prey. Pasta primavera, I reveal, opening the pot with a flourish. The fresh yet bold aroma immediately wafts through the air, while steam rises above the table, curling invitingly. Yurka claps at my showmanship, and even Leah looks mildly impressed. She affects me a little, even if I refuse to admit it aloud. In just the short span of time that I've known this teacher, she has shown herself to be capable, composed, as well as kind. There's a part of me that genuinely hopes she's not putting on an act, and I catch myself off guard by the thought. Probably has to do with the fact that she's Yurka's teacher, I reason, watching as he hands her a bowl before serving himself. She is often in close proximity with my son, and he is clearly captivated by her, so it's natural that my protective instincts would flare up, as well as my curiosity. Conversation jumps around as we take on the task of getting to know one another, like animals circling in the wild. Since setting up the table requires effort, we simply lounge around the grated fire as we usually do. The scene feels more intimate than usual, in spite of the addition, or because of her, I can't tell. I have to be candid. I wasn't expecting you to prepare a human dish, Leah says openly. It astonishes me that you can get all of the ingredients. Dad's a great cook. Yurka has never had an issue with singing my praises, and as a father I secretly hope he will always do so. Some of the ingredients are more difficult to come by than others, but it's not a complicated dish, I admit freely. Both Yurka and I like eating human cuisine, and there are plenty of dishes that are as tasty as they are easy. Well, your pasta is fantastic, so be sure that I'll be bothering you for the recipe. That way I can have it whenever I get a craving, she punctuates by folding another noodle into her mouth. The accompanying noise of delight that leaves her mouth has me almost choking on my own bite. Yurka responds quicker than I do. Just come over whenever you want. Dad can just make it for you while you visit, my son actively suggests. That has me coughing into my bowl, all over again. What if your dad is out hunting, or at a council meeting? Leah responds with easy alternatives that have my son rethinking already, without being reprimanded about respect or manners. It wouldn't be okay to just show up unannounced. I guess that's true. Okay then, you can come back over after that happens. I'd be delighted to, Leah replies, chuckling happily. Her laughter is a gentle, joyful sound that fills our tent, and has Yurka giggling also, seated on the cushion beside hers. The camaraderie between them is easy, and the response my son has to this woman is not something I've ever seen from him before. He is clearly charmed with this human in some form. As she focuses her attention on Yurka, and noticing how the campfire light accentuates the tone of her slender muscles, I secretly can admit that I understand why a little. Back home, elves used to boast about how they were capable of producing the finest food in the universe. Personally, I think human cooking puts them to shame. Well, I've never had elven cooking, but on behalf of my people, I accept your compliment. Leah tilts her cup toward me in the imitation of a toast. I thank her, but cautiously refrain from extending more invitations for now. There is plenty that I don't know about this woman, and my son's safety is a top priority. Even if I do find her feline-like eyes hypnotic, and her compliments surprisingly disarming. We all enjoy dinner together, while Yurka regales us with some crazy story about witnessing a giant bird in a field nearby. I laugh heartily at my child's wild imagination, even as his voice raises with the insistence that what he saw was real. Miss Leah, however, tilts her head thoughtfully at him. You might have seen an ostrich, she voices after a minute's consideration. I raise an eyebrow in puzzlement, while Yurka attempts to mimic the expression. What's an ostrich? He asks, while I question the teacher directly as well. I didn't think they were native to this continent, from my understanding of the time before our arrival. How would one exist here? They weren't native, that is true, but here in the south, the land used to be well-suited for raising animals. Many ranches in this part of the world were exotic animal farms, and I suppose it's possible that some of those animals may have survived the upheaval. Leah's explanation is sound, and one that I sit considering as she gives more information to Yurka. An ostrich is a large, flightless bird that is known for being very tall, having really long legs and a long neck, and they can run very quickly. I could tell you more about them and other earth animals after dinner if you'd like. Just like that, she offers a chance to provide more lessons for my son, effortlessly making it seem as if it were almost his idea. He jumps excitedly out of his chair, almost knocking his bowl over in the process. Leah doesn't startle or cringe. She only laughs delightedly at his enthusiasm, and I'm genuinely impressed by this woman's patience and flexibility. Most people I've found struggle to be around kids for any period of time, yet Leah takes it all in stride. Even after spending all day around children, she still came out this evening and jumped on the opportunity to help my son learn more about this world's animal kingdom. The fact that she takes more time to teach my son, rather than trying to cozy up to me or peg me with questions about the camp, also goes a long way to understanding her character. She knows how to keep Yurka engaged, which is a feat in and of itself. This is made easier by the fact that he refuses to leave her side for the rest of the evening, only relinquishing his monopoly when I make him get ready for bed. Will you read to me? His softly voiced question is hardly surprising to me, until I realize who he's directing it to. Leah agrees readily while I stand silently at the threshold, an ever-watchful, guiding hand. Leah reads to him until his eyes drift shut and his breathing evens out. Then, carefully setting the book aside, she stands to leave. I follow her out through the tent as she thanks me again for the evening. I should be thanking you, I tell her honestly. You're already helping Yurka with his social skills, which I appreciate more than I can say. Let me at least walk you back to your place as a thank you. You don't have to worry about that. I know you just put Yurka to sleep. No, you put him to sleep, and I insist. As his parent, it falls on me to make sure you reach your home safely. So allow me this honor, please. I won't let the chance to learn more about this woman pass me by. For Yurka's sake, I strictly reason as we step out into the night.
Chapter 5. Leah. Stepping into the chill of the night provides a cool contrast to the warmth inside Gregor's tent. As I wait for him to make sure his son is safe and comfortable, I know that warmth has very little to do with the campfire, and more to do with the athletic orc father within. Antsy, but without any real reason to be so, I give a protracted huffing exhale. Resisting the urge to tap my finger against my hip, I wonder at my reactions toward Gregor. So far, he's proven to be a reliable and considerate father, who also happens to be an attractive specimen. In this quiet moment to myself, I can admit that Gregor is very attractive. He's so tall and powerful, and ruggedly handsome in a primal, untamed way. The way his muscles seem to flex, in constant motion like a prowling animal, as well as being on open display, was a distracting sight to deal with throughout dinner, to say the least. But the very fact that I found myself distracted is puzzling. I haven't seen or regarded a man of any species in that way since Michael's passing, which is why my reaction is confusing. But it hardly matters. I shake off my errant thoughts as the tent entrance opens once more. He's about as interested in me as I am in him. Thank you for waiting. Do you have everything together? The subject of my thoughts asks, as we step out into the moonlight. All packed and ready for travel. I confirm breezily, tugging the strap of my trusted satchel. Even in a reality where demons, elves and orcs wage multi-dimensional war, teachers always need to carry a bag. Gregor nods while making sure the door to the tent is secure, before letting a passing patrol know that he'll be escorting me back to the dorms and that Yurka is resting within. With patrols outside, around and within, the encampment is the safest I've found, but it warms something inside me regardless, to see a father so openly protective of his son. Orcs generally tend to take a nature over nurture approach to parenting from my experience, but Gregor is one of the exceptions. The fact that he's willing to trust his son to others also shows an inner strength that is admirable. While I'm not looking to connect with anyone, romantically or otherwise, I can easily recognise that he is one of the more interesting and complex parents that I've met. So Yurka tells me you're the resident beast tamer of the settlement, I start, as we begin walking automatically to my place. As one of the newer residents to join the ranks, I'm not established enough to have space for my own tent. Everyone knows where the dorms are, that act as a sort of barracks for new arrivals. I guess he's been doing a good job of catching us both up on each other, Gregor responds with a chuckle. Oh, I hope I haven't overstepped any boundaries, or intruded in any way. Not at all, consider it a compliment. Like I said, there aren't many that Yurka opens up to, he replies as we move along. He generally prefers the company of animals. Yes, I may have noticed that particular trait, I add, smiling affectionately. I think it's incredible to see a child commune with other creatures that way, and what a gift. Does that mean your affinity with animals is a family trait? Gregor nods as we pass under the evening lamps. Our bloodline is known for our ability to cultivate bonds with the lesser beasts. Although to describe them as lesser is inaccurate, many animals have feelings or responses, the same as you or I. The same habits and traits as well, I agree. Ants build entire civilizations in their little colonies, and dolphins migrate with their specific family for multiple generations. It makes sense, considering we're just larger, smarter animals as well. Gregor looks over at me in surprise, and the lantern light glances across the lion proudly tattooed along his crown. His painted beast appears to be looking intently at me also. Not that I disagree, but it surprises me that a human would hold such a sentiment. I shrug, kicking a stray rock to the border of our path. We're all just a part of the cosmic food chain. In this universe, someone is always food for someone else. Sure, we have bigger brains than the other creatures of this planet, but that just tricks us into thinking we're somehow better. We're still ruled by our instincts and our basic need to survive. I'm still talking to Gregor, but my thoughts stray to the memories that brought me to this place. If he notices the pensive shift of my tone, he doesn't remark on it, choosing to simply walk thoughtfully beside me instead. Sometimes, it's difficult for me to be able to separate man from beast, he tells me, either with myself or others. I think we all have the animal that resides within all of us, always lurking in the shadows of our psyche. I would agree with you there. The rebellion flashes through my mind, the pain, the escape, and the grief that always seems to follow. For some, I think love and hope are just as much an instinct to be guided by as power and control are for others. That can be seen throughout the rest of the animal kingdom as well, Gregor concurs, although I don't think I'll be avoiding confrontation the way an ostrich does anytime soon. Sticking my head in the sand just doesn't seem practical. Laughing at his comment seems to break the intimate philosophical bubble we've fallen into. It's strange but comforting to be able to converse honestly with someone I've just met. So have you worked with animals your whole life? I ask with genuine curiosity, while subtly shifting the conversation back towards safer topics. Oh yes. As a youngling I worked alongside my father, who was the primary beastmaster of the clan before me, he explains. I follow closely beside him, and the furs that trail along his shoulder grips give him a proud bearing. In a few years I will begin the process of showing Yurka the ropes, but for now I'm just letting him get used to being around different creatures. He's already picked up so much so quickly, I can't help but be proud of his efforts. Yurka is so talented at animal handling already, I imagine the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. He tells me that you won't let him go around the more dangerous animals at camp yet, and that you'll only let him train animals that are smaller than him. Gregor chuckles, a low, rumbling sound that I've enjoyed a few times this evening. I imagine he said it as more of a complaint. He's always wanting to take on new challenges. Like father, like son, I can't help but ask playfully, and that gets another laugh from my orc companion. We chuckle together this time, and the harmonies of our voices roll pleasantly. As the midwife says, may you be blessed with offspring that are exactly like you. He recalls the aphorism with a fond smile. When he gets going, his energy is incredible, but he learns at such a fast rate that I can hardly keep up. I think you're doing just fine, I argue earnestly. Really, Yurka is proud and enthusiastic when he speaks of you. It's clear he thinks highly of you, and he wouldn't do that if you were falling short in any way. That is genuinely kind of you to say, Gregor intones. Being a parent has been one of the best experiences of my life, but it's hard to tell sometimes if I'm getting it right. There are times when I worry that I might fail him, especially since I'm raising him on my own. When it comes to parenting, I don't think you can always get it right, I rejoin. Not that I can speak from experience, but I do think that if you're worried about doing the right thing when it comes to your child, then you're getting something right. Thank you. That means a lot coming from someone who now shares part of the responsibility of guiding him. He directs a turn, and I realise we've almost reached my rooms at this rate. It's funny, I never even noticed how close we already were, wrapped up in my exchange with the beast tamer. Whereas some might see a more savage, primal being, I have found Gregor to be capable, considerate and interesting. I've enjoyed our conversation together, and the whole evening in general, more than I thought I would have. I'm proud to be one of his guides. Thank you for giving me the opportunity, I murmur as we move closer to the end of the night. You're welcome, he replies lowly, giving me a thoughtful look. Caught in his stare, I hardly realise when we reach the dormitory, signalling a close to one of the better evenings I've had in recent history. If someone had told me a month ago that I would be running for my life instead of sitting in the stuffy classroom of the bordello, preparing to be sold off to indoor, I would have laughed.
Forest is not your safe space, little one.
But there's no avoiding my fate.
It's you. You're the one.
I've spent my entire life training to be the perfect bride for the top-bidding dark elf. So much can change in so little time.
You understand why you're being punished, right, child?
Your blood. It sings to me.
Please, let me out of here.
You need to learn your place.
But what are you? Where are you taking me?
Run!
I'm a bringer of death.
No, you're not dying. I won't let you.
You won't be able to get out.
Let me go, please.
Sadie, I will make you mine. Chapter 6. Gregor. The night sounds are peaceful and the lantern lights twinkle around us as we walk through the beaten pathways of the camp. We pass the time conversing easily, and I can hardly remember the last time I interacted so freely with a human, much less a human woman. As we talk, I realize that between raising Yurka and the animals, I've hardly engaged with anyone for any period of time aside from the chief and the occasional patrol. Leah is an easy and interesting conversationalist. She is unafraid to ask questions and speaks her mind freely, yet always seems to be mindful of her words. Her words are always gentle or curiously inquisitive, and I never catch any judgment in her tone. She appears to have adapted well for someone who's a recent addition to our culture and is unperturbed by the differences between our two species. "Well, this is me," she intones as we arrive. The barracks where new arrivals are designated is a large wooden structure near the main cooking bonfires and are easily recognizable. Yet as I look down to see how the firelight dances in her eyes, I find myself lingering in the area I usually pass without another glance. "Thank you for sharing dinner with us, Leah." Now that we've arrived, I'm uncertain about how to continue the conversation, despite the evening coming to a successful close. "Thank you again for having me. It really was excellent." Her smile is genuine, and I find myself offering a small one in return. "As Yurka said, you're welcome over for dinner any time I'm able to cook. As he gets older, I find he has an endless appetite, so I always make plenty to go around. Most of the time I end up giving the rest to the animals or patrols." "I might just have to take you up on that," Leah laughs. "Just because I can hunt doesn't mean it isn't nice to be able to take a break every so often. I don't plan on being an imposition, though." "You couldn't be." The words and the invitation are out of my mouth before I can stop myself, but I find I don't want to. I sincerely enjoyed Leah's company tonight, and despite the logical warnings my brain offers, my instincts tell me this human woman is not a danger. I'm glad my son has found someone to bond with, even though I was expecting him to make a friend at school that was closer to his age. Still, Leah seems to be a sincere person who encourages my son. The fact that she is also very beautiful is something I notice only secondarily. We say our goodbyes for the evening, with Leah's fingertips trailing in the air as she waves me off before disappearing into her dorm. Stepping back onto the path, I take a moment to assess the events of the evening, lost in thought while I stand at the threshold. Leah's fresh scent hangs in the air as I recall how comfortable the interactions among all of us were tonight. I find myself staring up at the compound structure, absently wondering which window belongs to Leah. The vacated space where she was previously standing seems strangely empty, although there is no distinction between it and the rest of the occupying area. It's just another empty road, but without the company to fill the space, it suddenly seems much more solitary. The clank and rumble amid rustling gear indicates an approach, pulling my focus a moment too late as one of the late crews comes ambling from around the corner. This patrol has been finished for a while now, their disorganized gait indicative of time spent over a tankard after duty. With my sharp senses, I should have noticed them sooner, but was distracted with thoughts of the evening. "Hey look, it's Gregor! What are you doing out so late, old Lionheart?" I've volunteered with the patrols often enough that most recognize me on sight, even if I spend most of my late nights with my son. "Where's the young pup?" "He's sleeping, Hakar, just as you should be," I holler out jovially. "Is that why you're out for a change, Beastmaster?" Another calls out. "That's the unmarried dorms you're standing outside of. Getting a little midnight snack, then?" He guffaws with his other drunk friends, and suddenly my smile feels plastered on. I have no issue with these men, but I have a hard time respecting those who would joke about defenseless women. "Just making sure a friend got home safely, Patrol." Maybe reminding them of their position will help them recall their honor. I certainly don't want to have to defend a woman I've just met from a couple of drunk guards. Not with Yurka home alone, at least. "Must be some friend to draw the Beastmaster out of his usual habits," the third member comments through a belch. "What say you, Gregor? Has a woman's sweet song charmed you at last?" "Don't worry, ladies. I think you're all pretty." I quip back, deflecting easily. No need to be jealous so early, the night is still young. They all laugh at my remark, and Hakar invites me out to join them for another late-night round. I decline the invitation for now, promising to join another time. They move along. Then the streets are empty once again. Taking another route back takes about the same amount of time and only offers a marginally different view. There is the occasional sentry or passerby, but the roads remain otherwise clear, the paths marked with low-burning lanterns. There is the general cacophony of the encampment at night, but otherwise those sounds are a distant background to my thoughts. Now that I no longer have company to enjoy the walk back with, the silence seems unusually domineering. I try to focus on the typical noises that settle me, like the sporadic chirp of some owl or hawk, the grumble of frogs, and the chatter of crickets. Yet nothing seems to break the pattern of stillness. Not the way that Leah's gentle voice did as we walked to her dorm. Shaking my head, I have to wonder at the strange turn of my thoughts. I'm not impervious to women, but with being a father to Yurka as my major concern, I just haven't really given them any thought. My work can be demanding, and my son is my whole world, so there hasn't been any room for romance, nor have I particularly had the inclination. But this Miss Lee Gertrude has had my thoughts wandering all evening, and definitely not to areas I should be thinking of putting Yurka's teacher. Like my bed. I pinch the bridge of my nose to ward off the incoming headache. Why are you even thinking about it this much? I grumble to myself, passing through another section. I hardly know if I can even trust the woman beyond her job description, much less waste my time debating the merits of attraction. It's not like me to dwell on subjects or question every little interaction. I handle what I can see in front of me, and that's gotten me by in life so far. But now it feels as if what has gotten me by isn't enough. Like suddenly there is a part of me that's missing, that I wasn't even aware of before. Nodding to another passing patrol, I round the bend to come to the area where our tent stands. The lights are still crackling merrily against the chill, and the campfire is still lit and safely grated. Doing the usual safety checks brings me a certain amount of satisfaction, but I still can't quite shake this restlessness that seems to have been kicked up inside me. Yurka is sleeping peacefully and undisturbed, while whatever small animal that has made its home with us is also fed and watered to the best of my ability. I go through my nightly rituals, yet the routine seems hollow this evening. As I lay back against cool sheets, I wonder at how devoid everything seems, for no apparent reason. What is going on with you? I question myself aloud, just to break the still of the night. Inside the tent, the evening soundtrack is muted, and even Yurka's breaths are softened by the partition. These kinds of nights were the ones that used to drive me out of my tent when I was younger. The restlessness that has slipped under my skin since our walk has me feeling itchy, like there's still a task I have yet to complete. I'm halfway tempted to get up and check on the animals just to soothe my spirit, but I don't want to leave Yurka again. Back then, I would pursue a hunt until I was exhausted, or find a woman and slake my lusts until I was satisfied. It's been an age since I felt that level of need, and the force of it now surprises me, drawing attention to the lack of general companionship in my life. I've been lonelier than I was willing to acknowledge before tonight, before spending the evening in the company of an engaging, attractive female, one who has an important relationship with my son, I acknowledge, as I finally start to drift into slumber. I refuse to jeopardize that connection, even if tonight was the most fun I've had in a long time.
Chapter 7. Leah. Although it has been nearly a year since the rebellion that destroyed my former life, there are still remnants of the experience that haunt me. Immersing myself in my new work as a teacher helps, and in the month I've been with the Burning Sun clan, I've become acquainted with quite a few members, both younger and older alike, who have a need for whatever knowledge I can offer. It feels good to contribute and be a part of a community once more, and although the work is demanding, it's very fulfilling to be able to help others, regardless of my limited expertise. As much as I enjoy being a support to my new charges, like Yurka, I can't escape the terror of night, when the memories return to challenge me again. Firelight reflects back at me in a growing pool of blood. Gold and silver cascade over the red surface. Although I don't want to, it's all I can behold, in spite of an increasing awareness of people staring at me. Yanking myself away from the horrifying sight, I am met with more scourge, the haunting faces of people I once knew. Even as I gaze at the judgmental stares, their faces start to boil before my very eyes as the flesh melts away from their bones. They open their mouths in silent screams. But there is only noise coming from me. Above the blazing roar, all I can do is scream and scream. Startling myself awake, I jolt upright in my cot, the small sheet I was twisted up in now fluttering to the floor. Drawing in a shuddering breath, I feel moisture on my skin, and remembering the blood, I react unthinking by furiously wiping down my body with my own nightgown. Only to realise I'm trying to clean my own perspiration, a result of my dream. That's all it was, just a nightmare, I remind myself quietly, the fear in my heart rapidly subsiding. The mantra has become a familiar one this past year, as the nightmares from the rebellion continue to chase me. At night, I can't escape reliving the memories, the deaths and that colossal, terrible fire. Knowing I won't get back to sleep for a while, I swing my legs out of bed and quietly walk outside to refill my water canteen. The dreams and memories were easier to deal with during the months I travelled to escape my past. And like then, the cool breezes call to me. The night air is the soothing balm I suspected it would be, steadying the mind that still wants to replay my nightmare. Barrack guards say nothing as I pass by on the way to the fountain, as they are used to my comings and goings. Night terrors drive me from my bed frequently, so most of the night patrols know by name and sight now. Daytime is much easier for me, with my work, as well as Burning Sun's duties, keeping me busily distracted. The leaders of the Burning Sun clan appear to be watchful but fair, which is better than I expected based on rumours during the journey. As I clean up from my classes the next day, I can't help but think how lucky I am that I managed to land on my feet. Say goodbye to Miss Lee for now. You'll see her tomorrow, one of the mothers instructs her youngster. Bye, Miss Leah, the youth calls out, waving her latest project in departure. See you tomorrow, Kaizen, I respond, closing up another day of studies. For now, the school acts as more of a glorified daycare for the younger children of the clan, yet I hope to change that eventually, with classes that can help the adults of the clan also. I almost stop in my tracks, halting at how the thought brings a smile to my face. I've been with the Burning Sun clan for about a month now, yet I can already see plans on the horizon for making this a permanent home. It's strange how my future has altered so drastically in such a short time. Not so long ago, Michael and I were making plans for a family. Now those dreams are gone with him, but I can still rebuild something for myself out of his passing. I've proven I can survive beyond his sacrifice, and now I must find things to live for and carry on. I can hope for a satisfying life with people to care for, even if it isn't the family I imagined. At that thought, images of Yurka and Gregor flash through my mind, and I walk home thinking about how people define families. Since I've gotten the approval, I've decided to take my class on a small field trip the following day. The children are ecstatic to be spending the day outside of the learning pavilion, and I secretly relish the opportunity to get another look at the area, a place I've decided to call home for now. It's a great day for a walk as well, and everyone's spirits are high on the return trip. I've put a lot of work into teaching over this past week, and now their heads are full of facts about amphibians, as well as creek-bed ecosystems. I'm so busy laughing and engaging with the kids that I don't even notice another adult approach. Not until I hear Yurka's sudden exclamation. Daddy! He's gotten better at interacting with the other children over these past few days, but he's still awfully shy. Sure enough, Gregor is striding up towards our group with a large smile on his face. Yurka breaks free of the pack and runs toward his father, with Gregor easily scooping the little boy into his arms. I smile genuinely at the sight of fatherly affection and turn back to catch the eye of Dorja, one of the friendlier guards. Good to see you again, Leah. The orc father waves at me, lightly setting his son back down. Yurka tells me you all are out here to trip fields. He gives me a quizzical look, while the boy looks on in approval. A field trip. I subtly correct Yurka, who stands proudly by his father. Teachers used to take classes out for the day in order to help children gain real-world experience. I hold up one of our jars to demonstrate. The glass is filled with water and tiny creatures, all squiggling and swimming around rapidly. I can talk to them all day long about the differences between aquatic and terrestrial animals, or I can just show them the differences by taking them down to the nearby creek. "Dad, we caught tadpoles," Yurka clarifies excitedly. "Miss Leah says I can have my very own frog when they get older." "You'll have to train it on your own," Gregor offers sagely, while I cover my mouth to suppress a giggle. Yurka claps his hands joyfully, while his father turns back to me to issue a dinner invitation. "Are you sure I'm not eating you out of house and home? This is the 4th dinner this week," I joke, smiling happily. "Sure, I'll come over. What's on the menu?" "Lamb kebabs," Gregor answers, scratching behind his tattoo. "There's been evidence of cougar attacks on the herd, so the shepherds asked me to lend a helping hand. They're giving me some nice cuts as a reward." "Oh, that's terrible about the herd, though. What will you do?" I ask, interested despite the children milling about. "I'll track it and use some cuts to draw the cougar away from the area, which should hopefully be enough to keep it satisfied. They only come this close to civilization if they're starving or finding a food source for cubs, so I won't hunt it unless it becomes a bigger problem." "That makes sense," I reply, nodding. Despite his more primal ways, Gregor is so thoughtful and capable that it surprises me no woman has claimed him for a mate or husband. It's the kind of thought that has frequently entered my mind over the past week, especially when I subtly notice how rugged and natural he looks among the elements. I may have abandoned those particular dreams, but I can't deny that he's the kind of man that will make a woman incredibly happy one day. We chat for a few more minutes before I regroup the kids, and Gregor returns to his duties. As we all head back, Doria slides up to nudge me as gently as a female orc can. She's learning, so I may not even bruise this time. "So 4 dinners in 1 week, eh? Looks like a little bird has tamed our resident beast tamer." She waggles her eyebrows for even more comic effect. "What? No, it's not like that. Gregor is just one of the friendlier parents, that's all." I can't help but blush at the implication, especially considering my recent stray thoughts. "Yeah, that's great and all, but Gregor isn't known for his congeniality," Dorja supplies. "He's known for being more of a lone wolf type. So tell me, Teacher Gertrude, is he as much of a beast in the sack as they claim?" Dorja is one of the few female orcs I've come to know personally, and although I may call her a real friend one day, she usually tends to come off more as one of the guys. "Really, Dorja, Gregor is just being kind because I've been giving extra lessons to his son Yurka." "All right, fine, I'll lay off, but I'm telling you, it's your kitten that man wants to tame, not some wild cougar in the hills." The guard folds her arms as an act of finalization on her opinion. Laughing, I shake my head at her innuendo, knowing I won't be taking Doria seriously anytime soon. Not when there are wounds still healing in my heart. But despite feeding the apparent rumour mill, Gregor and Yurka have quickly become a sort of adopted family for me, and I enjoy every opportunity to spend time with them. Chapter 8. Leah. The last student leaving usually acts as my signal to finish up any remaining tasks before the end of my workday. It has become a more relaxing time for me, where I am rarely disturbed, and I can recenter myself from whatever daily chaos the kids have accomplished. A looming figure approaches as I'm stacking the little hutch desks against the walled area of the teaching pavilion. Some of the curtains pull back to reveal an impressive orc figure, who moves to occupy my space. I stand alert, sensing a distinct break from my everyday occurrences. From a distance, I might have mistaken this figure for Gregor, but up close they appear very different. With all his furs and leather, along with his lion tattoo, Gregor has a more wild, animistic appearance, whereas this braided orc has all the trappings of someone in leadership within the camp. His gaze is the kind that observes everything, while revealing nothing. From what I remember about our rescue and arrival, and the talk around camp, I can deduce that this is Loki, one of the members that reports directly to the chieftain. Good afternoon, Loki. How may I help you? Miss Lee Gertrude, it's good to see you again. Loki is a quick study and shakes my hand with practiced ease. I was hoping I could enlist you for a while in dealing with a specific issue. I'd like to help however I can, I reply, removing my activity apron and grabbing my bag. What's the issue? He scratches at his day-old scruff. It's better if I explain it in front of everyone at the council meeting. Are you ready to go? What? Mention of the council meeting throws me for a loop. What is going on? Why would I be required at a council meeting? These questions follow me as Loki leads me from the teaching pavilion to the war tent. There are a series of possible explanations that play through my head, each more concerning than the last. Am I in trouble for some reason? I can't think of anything I've said or done that would have caused problems. But I'm still new to Burning Sun. Perhaps a parent brought a complaint forth, but I have no idea why they would have reason to. My anxiety worsens as I enter the tent, where at least 20 pairs of eyes turn toward me. I'm used to working with a much smaller audience, so being in a tent full of grown peers staring at me is disconcerting to say the least. One orc is intimidating on his own, but this room is full of them, not only orcs, but a few human men and women are in attendance too. They're all staring, looking at me expectantly, and I wonder if this is the day that I get thrown out of the community. Loki breaks the spell of dismay by clapping me soundly on the shoulder. Calm yourself, Miss Gertrude. No harm will come to you here. A few of the other orcs snicker, casting smirks, while this Loki actually has the nerve to chuckle. I exhale, steadying my nerves as I cast a look around. All right then, if you're not the brute squad, then what am I doing here? Straight to business then, that's fine, an older orc towards the back comments. I like a woman who knows how to get to the point. She could stand to relax a little, a warrior remarks. I thought she was going to bolt like a scared rabbit when she walked in here. Be cool. A particularly lanky specimen with glasses, I didn't know orcs wore glasses, throws out as he walks around me. You're too wound up. I'll give her something she can unwind on. An orc mutters off to the side, getting a chuckle out of some guards nearby. Enough, Loki barks sharply, making some snap to attention. Miss Gertrude, you're here with us today on official business. We've run into a possible situation that we could use your help with. Me? I question, openly acknowledging the strange turn of events. What on earth do you need me for? We've recently come across a human settlement in the area that we'd like to open negotiations with, Loki explains, moving forward to show me a large topical map. The area denoting the Burning Sun clan is marked along the slopes of what remains of Atlanta, while a new area is now also highlighted, not too far outside the territory lines. We hadn't discovered them before due to the dense forestry, and from what we can tell, they appear to be an exclusively human colony. As someone who also comes from a primarily human village, we wanted to ask you a few questions to help us better assess the situation. We want to get a better understanding of what we're dealing with, and we think you could help. Something shifts low in the pit of my stomach. What makes you think they're human exclusive? I examine the map, hoping to distract myself from my tumultuous thoughts. They're hostile, for one thing, a tall orc interjects. He's standing near a human male partner, and both are dressed in what I recognise as scout gear. They were pretty guarded, but passive with Jonas here when he stumbled across them. Yet when I showed up, they turned aggressive pretty fast. They seem to keep to themselves, hunting very little, and their weapons are the type for defence, not utility, Jonas offers. It took us weeks to track them. I definitely wouldn't peg them as the welcoming, friendly type for sure. This group does little hunting because they have another food source. Loki emphatically circles another area on the map, near the highlighted portion. They have a working greenhouse, one that managed to remain intact in the fallout. There is a collective inhale heard throughout the tent, and I silently echo the sentiment. A stable and renewable food source like a greenhouse is an incredible find. It solves issues of shortages and winter damage, and would allow us to help replenish supplies to other surrounding areas, giving whoever controls it the ability to support multiple communities. No wonder Loki wants these new allies, I think to myself, turning back as he continues his speech. With access to a greenhouse, we could increase our numbers sustainably without having to worry about increasing conflict or being concerned with weather maladies. Being able to grow crops would allow us to offset damage to the ecosystem and the migration patterns of prey as well. The crowd murmurs its agreement. It looks like the opportunity presented is incredible. Yet thinking about the scouts' reports, it also looks like an opportunity that comes with strings attached. If they know they've got something valuable enough to defend, they'll be less likely to share and more likely to hoard. A grizzled orc speaks up. They don't seem to have a particular want or need of allies. Then we should find a way to convince them, Loki returns. Which is why I brought the teacher. Tell me, Miss Gertrude, what kind of hostilities would we expect from a group like this? Without more information, I can't say exactly, but based on what you've told me, I would say a lot, I answer. Prejudice has run deep here in the south, long before orcs and elves showed up, so any hostility towards orcs will most likely be more extreme. Members of my old settlement used to set deadly traps for those they would call outsiders, just to make sure they got the point across. Do you think they would be more amenable to a human delegation? Loki postulates. One that would be a show of trust, as well as be in a position to offer the protection of the burning sun, even if they have no desire to join the clan. They might be more trusting if we open negotiations with representatives more familiar to them. They might also see it as a false flag, I argue, remembering hearing the old stereotypes. Don't let them fool you into thinking they're big and dumb. Orcs are sneaky when they have something to gain. Never trust an orc as far as you can throw them. Not if we sent a representative they could regard as trustworthy, Loki explains. He gives me a penetrating look that sets off alarms in my mind. I stare at him in growing comprehension, looking as if he's sprouting a second head. You want me to represent Burning Sun, somehow establishing trust simply on the basis that I'm human? How would that even work? Also, don't you already have human experts that can help you with this, as opposed to some rookie? There are a few experts like myself, one of the women interjects. My name is Vala, and it's nice to know you, Miss Leah Gertrude. No, we need you to establish trust, because it has come to our understanding that some of the survivors that travelled with you are now members of this new settlement. Coldness pours down the front of my body, while it feels like flames are licking at my spine. For a moment, screaming fills my ears, and I dimly recognise my own voice. Then I recall that it's just a memory, and there are no gnarled, hateful hands to pull at me anymore. There are survivors from my old settlement. I've always known there were more of us that scattered that night than those I travelled with, but I never had any way of knowing who. Who are they? We didn't learn any names, so we can't say, Vala replies. I'm sorry. I know it's a lot to ask, but we wouldn't have if we didn't think you could help. The only way to be able to identify anyone is to go yourself. Your assistance would be an unimaginable help, and you'll have protection every step of the way, Loki assures. Thinking about the collapse of my old home has me seeing flames behind my eyelids. But this clan has done a lot for me, and as I picture Yurka and Gregor's faces, I know I can't let them down. Just as I know that if I do this, I'll need all the help I can get.
Chapter 9, Gregor. I take advantage of the free time to run a few errands, while Yurka goes for afternoon weapons training. Many who know them think a beast tamer's time involves rolling around with a bunch of animals, which is mostly true. However, there is a lot of extra time that we put into the care and general upkeep of those under our charge. I'm working through collecting a set of horseshoes when a flutter of color catches my eye. I look up in time to see Leah walking alongside Loki as he leads her into the tent where the council meeting is being held. I scratch my head in puzzlement, frowning pensively. What could the council want with Leah? I ponder thoughtfully as I grab supplies. It's unusual for someone new to camp to be called up to the council. By now, Yurka and I have gotten to know the young teacher well enough that seeing this tugs at my curiosity. But do we truly know her that well? In the time we have interacted with her, she has shown herself to be sincere, but she remains evasive on her mysterious past. Could something in her history be the reason she was summoned? I can't help but wonder. Lingering while I grab a few other supplies has me rounding out shopping, and gives me enough time to check back in to see if the meeting has finished. Heading up to the main area shows Yurka's teacher exiting, looking pale and drawn. She walks in a trance, directionless and unseeing, and I know this is not the Leah Gertrude my son and I have come to know. Suddenly I find myself rushing up to her, my concern about what has happened to make her appear so troubled apparent, especially when she only reacts by startling at my touch when I reach her shoulder. She was otherwise completely unaware of my approach. "Gregor, what are you doing here?" she seems to ask, only for the sake of it. Even as I draw her down the path, she keeps looking over her shoulder like there is something behind her. Keeping a firm hand at her back, I guide her through the main areas, bobbing through a segue I know well. She's content enough to let me, even though she tries to protest with a placating smile at one point. "Really, Gregor, there's no problem or anything, and I'm not in trouble, so—" "Save it," I cut her off, taking in the correct landmarks. "If everything was fine, you wouldn't look as if there were ghosts trailing after you. Won't you try telling me what is wrong instead?" Silence falls between us as she anxiously chews her lip, a conflict of emotions quietly warring on her face. I sigh, running my fingers over my scalp before trying again. "Look, it's been a while since I've worried about someone who doesn't have scales, furs, or feathers, nor is above the age of 10. So, I'm sorry if I came off as abrupt or demanding, or whatever you've got going on is your thing. I don't have the right to interfere or force you to share." We move through the stabling to the side pens, away from the horses. This part of the settlement contains fields for domestication, with one area sectioned off recently. It's been reserved for a project of mine, and I thought it might help to lift her spirits. "I just want you to know, Yurka and I are here for you," I express earnestly. "Right now I'm here to listen." "Thanks," she finally voices quietly. "That's nice to know. Everyone could use a friend or two to rely on, someone they can talk to when the world gets too tough. It's okay to go it alone if that's what you think is best, but you don't have to. Yurka and we've got your back." I let the silence fall between us again. However, this time it's less strained. We gaze out over the field like that for a while, quiet and comfortable. "Give it another minute," I whisper gently, as I catch a rustle stirring along the wind. Sure enough, another moment later, and a colt raises itself up from the grass to amble forward. Leah gasps at the sight of the new breed we've developed, a cross between the horses of this world and the hardier mounts of our former one. Its youth and genetics make it a little uncoordinated still, but when this mount is grown, I predict it will be a fine tracker. It comes right up to the edge of the pen, sniffing curiously at us. Leah lets out a delightful squeaking noise when the colt nuzzles into her palm with its snout, something I'll probably tease her about the first chance I get. Bored with that, the youth begins sniffing around me impatiently, making me grumble as I go for my gear. "All right, you greedy little pup. Here's a snack." Reaching into my bag, I toss an apple into the pen and hand another one to her. "Don't worry, another will be along in a minute." As predicted, the other foal shuffles along soon enough, catching up quick to its packmate. We spend another few minutes quietly feeding the beasts, enjoying the solitude as Leah twiddles a chewed core in her hands. "Do orcs believe in ghosts? Spirits and haunts and all that?" She looks out into the distance as I recall what I said to her earlier. "Some of my people are more superstitious than others," I return thoughtfully. "As a concept, it exists within our old religions, and most of us do believe in the things that exist beyond nature. But I don't think you're really talking about that, are you?" No, I'm not, Leah sighs, leaning against a post. But I'm feeling haunted. As if no matter what I do or where I go, the past will always be chasing after me. Does this have something to do with the council meeting? She said she wasn't in trouble, but she's definitely been made unhappy by what went down in there. It's an opportunity, actually. There's a chance to ally ourselves with an important human settlement, and they want to bring me in as part of the negotiation party, she explains. But the reason they want me is because some of the members of this village used to be a part of my old settlement, and finding that out just stirred up some bad memories for me. Okay, I say, but I don't fully comprehend. All I know about Leah's past is that she came with a group that were found in the wilds after their settlement collapsed. It's a dangerous world we live in, though, and such stories aren't uncommon. My old home was pretty balanced in its values, but divided. Some of the camp were pretty humans forward, as they say, while others like me felt the camp would be better with more inclusion. We weren't totally closed off, but many weren't exactly tolerant towards outsiders, she goes on to relate. Listening intently, I remain silent as she weaves a sad tale. Anyone with eyes can see the benefits of humans working together with others, especially with all the dangers beyond. However, the isolationists became more active over time, more demanding. She toys with the ring pendant on her neck as she describes what happened next. No one could agree with the way leadership was handling things, and eventually it all came to a head. Those of us who were pro-inclusion, we were rounded up arbitrarily by a lynch mob to either be exiled or executed. I could feel a pit sinking into the hollow of my gut. The way she had looked so lost before, I now identify as grief. Leah escaped the destruction of her former settlement, but not without personal tragedy, and I can't help but wonder who would have affected her so deeply. My friends and I were outspoken about inclusion. No one wanted to fight, but the situation escalated, and then it got out of hand so quickly. Of course, then it was a rebellion, with a mob, and with the rioting came the fire. Most of the people I knew and loved were dead in less than a day. A few of us so-called rebels and refugees alike were able to escape afterwards, during the smoke and the chaos, myself included. Some separated off while some of us kept going until we reached Burning Sun territory. Hey, these memories are understandably painful, I say, wanting to offer some semblance of comfort. If you think this will be too much for you, then you shouldn't undertake this task, simply for the sake of our settlement. They can find someone else if they need to. However, Leah shakes her head in disagreement. Now I have a chance to reconnect with some of the survivors and help the clan in the process. I want to do this for the sake of the people who weren't able to live when I can. I owe it to them. Leah, I don't think you owe anyone, living or past. What happened wasn't your fault, and you shouldn't put yourself in harm's way just to help us out, or to somehow satisfy the souls who can no longer be a part of this world. You aren't to blame for their deaths, any more than you're to blame for the clouds in the sky. The impact of losing loved ones makes her voice sound like broken glass, and when I look back over, tears are silently spilling down her cheeks. Astounded by her experience, I rest a comforting arm across her shoulder. She looks at me, tears glistening in her eyes. Then she's wrapping her arms around me, squeezing me in a gripping hug. For a split second, I stand frozen, caught completely off guard by her arms around my exposed waist and the heat that layers between us. Since the village collapse, all I've done is doubt and question whether I could have done more to prevent that tragedy. You're the first person to tell me that it wasn't my fault, she explains, tears running tracks down her cheeks. I didn't realize how much I needed to hear that until now. Like I said, whispering into her ear. As we stand embracing, I feel her warmth seep into my bones and take a moment to enjoy the sensation of being close with someone. This is what friends are for.
Chapter 10. Leah. I would be honoured to help the clan with negotiations. That one sentence bounces around my thoughts still even after trying to sleep it away. I'm really going to do this. The journey will take 3 days before we reach the area, and we leave tomorrow. It feels almost surreal. Jurka's pouty expression tugs at my heartstrings, his adorable features a blend of concern and longing. "You're really going to leave, Leah?" he questions, his voice laced with a sprinkle of uncertainty, like a mystery waiting to be unravelled. I meet his gaze with a reassuring smile, lowering myself to his level and tousling his hair gently. "I'll be back, Jurka. Count on it," I assure him, my voice laced with conviction. Though he nods reluctantly, uncertainty still lingers in his eyes as he checks for the 3rd time. "You're sure you'll come back? Promise you won't forget about me?" A soft chuckle escapes me at his earnestness, the warmth in my heart glowing brighter. "I could never forget about you, Jurka," I reply, the words carrying a touch of enchantment. "I'll return before you even have time to miss me." Without warning, Jurka suddenly jumps on me with an endearing hug, squeezing me as hard as he can. I can't help but laugh as he wraps his little arms around my neck, burying his face in my shoulder. "Please come back safe, Leah," he exclaims, his voice muffled by my shirt. I hug him back, feeling a twinge of sadness. "I will," I reply, my voice soft. After a few moments, Jurka pulls away and runs off to play with the other children, leaving me with a smile on my face and a warm feeling in my heart. As I watch Jurka scamper off to play, I can't help but feel a twinge of embarrassment about what happened with Gregor yesterday. I confided in him about my fears and doubts, pouring my heart out to him in a way that I never have before. And in a moment of vulnerability, I embraced him, seeking comfort in his strong arms. Since then, he's been acting like nothing happened at all, as if I never said a word. To be frank, I'm all too happy to go along with it. I don't want to make things awkward between us, and I certainly don't want to let embarrassment get in the way of our working relationship. The last thing I need is to let my personal feelings jeopardize the negotiations. I've come too far to let that happen. But knowing that doesn't take the feeling away. Now, as I stand here preparing for the upcoming negotiations, I can't help but feel a sense of unease. I don't know what to make of Gregor's behaviour, or my own feelings for that matter. I'm more than willing to play the part of indifference, to pretend like nothing ever happened. But something just doesn't feel right. "Or you're just being ridiculous," I tell myself. "Or you're anxious or stressed. Or maybe you're worried you're going to ruin this. Or maybe it's a little bit of everything." I take a deep breath and try to push the thoughts away. I have more important things to focus on right now, like the negotiations with the clan. I can't afford to let anything distract me. As I prepare for the journey ahead, I can't help but feel a sense of excitement mixed with trepidation. This is a huge responsibility, and I don't want to let anyone down. I've been preparing for this moment for weeks, studying the customs and traditions of the neighbouring clan, and practicing my diplomacy skills. But as I look around at the others who will be accompanying me on this journey, I can't help but feel a little overwhelmed. They're all seasoned warriors and diplomats, and I'm just me. While I'm trying to help out the others, I notice Gregor amongst those who will be escorting the group. He's dressed in his usual leathers, with a sword at his side. His dark hair is pulled back out of his eyes, and his gaze is scanning the area with a keen observance. He looks calm and collected, as always. But what is he doing here? Gregor has never shown any interest in this mission. I make my way over to him, my heart beating a little faster than usual. "Gregor," I greet after coming to a stop beside him. He turns to me and gives me a small nod. "Leah," he says, "I've decided to join the group." I can't stop the pure surprise from showing in my voice as I squeak out, "Really? You're coming?" His response is a simple nod. My brows bunch in confusion. I had always assumed that Gregor would stay behind and look after his son while we were gone. "What about Jurka?" I ask, looking around for the little guy. Gregor's expression softens as he answers, "Bonnie has agreed to look after him while I'm away. He's in good hands." I nod, still trying to process the news. "I'm just surprised, that's all. I didn't think you would want to come on a diplomatic mission." I can't help but stare at him, trying to decipher his decision to join us. His expression is as controlled as ever, giving nothing away. But there's something different about him today. He seems more serious, more determined. It's almost like he's on a mission of his own. I study his face, taking in every detail. His deep eyes are focused on me, but there's a distant look in them that I can't quite place. His jaw is clenched slightly, as if he's holding something back. "What made you want to come?" I ask curiously. Gregor's expression doesn't change as he answers my question. We'll be using mounts and horses to travel, and as the only one who can take care of them, it only makes sense that I come along. I nod along, realizing that it makes sense. Gregor's expertise will be invaluable during the journey. "Right," I say, nodding slowly. If something were to happen to any of these animals, the journey could be set back by days, possibly weeks, he explains away. As you know, time is of the essence. I nod again, understanding his reasoning. "You're right. We can't afford any delays." Gregor nods, his gaze locking onto mine. "Exactly. You need me." There's a brief pause, and I can feel the weight of his words hanging in the air. For a moment, I'm not sure how to respond. It's strange to hear Gregor say that I need him. But at the same time, I know that he's right. We do need him. His expertise with animals is invaluable, and without this steeds to carry us and our things, who knows how long it would take to get there. Just then, one of the leaders of the group makes an announcement. "It's time to move out. Everyone, make sure you have everything you need. We'll be setting off in 10 minutes. I take a deep breath, trying to calm my nerves. This is it. The moment we've all been preparing for. We quickly say our goodbyes to those who are staying behind, and then make our way to the front of the group. The air is filled with the sound of hooves clopping against the ground, and the smell of horses and leather. I turn to Gregor. "Are you ready?" He nods, his expression serious. "As ready as I'll ever be." "Me too," I murmur, trying to ignore the butterflies in my stomach. As we set off, I take one last look back at our camp. It's strange to think that we won't be returning here for a while. But I push the thought aside and focus on the journey ahead. My mission is far from over.
Chapter 11. Gregor! Wow, Leah says from atop her horse as we trot in time together. It's beautiful out here. I nod, letting my gaze scan our surroundings for the first time since we left the clan. She's right. It is a beautiful sight. The rolling hills stretch out before us, cloaked in a tapestry of vibrant hues, while the sun dips low on the horizon, casting a warm glow over the land. The breeze carries with it the sweet scent of wildflowers, adding to the sensory tapestry that envelops us. Who knew nature could show off like this? I tease, a grin spreading across my face as I glance over at Leah. I guess even the great outdoors likes to make a good first impression. It's not the only one. A trio of men snicker from their mounts behind us. Leah and I both glance back at them, though she's entirely oblivious. "What's that supposed to mean?" she asks, quirking her head. I shrug, content with letting it go, but they speak up again. "Why don't you ask Gregor?" the same guy suggests, shooting her a wink. Letting out a sigh, I call back to them. "We're just close because she's Yorka's teacher." "You didn't have to come, Gregor. Yet here you are." A different orc chimes in, a smirk spreading across his face. He's a burly orc with a thick beard and a scar running down the left side of his face. He's dressed in rough-spun clothes and carries a large battle axe on his back. I shrug, not wanting to engage in their teasing. "I have my reasons," I reply simply, keeping my eyes fixed on the path ahead. Leah looks at me quizzically, her eyebrows furrowed in confusion. We continue riding in silence for a few moments, the only sound being the rhythmic clopping of the horse's hooves. The air is cool and crisp, and the smell of pine trees fills the air. I can see the snow-capped mountains in the distance, looming over the landscape like ancient guardians. Finally, Leah breaks the quiet. "So, do you have any advice for me?" she asks, turning to face me. Her voice is soft, but there's a note of determination in it. I mean, for the negotiations. I consider her question for a moment before responding. "Just be yourself," I tell her, turning to look at her. "You're smart and capable, and you know what's best for the clan. Don't let anyone intimidate you." She nods, looking thoughtful. "Thanks, Gregor. I appreciate it." We continue riding for a while longer, the sun beginning to dip below the horizon. Finally, the group stops to make camp for the night. I help Leah dismount from her horse, my hands steady as I guide her to the ground. Together, we work quickly to set up her tent. I hammer the stakes into the ground while Leah unrolls the canvas and secures it in place. We work in silence, almost like our movements are practiced. Once the tent is set up, we join the others around the bonfire. The warmth of the flames and the smell of roasting meat fill the air. I can't remember the last time I sat around a fire like this, primal and close to nature. It's a welcome change from the constant responsibility of taking care of Yurka. The fire is a roaring blaze, casting a warm glow over the campsite. I can see the faces of the other orcs illuminated by the flickering flames, their expressions relaxed and content. They're all dressed in rough-spun clothes, leather and furs, with weapons and armor scattered around the campsite. I take a bite of the roasted meat and savor the flavor. It's tender and juicy with a hint of smoky char. As we finish our meal, Leah leans back against the log with a contented sigh. Her eyes are closed and a smile plays at the corners of her mouth. "I don't think I've ever been this full," she says, patting her stomach. I chuckle, feeling the same sense of satisfaction. I know the feeling. It's been a while since I've had a meal like that. Leah looks over at me, a thoughtful expression on her face. Her dark hair is pulled back in a loose braid, and her eyes are bright with curiosity. "You know, I've been meaning to ask you something," she says. "What's that?" I ask, turning to face her. "How do you do it? How do you balance taking care of Yurka and everything else?" She sighs, looking at the stars. "Most of the time, I feel like I can't manage to take care of myself. I don't have any children of my own, but I know that taking care of someone else is a huge responsibility." I take a deep breath, considering her question. It's not an easy one to answer, but I do my best. It's not always easy, I admit. There are days when I feel like I'm being pulled in a million different directions. Leah nods, looking thoughtful. "I can imagine. You always seem to handle it so well. You never let on how difficult it actually is." I smile at her. "It is. But it's also incredibly rewarding. Yurka is my world, and I would do anything for him." "I can see that," Leah says, smiling back at me. Her eyes are warm and kind, and I can see the genuine admiration in them. "You're a great father, Gregor." I feel the warmth spread through my chest at her words. Just then, one of the clan members stands up and clears their throat. They're a tall orc with long braided hair and a serious expression. "All right, everyone. It's time to get some rest. We have a long day ahead of us tomorrow." There are a few groans and complaints from around the fire, but everyone starts to get up and make their way to their tents. The clan leader turns to me and Leah. "We'll need volunteers for the second shift. Who's up for it?" I raise my hand, as does Leah. "We'll do it," I say. The clan leader nods in approval. "Thanks, you two. Get some rest now and we'll see you in a few hours." Leah and I say our goodnights and make our way to our respective tents. I crawl inside and settle down on my bedroll, pulling the blankets up to my chin. It's been a long day, and I'm exhausted. But for now, I push those thoughts aside and focus on the warmth of the blankets and the sound of Leah's soft breathing from the tent next to mine. It's a small comfort, but it's enough to help me relax and fall into a deep, restful sleep. At least, that's what I was hoping for. But just as I'm starting to drift off, I'm jolted awake by a strange dream that I can't quite remember. I sit up, rubbing my eyes and trying to shake off the lingering feelings of unease. Just as I'm about to lie back down, I hear the sound of horses whinnying in the distance. I frown, wondering what could be spooking them. It's not uncommon for animals to be on edge in the middle of the night, but something about this feels different. I quickly tug on my tunic and crawl out of my tent, looking around to see if I can see what's causing the commotion. The fire has died down to embers, casting a faint glow over the campsite. I can see the shadows of the other tents, but there's no sign of movement. I start to make my way towards the horses, my heart pounding in my chest. I can feel the adrenaline coursing through my veins, and I clench my fists, ready to defend myself if necessary. As I get closer to the horses, I see that they're all tied up and seem to be in distress. One of them is pawing at the ground, and another is neighing loudly. I scan the surrounding area, but I can't see anything out of the ordinary. "It's okay, girl," I soothe, patting the horse's side. Just as I'm about to turn back, I hear a rustling in the bushes behind me. I spin around, my heart in my throat, but there's nothing there. I take a deep breath, trying to calm myself down. It's probably just an animal, I tell myself. There's no need to panic, until an ear-splitting scream pierces the air. Orcs. Gargoyles. Vampires. Ice monsters. Demons of the dark. These beasts seek war, destruction, and power. And there's only one thing that can tame them.
Love.
This is your chance to get the uncut and unabridged audiobook bundle.
No detail is spared.
Use discount code YouTube30 for an additional 30% off of the already discounted price.
Go to worldsofprathika.com.
Get access to countless audiobooks and discounted bundles where I talk you through every last scene.
Prothika's magic is eternal. Audio bundles will make it immersive. Chapter 12. Leah. Can't even catch a break for a decent night's sleep. I grumble, frustration seeping into my voice as I claw my way out of the cramped tent, the night swirling with shadows and whispers. Frantically, I dart towards the protective embrace of the surrounding trees, each step more of a hurried hobble as my thighs clamp together in a desperate attempt to stave off the impending relief. Shouldn't have downed that entire water skin, I continue to chastise myself, the memory of my ill-timed hydration choice haunting me as my bladder pleads for release. My quest for a suitable tree to grant me a modicum of privacy culminates in a stumble around a gnarled, thick trunk. With a mixture of gratitude and relief, I find my chosen spot and swiftly lower myself, the darkness veiling my actions as I hunker down amid the rustling leaves and the symphony of nocturnal critters that serve as an unexpected serenade in the heart of the night. Though our journey hasn't been overly arduous, it hasn't exactly been a cakewalk either. Steeds and mules bear the scars of injury, our equipment bejewelled with the marks of wear and tear. Despite it only being 2 days, the collective weight of exhaustion hangs heavy over us, like a shroud of weariness. The beauty of this land comes head to head with its unruly terrain, and has presented us with a myriad of challenges. Something that becomes startlingly apparent when the tranquility of the forest is shattered. I stand up to readjust myself, and suddenly become acutely aware of my surroundings. The strange sound of something slithering behind me sends a chill down my spine, and my heart begins to race. I can feel the hair on the back of my neck standing on end, and my instincts tell me to run. But I turn around, my movements slow and cautious, and my breath catches in my throat as I see the massive yellow eyes glowing through the darkness. A monstrous snake is slinking out from the shadows, its long, slithering body weaving through the underbrush with a terrifying grace. The realization that the animals of this world have mutated over time hits me like a ton of bricks. I've heard stories of the beasts that roam the earth, but I never thought I'd encounter one myself. My body is frozen with terror as I take slow, deliberate steps backward. The leaves and twigs beneath my feet crunch softly, and I wince at the sound, hoping that it won't attract the snake's attention. The ground feels uneven and unstable, making it difficult to keep my balance. I can feel the snake's gaze on me, and I know that one wrong move could mean certain death. I try to calm my breathing, focusing on the sound of my own heartbeat as I slowly back away from the creature. I know that I can't outrun it, and I'm acutely aware of every sound, every movement as it closes in on me. My mind races, searching for any possible way to escape this terrifying predicament. "Good little snake," I whisper, my voice trembling as I try to soothe the beast. I know it's a futile effort, but I can't help myself. My mind is racing, searching for any possible way to escape this terrifying predicament. The snake hisses loudly, its massive yellow eyes locked onto mine. It inches closer, its long, slithering body weaving through the underbrush with a terrifying grace. I can see the glint of its fangs in the moonlight, and I know that one bite from this creature could mean certain death. Suddenly, my foot catches on a fallen branch, and I stumble, letting out a blood-curdling scream as I fall to the ground. My heart is pounding in my chest, and I can feel the adrenaline coursing through my veins. I try to scramble to my feet, but my legs are shaking so badly that I can barely stand. The snake rears its head back, ready to strike. Its tongue flicks in and out of its mouth, tasting the air, as it prepares to lunge. I can hear the sound of its scales rustling against the leaves, and I know that I'm running out of time. I try to scoot backwards, my hands and feet digging into the damp earth, but it's no use. The snake is too fast, and it's closing in on me quickly. I can feel the heat of its breath on my face, and I know that I'm moments away from being bitten. "No," I cry out. I squeeze my eyes shut, bracing myself for the pain, when suddenly a loud roar echoes through the forest. The snake hesitates for just a moment, and in that split second, Gregor comes rushing towards me, his eyes fixed on the beast. "Gregor!" I scream, my voice a mix of horror and relief. "Run! Run away!" But he doesn't listen. Instead, he charges head-on at the mutated snake, his body tense and ready for battle. The air around him seems to crackle with energy, and I can see the fierce determination in his eyes. As Gregor charges towards the snake, I can't help but take in the sheer imposing presence of him. He towers over me, standing at over 7 feet tall, with a muscular build that makes him look like a force to be reckoned with. His skin is a deep green, with a rough, almost scaly texture that gives him an intimidating appearance. But it's his eyes that really stand out. They're a bright yellow, almost glowing with intensity, and they're fixed on the snake with a fierce determination. Despite his intimidating size and appearance, there's something undeniably reassuring about Gregor. He moves with a confidence and grace that belies his size, and I can't help but feel safe when he's around, especially when he's saving my life. I watch in shock as he grabs the snake with both hands, his muscles straining with the effort. He lifts the creature off the ground, and with a mighty heave, slams it into a nearby tree. The impact is so forceful that I can hear the crack of the snake's spine. Or perhaps it's the tree. The creature lets out a pained hiss, its body writhing in agony. Gregor doesn't let up, though. He delivers blow after blow to the snake, using all of his strength to subdue it. His movements are fluid and precise, like a dance, and I can't help but be in awe of his skill. As I watch the fight unfold, I feel a mix of emotions. Part of me is terrified, knowing that I came so close to being bitten by this deadly creature. but another part of me is in awe of Gregor's bravery and strength. And another part of me feels much, much more than just awe. I realise with a start that I'm drawn to Gregor in a way that I can't explain. There's something about the way he moves, the way he carries himself, that makes my heart race. Or perhaps that has something to do with nearly becoming snake food. Just as Gregor delivers what seems to be the final blow to the snake, it suddenly writhes out of his grasp and slithers off to the side. Gregor's momentary distraction is all it takes for the creature to make a move, and before I know it, it's slithering towards him with its fangs bared. "Watch out!" I cry, my heart leaping into my throat. Gregor reacts instinctively, his movements swift and precise. He whirls around, catching the snake just before it can strike. With a mighty heave, he sends it flying across the clearing, where it lands with a thud. But the snake isn't finished yet. It rises up again, its yellow eyes fixed on Gregor with a deadly intensity. I can see the muscles in Gregor's arms tensing as he prepares for another attack. The word burns as I scream with terror, the thought of Gregor becoming the prey of such a disgusting creature clenching my heart. No!
Chapter 13. Gregor. No! The fear that grips my throat is like nothing I've felt before, at the sight of the beastly snake towering over Leah. Vaulting myself over a fallen tree, I let out a possessive roar. The snake hesitates and Leah's attention snaps toward me. "Gregor!" Her scream echoes out across the night once again. Eyes wide with fear, she pleads, "Run! Run away!" Of course she would want me to leave her, to stay safe. But that only makes me want to save her more. The moment I can get my hands on it, I haul the oversized reptile off the ground and send it flying into the thick trunk of a tree. I pounce on it before it can recover from the impact, throwing every ounce of strength into each blow. With one final hit, I step back and start to head toward Leah. Instead of the relief one would expect, her eyes are wide with fear. "Watch out!" I spin around and grab the snake just before it can sink its fangs into my skin. As it springs back up, ready to strike again, I hear the sounds of the others waking up. "Finally!" I grumble at the same time that Leah lets out another blood-curdling scream. "Leah, go! Get help!" Leah's movements are frantic as she scrambles to her feet and races back towards the camp. I watch her go, a mix of pride and fear swelling in my chest. She's fast, faster than I would have thought, but I know the snakes are faster still. The snake in my grasp writhes and wriggles, its scales wet with venom. I can feel its muscles coiling and uncoiling beneath my fingers, and I know that it's trying to break free. I tighten my grip, determined to keep it at bay. But as I struggle with the serpent, I catch a glimpse of movement out of the corner of my eye. It's another snake, slithering towards Leah with deadly intent as she tries to make it back to camp. "No!" I bellow, releasing my hold on the snake in my hands and lunging towards the other one. My movements are swift and precise, honed by years of hunting and fighting. But it's too late. The snake strikes, knocking her to the ground. She screams in terror, and I feel a white-hot rage surge through me. With a primal roar, I swing my fist towards the snake's head. It hisses and rears back, momentarily startled by my attack. But I know better than to let my guard down. These creatures are cunning and deadly. I use my affinity for animals to mimic the snake's hissing sounds, drawing its attention towards me. Its beady eyes lock onto mine, and I can see the hatred and hunger in them. I've faced worse than this before. "Leah, run! Get out of here!" I shout, trying to keep the panic out of my voice. But my heart is racing, and I can feel the fear coursing through me. The snakes are circling closer, their fangs bared and ready to strike. But she's not moving. She's standing there, rooted to the spot, her eyes wide with terror as she watches the snake circle around me. I can see the tremors running through her body, her muscles tense and ready to flee. "Leah, please," I say, my voice softer now. I can see the determination in her eyes, the fierce resolve that she won't leave me. "You have to go. I can handle myself, but I can't protect you if you're here." She sucks in a deep breath, her eyes never leaving mine. "I won't leave you," she says, her voice shaking. I feel a surge of pride. She's so brave, so fierce. But I can't let her put herself in harm's way. I can't bear the thought of anything happening to her. "Leah, you have to go," I say, my voice firm. I can hear the sounds of the others coming, their shouts and the clamoring of weapons. But I know that it's not enough. I need to keep the snakes focused on me, to buy her time to escape. "I'm not going to let anything happen to you," I say, my voice steady. "Now run." But instead of running, she starts shouting at the snakes, trying to get their attention. It's a risky move, but it works. The snakes turn towards her, their bodies coiled and ready to strike. I let out a roar, charging towards the snakes to draw their attention away from Leah. I swing my fists wildly, feeling the impact of each blow as they connect with the snakes' bodies. The first snake hisses and recoils, writhing in pain as I bring my fist down again and again. I can hear Leah shouting, her voice shrill and panicked. But she's not running. She's standing her ground, her arms raised and her body tense. Her eyes are fixed on the second snake, which is coiled and ready to strike. I can see the snakes hesitating, unsure of which target to attack. The first snake is writhing in pain, its body battered and broken. But the second snake is still a threat, its fangs bared and ready to strike. "Leah, what are you doing?" I shout, fear and anger coursing through me. "Get out of here!" But she meets my gaze fiercely, her eyes blazing with determination. "I'm not going to abandon you," she says. One of the snakes looks at Leah and begins to slither after her. I try to intercept it, but the other snake blocks my path. I let out a roar of frustration and swing at it, but it's too agile. It darts out of the way and strikes at me, its fangs sinking into my arm. I feel a searing pain, like a white-hot poker being driven into my flesh. My arm goes numb, and I can feel the venom coursing through my veins. But I refuse to give in. I grit my teeth and pull the snake off of me, flinging it to the ground. It writhes and hisses, its body twisting and contorting. But I'm not done with it yet. I raise a rock high, feeling the weight of it in my hand. With all the strength I can muster, I bring it down on the snake's head with a satisfying crunch. The snake's body goes limp, and it lets out a wounded cry before slithering away from me. The other snake is still after Leah. I turn to see her backing away from it, her eyes wide with terror. I charge towards them, the rock raised high above my head. I'm not going to let anything happen to her. But just as I'm about to reach them, I feel something wrap around my leg. It's the first snake, back for more. I stumble and fall to the ground, my rock slipping from my grasp. The impact jars my body, and I feel a sharp pain in my shoulder where the snake had bitten me earlier. I hear Leah scream, and I look up to see the other snake lunging towards her. "No!" I shout, my voice echoing through the forest. My heart sinks as I watch Leah running deeper into the forest, the snake in hot pursuit. The sight of her retreating form fills me with a sense of dread and helplessness. I try to stand up, but the snake wrapped around my leg is too strong. I let out a roar of frustration and anger, trying to shake it off, but it's no use. I can hear the sounds of the snakes hissing and Leah's frantic footsteps growing fainter and fainter. The forest seems to swallow them up, and I'm left alone in the darkness. I feel a surge of panic and desperation. I can't lose her, not like this. "Leah? No!" I shout, my heart pounding in my chest. "Come back!" But she doesn't listen. Instead of running towards camp, she chose to run deeper into the forest, further away from me. I feel a cold sweat break out on my forehead as I realize the gravity of the situation. If I don't do something soon, I may never see her again.
Chapter 14. Leah. Panic grips me like sharp claws, tearing at my chest with a ferocity that is both raw and feral. My heart races as I frantically search for an escape route. Thoughts swirl in my mind, a chaotic storm of fear and urgency, as I realise I must make a decision before this thing strikes. I feel the weight of time pressing down on me, urging me to act quickly before it's too late. Leah! His voice fractures in the chaos, swallowed by the thundering of my heart. I drown out the sound of his voice, running as fast as I ever have before, going deeper into the trees with the hope that I can lose the beast. My heart thuds against my ribcage, a primal drumbeat urging me to move faster and push harder. The branches snap and whip against my skin, leaving stinging slashes that I barely feel. My mind is a single note, repeating with manic intensity. Escape. The snake is an undulating force of nature, its sleek body ploughing through the underbrush with terrifying purpose. Its scales glisten with malice, capturing and reflecting the fractured moonlight as it carves a path of destruction toward me. Every movement is calculated and deadly, filling me with a primal fear that fuels my desperate need to escape. A rock formation looms ahead, jagged and ancient, a sanctuary amidst the tumult. I throw myself into its embrace, pressing tight into shadow. My breath comes in ragged gasps, but I clamp a hand over my mouth, stifling the sound. Please, don't let it see me. An agonizing eternity passes as my heart pounds like a drum, each deafening beat echoing through the heavy silence. My body is paralyzed with fear, frozen in place as the serpent's furious search brings it dangerously close to my hiding spot. I can feel every muscle in my body quivering, a silent cry of terror coursing through me. Finally, the sound of crashing recedes into the distance. I hold my breath and count the seconds, praying for safety until the last echo fades away. 20 agonizing minutes bleed away before I dare emerge, legs shaky as a newborn foal's. The wild has reclaimed its quiet, but the scars of the snake's passage mar the earth, a trail of broken foliage and churned soil. I follow, desperation gnawing at my resolve. The destruction should lead me back to Gregor, back to safety, but the forest is a maze turned malevolent. Have I passed this shattered sapling before? Is that the same copse of ferns, now trampled and forlorn? Gregor! My voice is a whisper, lost to the vastness. I stumble on, another turn, another guess. Trees blur into a smeared dark canvas of green and brown. My mind spins, hopeless, adrift. Have I been walking in circles? Every nerve in my body is on high alert as the sound of something scraping against dirt reaches my ears. My heart lurches into my throat, and I am frozen, unsure whether this will be my salvation or my damnation. Will the snake slither back towards me, its venomous fangs bared? Will it find me here, defenceless and vulnerable? The forest closes in, a living, breathing entity with shadows that clutch and grab. My breath comes out in sharp gasps, misting the air before me. Hello? The word feels like a stone thrown into a chasm, waiting for the echo that doesn't come. I wrap my arms tighter around myself. Gregor. The name is a plea, a prayer to break through the suffocating silence of endless trees. My mind races with every horror story I've ever heard about these woods. Creatures lurking just beyond sight, waiting for the unwary. And that snake. What if it turns back? What if it's hunting me now, drawn by the scent of my fear? Gregor, I call again, voice cracking. A rustle from somewhere deep within the brush sends me reeling back against a tree trunk. I press myself into the rough bark, willing it to swallow me whole. My body curls in on itself, every muscle taut as I shake like a leaf in a tempest. I can't do this. I'm not cut out for this savage dance of predator and prey. Come on, Leah, I whisper to myself, a futile attempt at bravery. Gregor wouldn't fold. His laughter would boom even in the face of danger, a beacon of strength. But I'm not him. I'm just a teacher, a woman who clings to a memory of love lost, rubbing the ring on my necklace like some kind of talisman against the world's cruelty. Please, I breathe into the hollow emptiness, my mind teetering on the brink. I can almost feel the serpent's breath, sensing its massive coils ready to strike. Every shadow is an omen, every sound a death knell. Where are you, Gregor? My voice is barely a thread of sound now, drowned out by the pounding of my own heart. This is it. The moment my story ends, not with a hero's stand, but with a whimper in the dark. My breath catches in my throat, stifled by the deafening roar of his voice that cuts through the stillness like a battle cry. Leah! Gregor's shriek echoes through the trees, sending shockwaves that make the ground tremble beneath me. It feels as though his words are physically shaking me, rattling my bones, and shattering any sense of calm I have left. Gregor! I gasp out, my throat raw from fear. Tears blur my vision as he bursts into view, an imposing figure of brute strength and wild determination. His black lion tattoo seems to roil with life on his scalp as he storms towards me. He reaches me in what feels like a heartbeat, his massive hands gently scooping me up off the forest floor. My body is trembling, exhausted from terror and relief. But in his arms, I'm anchored again. The scent of earth and sweat clings to him, a testament to his relentless search. It's a smell I've come to associate with safety. Are you okay? Did you get hurt? His gravelly voice is laced with concern, each word vibrating against my cheek as he cradles me close to his chest. I clutch at him, fingers digging into the broad expanse of his back, seeking solace in the ripple of muscle beneath rough skin. I think I'm fine, I stammer, the last of my resolve crumbling. His presence is a balm to the chaos of my mind, the steady beat of his heart promising that the nightmare might just be over. Gods, Gregor, I was so scared, I confess, allowing myself this moment of vulnerability, this small admission of my own mortality. In the face of his towering form, I allow the tears to fall freely, releasing the pent-up terror in sobs that shake my body. His warmth envelops me, a shield against the lingering shadows that claw at the edges of my thoughts. I cling desperately to Gregor's bare chest, his skin hot and coarse against mine. Every nerve in my body screams with fear and desperation as I press myself closer to him, seeking solace and safety within the walls of his body. Outside of his embrace lies the unforgiving wilderness, a merciless beast that threatens to devour me at any moment. But for now, I am protected by the solid strength of Gregor's frame, finding shelter from the storm raging outside of our embrace. I'm here, don't worry. I won't let anything hurt you. His voice rumbles through me, a deep, gravelly promise that sends shivers down my spine. It's more than words. It's a vow from a beast tamer, an orc of the burning sun clan, whose very essence commands the creatures of this earth. My heart steadies, sinking with his rhythm as if he's willing his own calm into me. My gaze lifts to meet his, and there's an understanding there, a shared recognition of the ordeal we've just endured. The fear in my eyes reflects back in his, but there's something else too, something fierce and protective. Slowly, inevitably, his head bows toward mine. Time narrows to this singular moment, the world around us fading into nothingness. And then, his lips land on mine, a touch so gentle it's at odds with the might of his form. The taste of him is intoxicating, a mix of the wild and the profoundly caring, and I lose myself in the sensation. At least, I almost do.
Chapter 15. Gregor! I can't help it. And before I know what I'm doing, my lips gently press against hers. It's a soft kiss, brief and fleeting, but the moment is undeniably intense. I clutch her tighter than I should. The fear that clawed at my gut when I thought I'd lost her still lingers, its icy fingers entwined around my heart. My lips find hers in a soft, fleeting plea for something more. "Put me down," she whispers, her voice trembling slightly. Her cheeks are flushed, and I can feel her heart pounding against my chest. I comply, setting her gently on the ground. She looks away, refusing to meet my gaze. And the bleakness that's been our lives since the world turned upside down. Sorry, I mutter, setting her on her feet. She steps back, her gaze fixed on anything but me. The space between us grows, filled with unspoken words and unease. I sigh. The sound is heavy with things I can't express. What the hell was I thinking? It's like I'm two people. One who knows we need to stay sharp and stay alive, and another who's starving for the kind of warmth only someone like Leah can offer. But neither of us is ready. We're still reeling from the world that's crumbled around us, still grappling with the day-to-day of survival. As we walk back in silence, I realize that despite the rationale that tells me not to, I've grown to like her. There's something about her that challenges me and pushes me to be better. But I'm not ready to face those feelings, not when so much is on the line. Gregor, why did you disappear in the middle of a snake attack? One of our companions calls out when they finally find us. The urgency in their voice snaps me back to reality, reminding me of the mission at hand. You handled it well enough, I reply gruffly, avoiding eye contact. Let's pack up. We need to get moving. We hastily pack up, the urgency leaving no room for dwelling on what just happened, or didn't happen. Leah avoids my eyes, and I let her, because facing whatever's brewing inside me is a battle for another day. For now we have to move to survive, to keep looking for that flicker of hope on the horizon. We hurriedly gather our belongings and leave the area, the tension between Leah and I remaining unspoken. Leaving behind the spot where reality broke through the walls I'd built, I can't shake the feeling that everything has changed. Maybe one day, when the world isn't so wild and ferocious, we can explore this new, terrifying thing between us. But today, we march forward into the unknown, side by side, yet worlds apart. The rest of the day passes like that, over ridges, through valleys, skirting the dense forest, until finally, the sun begins to set on our third day of traveling. Only now it doesn't feel like I'm traveling with Leah anymore. The sun hangs low, a smoldering orb casting an orange glow over the charred remains of what used to be. We reach the outskirts, the settlement a few kilometers in the distance, nestled like a wary animal among the ruins. We decide to camp, our figures hunched around the newly lit fire as Vala lays out the plan, her voice steady but firm. Vala's voice, firm and authoritative, slices through the air, her silhouette framed by the flames. We make camp here, she commands. It's just a few kilometers from the settlement. I nod, thoughts tumbling like dice in a gambler's hand. The tension of today's near loss coils inside me, a serpent I can't quite charm. Leah moves with grace beside me, her presence a reminder of what almost slipped through my fingers. The kiss, impulsive, fleeting, lingers on my lips. An unanswered question. Negotiations will be critical, Vala continues, her eyes scanning our motley group of orcs and humans. Her gaze lands on me, piercing. We approach them with open hands, not fists. An equal exchange. Leah's voice is soft, yet carries weight. Her back is to me a wall I'm not certain I can scale. Bartering could build bridges where demands would only burn them. Her words are a soothing balm, gently caressing the raw edges of my anxiety and bringing a sense of calmness to my mind. I find myself nodding instinctively, silently acknowledging the wisdom that dances in her gentle tones. It's the right move, a strategic decision made with careful thought and consideration. It's a far better approach than charging in with demands for loyalty or else. We are not conquerors. We are survivors, navigating through a fractured world and seeking out potential allies along the way. Dawn approaches with silent steps, and the group stirs. Vala, Leah, and two others set off, a plan etched into every stride. I don't have to follow. My role lies with the beasts. Yet something tugs at me, a primal need to protect, to keep close. I trail behind them, keeping a careful distance, my trusty hammer resting on my shoulder like a loyal companion. The guards follow suit, their presence looming over us like a protective shield, ready to strike at any sign of danger. But Leah walks confidently ahead, her silhouette a symbol of unwavering determination amidst the chaotic backdrop of a world struggling to recover. Her strides are purposeful and powerful, each step leaving an imprint on the earth as she leads us forward. The weight of responsibility rests upon her shoulders, but she carries it with grace and poise, a true leader in every sense. As we move through the land, the smell of scorched earth and lingering smoke fills our nostrils, serving as a constant reminder of the battles fought and sacrifices made. But amidst the destruction, there is also a glimmer of hope and renewal, fueling our journey towards brighter days ahead. "Be safe," I whisper to the wind, hoping it carries my plea to guard her steps to her ears. The settlement looms closer, and I tighten my grip on my weapon, prepared for whatever comes next. I crouch behind a gnarled tree, its bark rough against my palms. The distance between us is a scant comfort. Vala's back is a rigid line of authority as she leads the way, Leah at her side, with 2 other orcs flanking them like stony bookends. Their figures grow smaller as they make contact with the settlers, but with every step, they take pounds in my chest like a drumbeat. "Damn!" I mutter under my breath, scanning the horizon for any sign of threat. This land is unfamiliar, a tangled web where danger could spring forth like a venomous bloom. My grip on the hammer tightens, knuckles white, ready to swing, to crash, to protect. The guards spread out in a silent constellation, eyes sharp, hands on weapons. We are a lethal shadow trailing our emissaries, a dark promise to those who would dare cross us. A rustle, a bird taking flight from a nearby bush, sends a jolt through me, instinct screaming to lash out. "Control," I command myself, focusing on the mission, on the hope that Leah's words about peaceful bartering will ring true. "Come on, Leah," I whisper, my voice lost in the wind. "Bring us an alliance, not bloodshed."
Chapter 16. Leah. I'm gasping, the air sharp in my lungs as I watch the scene unfold with dangerous swiftness. Curses and threats slice through the tension like daggers, the human's eyes ablaze with a hatred that sears into me. "Traitor!" they scream, spittle flying, as Vala's massive form shields me, her face twisted in disgust. "Damn it!" she growls, her instincts pushing for retreat, but the ring of advancing humans is closing in fast. Vala warned me to be careful, but I ignored her and approached the group. They eyed me warily as I walked toward the settlement where my past and future collided. And now, the humans before us are coiled springs, their eyes narrow slits of suspicion, and hands twitching toward hidden weapons. "Vala," I whisper without turning my head. They're not exactly rolling out the welcome mat. I sense more than see Vala's silent nod, the thrum of tension in his massive frame an echo of my own unease. She steps forward, her voice a deep rumble that somehow carries calm. "We seek to parley with your leader." Their answer is immediate, a chorus of snarls and jeers. They don't want to talk, they want blood. Wait. My interjection slices through the building storm. Every pair of hostile eyes pivots to me. We mean no harm, we come in peace. For just a heartbeat, there's a lull, a fragile silence that promises reason. But it shatters like glass against stone when one lunges at me, blade glinting with intent. "Leah!" Gregor's bellow is a war horn, and chaos erupts. He's a towering fury, his hammer swinging with deadly precision as he interposes his bulk between me and my attackers. Vala stands next to him, a whirlwind of aged muscle and bone. Her fists are anvils, crushing human bodies. I back away, heart pounding, hand on the ring at my throat. These crazed men can't see that we're not their enemy. "Enough!" I shout, but my voice is no more than a breeze in the chaos. In the midst of battle, The word traitor pierces the air like a poisoned arrow. My heart stumbles at the accusation, and Vala's fierce stance reflects her determination to defend me. His eyes search for my reaction as he prepares to attack. "Retreat," she growls lowly, teeth bared in grim determination. Her hand grips my arm, ready to pull me back, to shield me with her own body if need be. But the tide shifts, subtly at first, as a group of humans presses through their own ranks. They wield no weapons, their hands raised in a plea for a ceasefire. Among them strides a figure that commands attention, authority etched in his bearing, clearly their leader. By his side, another form, familiar in a way that sends a jolt of recognition through me. "Martin!" The name bursts from my lips before I can even think. My pulse quickens, and for a moment, the battlefield fades away. Martin, with his crooked smile and years of memories, etched between us. He steps forward, his expression tumultuous. There's joy there, but it's shadowed by something else. Something that keeps his gaze lowered, unwilling or unable to meet my eyes. "Leah," he says, and the sound of my name in his voice is a balm. I didn't think I'd see you again." "Me neither." My heart swells, relief flooding through me like a river breaking its banks. I turn to Vala, my eyes wide with sudden hope. "See? It's going to be okay." Vala's grunt is non-committal, her eyes still scanning the surroundings for hidden threats, but she loosens her grip on my arm. For a fleeting second, I see the concern etched into the lines of her weathered face, an unspoken worry that this reunion may not spell the end of our troubles. "Okay," she concedes, though every fibre of her stance remains coiled and tense. "For now, we hold. And for now, that has to be enough. With Martin here, I dare to believe that perhaps there's still a chance for understanding, for peace. Maybe, just maybe, we can bridge the chasm between our worlds." I can't help but feel the weight of the other man's gaze as he steps forward, a mantle of authority draped around his shoulders. His eyes, weary yet commanding, lock onto mine. "Leah," he begins, and I'm struck by the earnestness in his voice. "I am Victor, the leader here. We owe you an apology." "An apology won't soothe the seething," Vala grumbles beside me, but there's a silent question in her eyes. She wants to believe this can work. "Martin vouched for you," Victor continues, ignoring Vala's interjection, "and for that reason we're willing to negotiate." My heart leaps at this sliver of hope, but it's quickly tempered by his next words. "Our people are not ready to see orcs within our walls. It would cause panic. But you, Leah, you may come inside if you wish. Your presence could reassure them." Excitement fizzes through my veins, so potent it's almost like a drug. I want to rush forward to end this senseless divide. But Vala's hand clamps down on my shoulder, a firm, grounding pressure. "Not so fast," she warns, her deep voice laced with caution. "It reeks of a trap." "Vala, I understand your concern," I say, trying to temper my eagerness with wisdom. "But I know Martin. He wouldn't—" "Remember where trust has led us before," she cuts in sharply. We retreat to our camp, the undercurrent of tension following us like a stubborn shadow. Gregor's imposing figure looms over me, his lion tattoo seeming to snarl in the fading light. "You tread on thin ice, Leah," he rumbles, his hammer swinging idly by his side. "Don't let your heart lead you into the jaws of a beast." "Gregor, I appreciate your worry," I reply, tapping my finger against my thigh in thought, the familiar motion grounding me. "But I have to do this. For peace. For all of us." "Peace is a dream many have died for," Vala says darkly. "Just be careful." "Trust me, I will," I assure them, rubbing the ring around my neck, a loop of metal that feels more like a talisman now. I'll go inside, show them we mean no harm. That has to count for something. Let's hope it does, Vala murmurs, her eyes never leaving the settlement in the distance, as if willing it to reveal its secrets. Hope, I echo. And for a moment, despite the fear gnawing at my insides, it's enough to keep me moving forward. I square my shoulders, feeling Vala's gaze burn into me like the midday sun. Leah, your heart is brave, but do not let it blind you, she warns, her deep voice laced with an edge that slices through the thick air between us. Bravery has nothing to do with it, I shoot back, even as my fingers betray me, tracing the contours of the ring-turned pendant. This is about making things right. Remember, humans can be more treacherous than a starved warg, Gregor adds, his gravelly tone rumbling like distant thunder. His hammer swings in a tight arc, a physical echo of his disapproval. This is our only path to peace, I counter, feeling the weight of their concerns and the gravity of my decision. My heart pounds against my ribs, a relentless drum urging me forward. We stride back to the edge of the settlement, a motley crew of orcs and humans, tension coiling around us like a viper ready to strike. Victor's group awaits, their silhouettes stark against the backdrop of makeshift dwellings cobbled together from the ruins of the old world. Are you certain? Vala's eyes seek mine one last time, searching for a flicker of doubt. Absolutely. My reply is a shard of ice in the sweltering heat. Then go, show them what being human really means, she says, resignation heavy in her voice. I nod and break away from my companions, crossing the invisible line that separates us from them. The settlers' eyes follow me, wide and wary, as I step into their midst. Welcome, Leah. Victor greets me, a forced smile not quite reaching his eyes. Your presence here will ease many fears. Let's hope so, I respond, my voice steady despite the tumult inside me. The air buzzes with whispered speculations and veiled hostility, yet I walk on, my every step a declaration. I am not your enemy. Martin? I call out, seeking the familiar face in the sea of strangers. Here, he responds, his voice a ghost of our shared past. Lead the way, I say, determination fueling my resolve as I follow him deeper into the heart of the settlement, leaving behind the safety of my orc allies for the uncertain welcome of my own kind.
Chapter 17, Gregor. As I sit alone by the flickering fire, the shadows dancing around me like spirits whispering secrets, a sense of unease settled deep in my bones. The crackling flames fail to warm the chill that crept into my heart, and I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss. My mind keeps drifting to Leah, her unwavering trust in the strangers gnawing at me like a hungry beast. With a heavy sigh, I rise from my makeshift seat on a fallen log and make my way through the dimly lit camp. The scent of pine and smoke mingle in the air, creating an eerie atmosphere that only adds to my growing apprehension. Vala's tent stands tall and proud at the edge of our temporary settlement, its fabric fluttering lightly in the cool night breeze. I push aside the flap and step inside, my eyes immediately seeking out Vala's form illuminated by the soft glow of a lantern. I hesitate for a moment, unsure how to voice my concerns without sounding paranoid. But then, with a determined gaze, I meet Vala's steady stare. I can't shake this feeling that something isn't right, I confess, the words heavy on my tongue. Leah! She trusts them too easily. It doesn't sit well with me. What makes you say this? Vala asks. They were very aggressive earlier, and suddenly they're friendly, I mutter. Gregor, you're too tense, she replies, her voice a steady hum that barely soothes the thrumming of blood in my ears. But I understand your concern. I feel the same. Then we must do something, I urge her. Trust Leah. She's with them now. She knows what she's doing. I snort, a mirthless puff of air that does nothing to dispel the gnawing in my gut. Trust can be a deadly blind spot. You know that. The words taste like ash as I spit them out, laced with an instinctual fear that something's amiss. Tread carefully, Gregor, Vala advises me, her eyes narrowing into slits that mirror my own determination. Only if I have to, I state and leave. Walking into the night air, I realize I can't just stand around. The night air clings to my skin like a lover's touch as I make my way through the dense forest surrounding the human camp. Twisted branches reach out like skeletal fingers, shrouded in a canopy of leaves that whispers secrets carried on the wind. Every step I take feels like an echo in the darkness. My senses heighten to the rustle of unseen creatures and the distant hoot of an owl. Moonlight filters through the thick foliage, casting silver patterns on the forest floor as I navigate my way toward the flickering glow of the campfire. As I draw closer, the scent of wood smoke mingles with the sharp tang of metal, creating a discordant symphony that sets my nerves on edge. With careful steps, I climb atop a boulder, its surface coated in velvety moss. From my vantage point, I have a perfect view of the human camp below. The dancing shadows cast by the flickering fire are like ethereal phantoms swirling and shifting in the depths of the night. Their movements are hypnotic, drawing me in as I watch from above. My eyes scan the camp, searching for any sign of Leah amidst the unfamiliar faces. The strangers move with a practiced ease that speaks of camaraderie and shared purpose, but my instincts scream warnings in the dark recesses of my mind. Leah is nowhere to be seen. The heavy weight of time seems to crawl by on its hands and knees, each passing second a laborious effort. As I maintain my vigilant watch, the desolate settlement in front of me looms like a hollowed-out husk devoid of any signs of life. The air is thick with a palpable sense of suspicion, and the circling crows above only add to the eerie atmosphere. My eyes, sharpened by years of taming wild beasts, are on high alert for any movement or disturbance. Then I see it, a door barely creaking open, a shadowy figure slithering through the cracks like elusive smoke. My muscles involuntarily tense as the person's form materializes from the camp. Their skin is an ethereal pale, almost glowing under the moon's faint light. Every movement they make radiates nervous energy like a caged animal desperately trying to escape. I methodically roll my shoulders, loosening the knots of tension that have built up from sitting. The breeze playfully dances with the dust particles around me, carrying the scent of fear and sweat to my keen senses. With each calculated step, I stalk this stranger to find out exactly what they are up to. They glance over their shoulder with unease before picking up their pace as if frightened of being seen leaving their own camp. My sturdy boots glide smoothly over the damp, leaf-strewn forest floor, my steps carefully placed to avoid even the slightest crackle of twigs or rustle of leaves that could betray my presence. The stranger ahead of me appears unfazed by my silent pursuit, their movements quick and anxious as they forge ahead toward my camp. Every few moments they glance over their shoulder with a tense flicker in their eyes, as though sensing danger lurking behind them. The forest seems to hold its breath, a living entity observing the unfolding drama in reverent silence. As I draw closer to the stranger, I can hear the ragged cadence of their breaths, the rapid drumming of their heart betraying their fear. I focus all my senses on tracking them, honing in on every minute detail, the soft brush of fabric against undergrowth, the erratic beat of their pulse, the faint scent of sweat and desperation that hangs in the air like a shroud. My muscles coil with tension, ready to pounce at a moment's notice. The stranger's eyes dart back once more, a flicker of fear and panic crossing their face as they quicken their pace. I match their speed with effortless strides, closing the distance between us with the grace of a predator stalking its prey. My mind races with questions. What could drive this lone figure toward our camp in such a state of distress? The wind carries the stranger's desperate breaths, and I can see their trembling hands and disheveled appearance, causing my own heart to beat faster with anticipation and concern. As we near each other, I am filled with a mixture of curiosity and caution, wondering what unknown danger may be lurking just beyond our campsite. The forest enfolds us in its embrace, a silent witness to our clandestine dance through the shadows. The stranger moves with urgency now, their movements growing more desperate as they near the outskirts of my camp. I can see the flickering glow of our campfire. With a surge of adrenaline, I increase my pace and use the dense foliage of the trees to gain an advantage over the stranger. My heart beats in my chest, a fierce drum urging me forward. With precise movements, I position myself just ahead of them, ready to spring into action like a phantom materialized from the shadows. My massive frame, rippling with muscle and power, stands as an unbreakable wall, barring their path with unwavering determination. Each breath I take is heavy, filling the air with a fierce energy that pulsates around me like a force field. My very presence commands attention and respect, daring anyone to challenge my strength. Nothing can penetrate this impenetrable barrier, for I am a formidable force to be reckoned with. "Where do you think you're going?" I demand, my voice booming across the space between us. The stranger halts, their eyes wide with shock. "Talk!" My command slices through the night, echoing off the empty buildings that stand as mute witnesses to this midnight confrontation. "What's your game? Sneaking toward my camp like some treacherous rat?" I'm a storm of suspicion and protective rage, every scar on my body a testament to battles won. They'll spill their guts, one way or another. My chest heaves, a furnace of anger stoked with every labored breath. "Start talking!" I growl, my words knifing through the chill air. This stranger's presence is a threat, a poison creeping toward the heart of my clan. "Please!" The pale figure before me chokes on their plea, fear etched in the lines of their face. They gaze up at my towering form, a rabbit cornered by a wolf. "Please? That's all you've got?" I bark out a bitter laugh, the sound sharp as shattered glass. "You slink out of your settlement with the stealth of a thief towards ours and expect me to play nice?" I step closer, the ground trembling beneath me. My shadow looms over them, a dark promise of violence. "What are you after?" The stranger's mouth opens and closes, words failing them. Their eyes dart left and right, seeking an escape that doesn't exist. I'm a wall of muscle and malice, and there's no way around me. "Listen, please," they sputter, their voices sweet but laced with desperation. "We need help. Your help." In a world of elves, demons, and liches.
What would you choose?
Power?
Or passion?
Would you stab the monster in the back?
Or take him to bed?
The Immersive Fantasy Audiobook bundle has it all.
Go to worldsofprathika.com to get access.
Use code YouTube30 to get an additional 30% off.
Prathika's magic is eternal. Audio bundles will make it immersive. Chapter 18. Leah. Come in. Come in. Stepping into the room, I am immediately enveloped in a wave of heavenly smells. The savoury scent of succulent roasted meat dances in the air, accompanied by the intoxicating aroma of fragrant spices. My stomach growls in anticipation as my senses are overwhelmed by the tantalising spread before me. It has been days since I've had a proper meal, and this feast fit for a king is like a mirage in the desert, teasing and tempting me with every passing second. The table is overflowing with dishes of all colours and flavours, each one more enticing than the last. My mouth waters uncontrollably as I take in the sight and smell of this delicious bounty before me. My eyes greedily scan the table, eagerly consuming every tempting dish that begs to be devoured. Each plate holds a vibrant display of colours and flavours, enticing my taste buds with their savoury aromas. But amidst the feast, a nagging worry tugs at the back of my mind. Where could Martin have gone? Yet for now, the distraction of this delectable spread is enough to momentarily quiet my fears and concerns for his well-being. Is Martin not joining us? I ask Victor. But he just smiles, a flash of rotting teeth that doesn't quite reach his cold, calculating eyes. He moves with purpose, scooping ladles full of thick, steaming stew into a bowl and pushing it toward me with an insistence that borders on forceful. The rich aroma of the hearty stew envelops my senses, a blend of savoury meats and earthy vegetables that makes my stomach growl in anticipation. The succulent chunks of tender meat and vibrant, crisp vegetables beckon to me from the rising steam. The aroma of savoury broth fills my nostrils, making my stomach growl in anticipation. "Eat, Leah. You must be famished," he says with genuine concern, his words dripping with care. But as I look at him, I can't help but sense a hint of something else behind his charming smile. Something calculating and guarded. It's enough to make me hesitate. The gnawing concern twists and turns within my gut, persistent and unrelenting like the hunger pangs in my stomach. The eerie stillness of the settlement presses down on me, suffocating and heavy like a thick blanket. It conceals the truth, leaving me with a sense of unease and dread that prickles at my skin. The only sounds are the faint rustle of leaves and the distant hooting of an owl, adding to the ominous atmosphere. "Where are the others?" I inquire, hoping for some thread of familiarity in this unsettling place. "Leah, what we have built here is more than just a collection of dwellings. It's a haven for people, a place where they can finally live their lives in peace and freedom after years of struggle and hardship. Of course, there are rules that must be followed, but humans need structure to thrive, and sometimes a firm hand when necessary," Victor replies smoothly, his voice laced with subtle authority. He rises gracefully from his chair, his movements fluid and calculated. With measured steps, he circles the table until he stands behind my chair, his presence looming over me. His hand lands on my shoulder, giving it a comforting squeeze that sends a shiver down my spine. Despite his attempt at reassurance, I can't shake off the unease that settles in my stomach. "They may fear strangers, but it is only natural. Strangers bring their strange ways with them," he says in a smooth, confident voice. But as he speaks, I can't help but feel like he is hiding something beneath his calm demeanour. "Let me speak to them," I insist, but he only shakes his head. "Later. Eat now," Victor says as he sits back down. My stomach growls hungrily, a loud rumble that echoes through the quiet room. My eyes are fixed on the steaming bowl in front of me, the tantalizing aroma of rich food wafting into my nostrils and filling me with longing. I can practically taste the savoury broth and tender chunks of meat, but my determination to resist only grows stronger. I know that giving in now would be a fatal mistake, like a tempting siren leading me to my downfall. My mouth waters uncontrollably as I try to resist the alluring scent of this forbidden meal. The comfort of food may provide temporary relief, but at what cost? My survival instincts kick in, reminding me to stay strong and vigilant in this dangerous world. "Leah, you must try this," Victor urges with an almost manic gleam in his eyes, sliding the plate closer to me. "Nothing like what you've had during your travels." I reach out, my fingers brushing the warm ceramic, but something holds me back. The odd shine in Victor's eye, the too eager lilt in his voice. It's not right. "You belong here, Leah, with us. It's unnatural for us humans to mix with beasts," he urges, his voice rising with excitement that sends alarm bells ringing in my head. "I believe it is possible, Victor," I reply, watching his face closely. "Belief is just a state of mind, and minds can be changed, even damaged ones," Victor says. "You didn't answer my question about Martin." I push him. "Martin's busy, Leah. Everyone here has their duties." His voice is too light, like he's brushing away cobwebs instead of my concern. "Busy with what?" I reply. "Later," he deflects. "Now, eat, woman, eat." My voice sharpens. "I need to see him, Victor." "Enough," Victor hisses. The harshness of his voice frightens me. I am confused as to what is going on. A sudden surge of panic grips my insides, causing my chest to heave and my breath to come in short gasps. I feel overwhelmed as if the weight of the world is pressing down on me and I can't escape. Every thought is muddled and chaotic, my mind struggling to find clarity amidst the chaos. I have to leave now. I stand up. Victor immediately jumps up and bangs the table. Not without my permission, hussy, Victor spits. Victor, what's going on? I ask, my voice trembling. Victor leaps forward, grabbing my arm. You must join us. Leah, make right the wrongs you have done, Victor shouts. The room seems to close in around me, the air thickening with tension and fear. Victor's grip on my arm is like a vice, his fingers digging into my flesh with a strength that belies his seemingly gentle demeanour. My mind races as I try to make sense of the situation, to understand why this man who welcomed me so warmly now exudes such malice. I wrench my arm away from Victor's grasp, the sharp pain shooting up my limb, fueling my defiance. Let me go, I demand, my voice trembling but firm. Victor's features contort with rage, his once welcoming expression twisted into a mask of hatred. You filthy orc idiot, you are nothing but a hussy, he spits, his words dripping with venom. His words slap me harder than any physical blow could. Orc hussy, traitor. My mind reels, trying to make sense of his venomous outburst. Where did this hatred come from? My eyes dart around the room for any sign of escape. But Victor blocks my path, his form imposing and menacing. If you won't join us, you should be purged from this world, he growls, with a predatory gleam in his eye. Panic claws at my throat, its icy grip tightening with each heartbeat. My breath comes in ragged gasps as I search for a way out of this nightmare. But as Victor's hand reaches out to grab me once more, I know that I must fight back or succumb to the darkness closing. Stay away from me! I shout each word, echoing my rising panic. Victor's features twist into a snarl, his voice cracking like a whip as he declares with conviction. This is where you belong among us. The intensity of his words reverberates through the air, stirring up a sense of belonging and purpose. His eyes burn with determination as he gazes at me, willing me to see his version of the truth and join his ranks. I stagger back, putting space between us. My hand instinctively goes to the pendant at my neck, seeking the cool touch of the ring that once symbolized love and now serves as a cold comfort. I need to think of a plan, but there's no time. The danger is here now, threatening to consume me. I'm reeling, gasping for air that won't come. Victor's cackling bounces around the inside of my skull, a sickening soundtrack to the terror that claws at my insides. What the hell is going on? My chest tightens with every rapid heartbeat, panic sinking its vicious teeth deeper. Victor's eyes are black with anger as he starts to move slowly toward me. I stagger backward still, each step faltering as I struggle to make sense of the betrayal. Victor, the man who was supposed to be an ally, he's unhinged, dangerous, and I'm trapped here with him, alone, uncertain, and so damn scared.
Chapter 19. Gregor. The fact that this is a friend of Leah's, someone she trusts, is the only reason this wretch isn't lying on the ground in some heap. He's in my sights now, though, and I have no intention of releasing him from my grasp until I get some answers. Lashing out, I take a firm hold of his collar, hefting up this weasel of a man, and drag him into my space. Where is Leah? I growl menacingly. What is going on in this damned place? Shh, please. Keep your voice down. The smaller man whimpers, clutching desperately at my wrist. This settlement isn't what you think it is. You're all in terrible danger. I give him a hard stare. Meanwhile, the wheels in my mind are spinning out in a panic. Setting him down, I go to unsheath my hammer. Head back, Martin. I'll go find Leah myself. No, you can't. Now he's grasping feebly at me. His hushed exclamations grate my nerves, especially when I consider the danger of Leah's absence. You'll only make things worse. Explain yourself then now. Snapping, I'm unafraid to use some intimidation in my inflection. As anticipated, Martin caves like a house of cards. Not to judge Leah's friend too harshly, but my son has more of a backbone than this man. That doesn't matter right now, though, so long as he tells me what I need to know. If Leah is in trouble, then I've got to get her back somehow, regardless of the cost. Here, they despise the presence of other races and revile those that sympathize with them. I thought some people in the old camp were bad, but these guys take xenophobia to a whole new level. He casts his eyes downward as he tells me this, but I have no time for pity. That's why you can't go back. If they catch you, they'll torture you and they'll do worse to her. I only came to warn you because she said you were her friend, he explains. Then what do you expect me to do? Jerking angrily, I try to throw the puny male off my arm, but his latch is persistent. Growling, I change tactics, and using my strength, I swing him out in front. His momentum throws him forward off balance, and I use that advantage to hoist him back into my grip, knocking him up against the nearest tree. Martin cowers as I get in his face, leaving no room for him to escape. As a friend, would you really have me turn tail and run out on someone who means something to both of us? Stand down, beast tamer. A clear voice sounds behind me, cutting through the darkness of my thoughts. Calm yourself, Gregor. This isn't the way we save Leah. Then what would you suggest? I grumble. Because this one, I jerk my head towards Martin, doesn't seem to have any bright ideas. So I see, Vala replies wryly, stepping out from the shadows behind me. She reaches out and places a gentle hand on mine, silently encouraging diplomacy. Maybe he can still be useful, and hasn't he been helpful already, warning us about our apparent enemies? You heard all that, huh? Releasing Martin, I rub at the scruff on my chin. I feel powerless and frustrated. Well, I probably haven't heard everything, nor have you. Isn't that right, Martin? Vala rounds on the runty human, sharpening her laser focus on him. He flinches under Vala's piercing stare. You don't want to go back to the settlement. Trust me, I don't even want to go back there. He shudders. All right then, why don't you tell us all about it? Vala's demeanor shifts into something more approachable, and Martin hesitantly moves forward, casting me another baleful glance as he does so. Speak, Martin. Why are you so convinced there's danger for us here? You're part of the Burning Sun, right? That big, inclusive clan? At my nod, he continues. Then this camp considers you an enemy. They took us in because we're human, so I thought they would be merciful to Leah. When it comes to Orc sympathizers, though, I don't think they're capable of mercy. If they found out I helped you all, it would be the same punishment for me. He shudders, despite the mild climate. This punishment, what exactly are we talking about? I ask, already uneasy. What Martin describes next confirms this nightmare only gets worse. Those who are tried are forced to participate in the punishment lottery. It's a sick game where the leaders randomly choose your manner of death, as conceived by the citizens, he informs. That seems cruel. Vala frowns in dismay. Even by human standards. No, that's not the worst of it. Martin swallows thickly, practically choking on his own fear. The worst is the feast that comes after, when everyone celebrates because it's the only time they serve fresh meat, no jerky or byproduct. Looking at each other, Vala and I share a moment of terrible comprehension. We slow to a dead stop, halting in the center of our base as the horrifying realization washes over us. I had heard rumors that some settlements resorted to practices like cannibalism, but I've never confronted it personally. Vala whispers, aghast. I've never been in the tack room, so I can't be sure, but I've also heard things. Martin is openly crying now. I skip all the meals that don't have a plant-based protein. Not the way I would recommend converting to vegetarianism if I had a choice. Why didn't you say anything about this sooner? I roar, mind falling apart at the fate hanging over my Leah. Rage so terrible it burns cold, courses through my bones as I sling my warhammer, already barreling back toward the human settlement. I've already wasted too much time listening to that pathetic male, when I should have made rescuing Leah my main priority. It's a mistake I intend to rectify, regardless of the mission or who gets in my way. There are some guards who try to check my arrival, but I easily reward them with a beatdown for their efforts, without even breaking a sweat. However, it doesn't matter because, as I turn, I'm met with the camp leaders at the threshold. Consisting of a small group of differently aged men and one woman, they cast their eyes down on me, as if the fact that we occupy the same space is an anathema to their existence. Victor, the leader, is standing beside this woman, who I assume belongs to him. Together, they have the bearing of victory, of someone whose trap has been sprung successfully. Considering these are the people that have taken the woman I've claimed, I distantly feel as if they should be more afraid of me, but even that is buried under layers of wrath. The woman stares at me haughtily, with her cold, dead eyes. So, are you the new man Leah's taking for a ride? Confusion momentarily breaks through my fog of rage. What are you talking about? What have you done with Leah? Nothing yet, she sneers with a gesture. You seem so concerned for your companion. Are you the substitution, then? A new lover to replace the old one? Whatever game this witch is playing, I won't stand for it. Yet even as she speaks, flashes of moments between Leah and I run through my mind as I recall the cloud of tragedy that seemed to follow her, her mysterious and unknown loss. In my growing silence, the wild-haired woman fills in the blanks. I see, she never told you she was married. I guess it's bad pillow talk to tell her rebound about the love and life she had before she climbed into bed with you. Although you should be thanking me, she spits. If I hadn't killed her husband, she wouldn't have spread her legs for you. The depth of Leah's loss registers, causing my eyes to widen in realization. The villainous woman throws back her head and laughs, posturing fondly around her own lover. Victor smiles indulgently, and I growl threateningly in response. For the last time, bring me Leah! I demand loudly and hotly, because if they've come close to what Martin described, I'll make sure all their heads roll. Perhaps I'll start with this woman. You'll see her soon enough, she answers, tilting her head. Here we go. A group of armed women come trudging past, hauling an oddly shaped burden. As I look, I see the form is actually Leah, bound and unconscious. She is drawn, pasty-looking and hanging limply between them, muscles and features slack and ashen. Snarling at the sight, I bare my fangs at the group at the entrance. The armed women stroll through casually, dragging their possession past. My enraged roar falls on deaf ears, and the woman in front of me only laughs maniacally in response. Leah! I scream, hoping my voice can somehow penetrate the stupor they've put her under. What have you done to her? Why can't you tell? She's our pretty little hostage, this hateful witch answers, sneering maliciously through her cackle. Chapter 20. Gregor, who are you people, and what do you want? My tone is terse, and I shift defensively, already moving into a fighting stance. The group continues to glare haughtily at me, like a dog that needs to be brought under their heel. I glare unmoving in return, even as the guards hoist Leah off to another area of the settlement. Although I couldn't get a good look at my sweet teacher around her captors, what I saw was concerning. What have you done to her? I growl dangerously as my hammer remains drawn and poised. The couple at the center of the group stare down at me with open hostility, more in displeasure rather than fear. My hands itch to change that. My focus is so honed in on the cabal in front of me, I barely notice the arrival of my companions, who move naturally to flank me. All at least besides Martin, who hovers closely in the protected space between Vala and me. They all otherwise have their weapons drawn, yet the woman and Victor shift their glare to Martin. Vala barely has enough time to ask me what happened, before she also spots the guards carting Leah away. Her stare swings to point at the other humans, and her scowl deepens. You need to release our people, she commands. Before this escalates further, rest assured you won't like the consequences otherwise. We don't leave our people behind, and we take threats seriously. Hand over that traitorous dog! The wild-haired woman spits in return, snarling in Martin's direction. Our esteemed leader has deemed both your old companion and your new one worthy of punishment. And you know what that means, don't you, Martin? Shut your mouth, you toxic hag, before I shut it for you. I threaten unabashedly. This farce is finished and diplomacy is dead. Martin trembles harder, quaking in fear as he tucks his body further back into a more protected stance. I take a long, hard look at the leaders of this twisted operation, their hatred unmasked and exposed. These monsters don't scare me despite their human appearance, even when they shift their dead-eyed focus onto me. While the others have slunk back, the crazy power couple remains center stage in what's turning into a nightmarish display of dominance. Victor stands proudly, yet somehow putrid, and he presents himself with the confidence of someone who is master of his domain. Then there's her, the kind of female that might have been attractive once, but the unhinged quality to her expression makes her now appear more feral. The esteemed leader raises his hands in a calming manner, intending to soothe all those in the vicinity. Now, there's no need for us to behave like savages, he intones, with an eyebrow raised in my direction. They both showcase themselves with an eerie calm as the masterminds of this twisted circus, and their extreme confidence is unsettling. I start to empathize with why Martin is so terrified of these two and what they are capable of. As you can see, you've outstayed your welcome, Victor justifies. So why don't you leave this upstanding citizen here with his own kind before the situation gets out of hand? Or you could just all surrender, the woman suggests nastily. Know your place and submit yourselves to our laws. Please don't hand me over, Martin whimpers fervently behind my back. Oh, I knew we would be killed for helping you. They're going to murder us both for being sympathizers. Then they'll eat us. Your lack of faith is great for morale, I mutter, flexing my fists around my warhammer. Is there anything useful you can tell me? In the darkest corners of my vision, I see creeping movements slink forward from within the shadows and grin internally. My brothers and sisters in arms are approaching, and will soon be in position to join the fray. Hopefully, that means I won't have to deal with this nonsense much longer, and I can focus on the task of rescuing Leah. I can tell you that if you don't save us soon enough, we'll both be dead. Martin snaps at my shoulder. Leah is probably already poisoned, and if they get a hold of me, they'll tear me limb from limb. Icy weights seem to close around my heart, crushing the organ under immense pressure. For a moment, it's difficult to breathe, as my world suddenly tilts on its axis. You think Leah's been poisoned? Most likely, Martin confirms at my back. That one, he nudges toward the woman. Poison is how she likes to take her prey down. If Leah is sick, then she'll be the one with the antidote. Cursing under my breath, I shift comfortably in my stance. Recalling how pale Leah looked when they dragged her away, I know that Martin is telling the truth, just like I know I've got a real problem on my hands. Everyone, stand down. Even the shadows within the shadows halt as I step forward, locking into an unbreaking stare with the couple. Victor glares at me with a level of malevolence in his gaze that I have rarely seen from a human, but it is the woman with the cracked smile and the victorious posture that has me the most concerned. Fala shoots me a questioning look, but I shake my head minutely. With Leah's life in the balance, I can't afford to be reckless, which means turning back to these insane lovers. Why did you take our companion? Because she is tainted. Their leader supplies. Her spirit must be purified, lest she spread her corruption, influencing others here. Camille here spoke to me of your companion's tainted sympathies, long ingrained before she even came to you. Camille? I questioned suspiciously. I'm Camille, the rabid-looking woman introduces herself. As you may have guessed, Leah and I knew each other from before. Why, we were even best friends back in the day. I suspect everything that comes out of this woman's mouth, even if what she says appears to be true. She continues to ramble, while the others wait expectantly for action. Sadly, over time, Leah became obsessed with the idea of living in harmony with your kind. As if your kind even knows what the word harmony means. She poisoned her husband into speaking up for you beasts, so I poisoned her in return for her sins. It's taking everything in me not to wipe that prideful grin off of Camille's smug face, but that won't help Leah right now. Please let us have the antidote and let us go. We'll take our friend and we won't bother you ever again. I wish it were that simple, but you've threatened us, freak, and we don't appreciate that, she gloats. As for Leah, she will get everything she deserves. Lady, you can't even begin to know what me threatening you looks like. I start forward, hammer ready, with Martin and Vala close at my heels. Camille is quicker to react, however, and with frightening calm, pulls a few dark leaves from inside her robe. Pressing them to her lips, she stops us once again with her announcement. Not so hasty, not if you want an antidote for your friend. These leaves are what I used to poison her, she taunts, licking the herbs disturbingly as we still again. All I need to do is tip my head back, and this poison works just as well on me as it has her, so not another step forward. If I die, you'll lose your only chance for the antidote, and I'll get to take Leah to hell with me in the process. Martin gives another pathetic whine behind me, and for once I agree with him. Everything about this situation has gone from bad to worse, and I don't see a practical way out of this for everybody. Our tenuous alliance talks have been revealed to be a facade for a carefully constructed trap, and my options for solutions are limited, especially ones that don't involve sacrificing either Martin or Leah or both. Yet I know resolutely that I cannot leave anybody behind. Just as I know the two hunters in front of me will not let their prey go now that they have some in their sights. What do you want? I growl. The demented couple snickers triumphantly, exchanging a look. Their dynamic sickens me. I can't care about that anymore. Saving Leah and the group, those are the only things I can think about right now. What we want is for you all to obey, Camille drawls, turning back to look down on me. Understand us, Orc, because we give the orders from now on, not you. If you want any chance of seeing your lady love alive, then you will surrender yourself to us. How dare you? Vala shouts out, rattling her weapons. Her defense is admirable, but I only have Camille's words ringing in my ears. Something in me cracks, shattering at the prospect of losing Leah. My friends, my family. Sheathing my weapon, I step forward once again, only this time in supplication. Glancing at Vala, I give another headshake, letting her see that we can't win this situation viably, defeat bearing down on me. Please, just let us see Leah.
Chapter 21. Leah. As I begin to stir, the world tries to blearily come into focus. I groggily start to register reality as I come into consciousness, with nothing but a throbbing, locking pain throughout my body to greet me. Through the haze and the headache, I try to test my responses and get a better handle on my surroundings, both attempts that fall sadly short. What happened? I question dully, as I make another attempt to move my limbs. Everything feels heavy and detached, yet prickling. Heated needles seem to dance under my skin. Despite the lack of awareness, I'm able to come to the conclusion that not only have I been drugged, I've been dragged as well. What is going on? The last thing I remember is eating dinner, and then there was that weird conversation with Victor. Memories, unpleasant and disconcerting, start to seep in. I jerk upward, or at least try to, finding that whatever they put in my food is still working its way through my system. Even untied, I barely have the strength to raise my head. From this point of view, I can just make out that I've been brought to someone's tent, with a cot and a small desk, disorganised with vials and random concoctions strewn about. Here, the air is dank. There's only the barest sliver of sunlight. The ground and floors are forever saturated by darkened stains. There is a rotten smell that lingers in here, and I wonder what sort of strange things take place here. Knowing how or why I became a prisoner matters little right now, though, not when my first priority is to find and warn the others. Burning Sun may have been looking for allies, but they will find no friends here in this camp. The universe only seems to prove my point a moment later, when the entrance parts to reveal a statuesque woman. If it weren't for the drugs in my system, I would have fallen over at the sight of her familiar face. Once considered attractive, she now has a manic, almost possessed look to her features. This one woman I never thought I'd see again. Camille, I acknowledge on a rash exhale. It's been a while. It could have been a lifetime, and it wouldn't have been long enough. Small world, isn't it, Leah? Camille looks down on me while toying absently with a lock of hair. The giggle she slips is a noise I once thought sounded innocent, but is now the stuff of nightmares. What are you doing here, Camille? I groan, struggling to regain focus. The pain only seems to be increasing, with the burning needle sensation now morphing into fire ants burrowing into my veins. It's making the terrors of my past converge onto my present reality. Her voice still echoes through my dreams, ordering fire, while Michael's motionless gaze sits in a widening pool of blood. So much blood and fire. I thought you'd be off somewhere, burning down another part of the world. Ah, the sins of impurity shall be purged by fire. She sighs happily, and does a girlish twirl around me. I may be mostly paralysed still, but that doesn't prevent me from spitting at her feet. Hock it somewhere else, hypocrite. I groan, leaning back heavily but upright. Taking a quick look around reveals to me a small nightstand with a lantern and a few more miscellaneous vials. I've known you for a long time, Camille, and I never bought your faith for humanity. You care about controlling others, not saving them. Camille sidesteps me easily, then nonchalantly backhands me soundly, the neutral expression on her face unchanging. You always were a mouthy one, weren't you? Sweet Leah, always with something to say. But I sure wish my poison would work faster on your blabbermouth. Using the distraction of her spinning away from me, I have just enough faculties to palm some of the smaller bottles. I would tell you to go to hell, but obviously you can't be burned by fire. Not the flame of righteousness, she returns, smiling maliciously. Her response causes me to stare in open shock. Do you really think that killing Michael qualifies you as righteous? That by murdering my husband, you made the world a better place? Without even waiting for her answer, I start pelting her with her own belongings. You killed him! She bursts out, hurriedly dodging my makeshift missiles. With your values on inclusion and your ideas on integration, you killed him with your taint and corruption. Some powders hit the wall and ground with a puff, while something that might have been perfume ends up shattering on a support beam. Camille sails past my mishandled aim, swiftly overcoming my rebellion as my small wellspring of strength gives out, and I collapse back onto the cot. Striking out like a snake, she yanks violently at my hair. I pull against her grip, fighting an uphill battle of my will versus her own force. Pain rips through my skull as she drags me by my roots, jerking me roughly along whenever I flail weakly. Barely seeing anything beyond the hatred I have for this woman, I'm momentarily surprised when I register that she's dragged me outside. There is enough for me to register the change of scenery, and then my eyes spot a huddled mass, bloodied and bruised at the base of a prisoner pole. The sight of a beaten man is not new to me, unfortunately, but it's the familiar lion tattoo stamped across his hued crown that has me crying out brokenly. Gregor! My scream barely sounds in the empty space, yet it's enough to have Camille cackling. Uncaring, I stumble forward to reach my orc companion, tripping in my haste, as pain lances through my limbs with each movement. Falling down, I hit the dirt hard, and it feels like I fell off a cliff. Seriously, what did they give me? I wonder as I try to crawl forward, impeded by my enemy kicking dirt in my face. Why have you done all of this, Camille? Why go through the effort of poisoning me and torturing me? Wasn't killing my husband enough? Coughing out the words because my throat is so parched, I make one more attempt at compassion. Please, Cammy, won't you let us go? You have a new life now. Is this really all worth it? Of course it is, bestie, she replies softly, staring off into the distance. You're worth every effort. Gods, why Camille? Why do you have to poison everything in my life and take away everyone I love? Because you don't deserve to have it all, Camille screams suddenly, rounding back on me. Getting into my personal space, she leers at me, with something frenzied and ugly in her expression. You had it all, the perfect life and the perfect man. Everyone loves Leah. Even wonderful Michael was blind when it came to you. She sniffles pitiably. He was so busy worshipping the ground you walked on that he never saw me. I hated you then for taking all his love, and I'll hate you forever for making me kill him. Don't you get it? I can't live in a world where you have everything. My happiness depends on your suffering. Her scowl sets heavy lines into her features, darkening the shadows of her face. Geez, you're so damn perfect that you even got freaking orcs to adore you. And how crazy is that? I mean, we always planned on going after the Burning Sun clan, but then you interspecies freaks came to us. She smacks her lips excitedly, and the action is somehow predatory. It was you specifically, and it felt like it was fate, you know? It wasn't meant to be personal, it was just the hand of destiny, a golden opportunity. Please. I'm openly crying through her monologue. At least let Gregor go, he's done nothing to you. He doesn't deserve your vengeance. Do you love him? When I don't respond, her smile transforms into an ugly thing. Then he deserves pain. They all do. Burning Sun will go on the chopping block. It's only a matter of time. It was sweet of this orc to sacrifice himself for you, though, and let us just do the most awful things to him. Not to mention, now we have a great opening for invasion, and that wretched filth will never see it coming. Ah, I've had enough of this woman spewing vitriol. Taking a wide swing, I intend to knock this monster down, not accounting for my lack of strength and equilibrium. As Camille's poison courses through my system, I lose my balance, tumbling to the ground once again. Muttering curses under my breath is the only balm I have to this witch's glee. The cool night settles around us, drying my stained tear tracks as I vent my frustration with the only force I have left, screaming into the dirt. Oh, this is as wonderful as I thought it'd be, watching the two of you newfound lovebirds suffer together, she declares with deranged joy. I think I will enjoy watching this all play out. With that, she turns and strides back to her tent, self-assured in her victory. The swing in her hips matches the lilt of her insane laughter as she walks away. Its sound echoes through my ear even after she's gone, as I lay trembling helplessly on the ground, equal parts anger and agony. There isn't much left of the world after the Orcs came.
Savage. Brutal. Merciless.
If you're a woman, you're property. Even to other humans.
What happens when an orc stakes his claim on a human woman? Who would dare to stop him?
Me. Chapter 22. Leah. With so much apparent blood and bruising, it's difficult to tell where the damage ends, and Gregor begins. Mountains of green bruising stripes the landscape of his body, dotting his arms, face and torso, while drying trails of blood converge in blackened seas over various planes like his jaw and ribs. The sight is enough to make me ache painfully, as if I share every cut and trauma. Oh, Gregor, how could they have done this to you? I sob quietly aloud. Even as I lament and wonder how the beast tamer could have gotten captured, I can't help but feel responsible for leading him into this torturous nightmare. Because he followed me here, this man is now in a world of pain. The sight of an unconscious Gregor chained and broken is frightful on several levels, and is more awful than I can bear. I don't think I've ever witnessed a beaten orc before, much less one I've come to care so ardently for. Weeping harder, I can now freely admit to myself that yes, after everything that's happened, I'm in love with Gregor, orc father and beast tamer extraordinaire. Now we're prisoners of a racist cult, bent on making arbitrary examples out of us. The fact that he took this beating as a result of coming to protect me, combined with the knowledge that it was humans who inflicted this magnitude of pain, has tears spilling down my face in sorrowful tracks. However, seeing the agony he has suffered does more than overwhelm me with grief. It ignites a spark deep within my spirit. A burning determination springs forth, fueled by past regrets, and fanned with future hopes. Holding on to this flicker of vitality, I struggle to reunite with the man who has, without me quite realizing it, become my entire world. Proceeding at an incremental pace, each movement is torment, and each breath is excruciating. Barely crawling, I writhe forward, and eventually I am able to use my momentum to collapse atop Gregor's injured form. He gives an instinctive grunt, but otherwise remains insensible. Sweat drips down my body, and I pant harshly, breathing through the agony. The fire coursing through my veins has only gotten worse, but I can almost ignore it when pressing my ear to his chest uncovers a strong and stable heartbeat. There isn't anything I can do about whatever Camille used to poison me, but I may have enough strength to be able to set Gregor free. That foul murderess thinks she's gotten the best of me. I mutter cheekily as I grit my teeth and heave myself across the orc's body. However, if I can get him out of here, then Gregor can warn the others about the sinister intentions of this cultist settlement. It may be possible to escape, thwarting Camille and Victor's plans, even if the witch does think she's finally beaten me. Due to the poison's paralysis, I fumble a few times with the knots binding Gregor's feet. It takes a couple of tries, and I may feel like crying all over again in relief once the knot is undone, but finally my companion is partially free. Shuffling my body against his has him stirring, and after another long minute, Gregor's eyes start to blink open. At least one eye does at any rate, while the other remains swollen shut. The uninjured one widens when he registers me, but I shush him immediately, rolling off his shoulder and down to the ties shackling his wrists behind his back. Leah, thank the gods. Are you all right? He falls silent at the sight of a meandering guard, but no one pays attention to us. Keep quiet and keep a lookout, I whisper, working at the knots. I'll have you out of here in no time. Panting through my boiling blood, I struggle to work the fastenings loose. We're not out of the woods yet, and the situation doesn't look great. These racists want to lynch you just for being an orc, and there's a woman here with a vendetta against me. I take it she's the one hanging on their leader's arm? He grunts as I pull in frustration at the ties. Yes, that's the one, I confirm. Camille was able to convince Victor to have my food poisoned because of my orc sympathies. That witch! I worry his indignant shout has attracted attention, but the others seem to be content with our prisoner status. Thus I continue to update him as I unhook the knots keeping him shackled. Really though, I think she just wants to finish the job of murdering me, like she wanted to all along. I can't believe I was so deluded that I considered her a friend once. The fire at your old encampment, was she responsible? I nod against his shoulder blades, answering his speculation. Yeah, the fire was her mess, but I never realized she survived. Then tonight at dinner, I lost consciousness. When I woke up, Camille was there to confess and gloat. I reveal bitterly. Gregor's ties finally give way, falling apart almost gracefully. Then he's scooping me into his arms. I gasp in concern, not because of the mess across his torso, but because the action could worsen his condition. "What about your injuries?" I gasp out, quieting myself at the last moment. Uncaring of the risk, Gregor cradles me gratefully in his arms and presses a gentle kiss to my forehead. "I promised myself that nothing would keep me from you, and I mean to keep that vow," he states in soothing tones. "What you see is really minor damage, I swear. I doubt there is a human alive that could inflict a life-threatening blow to me." "Don't tempt the fates," I reply, nuzzling along the hinge of his jaw. "It was foolish of me to trust Martin, and I'm sorry I've gotten us into this mess." "If I'm beside you, then there is no other place I'd rather be," he simply replies. His response only makes the tears fall harder from my eyes, my quiet sobs only making it more difficult to breathe. Holding me close, he whispers soft murmurings of comfort against my ear, although everywhere I look I see nothing but bruising. "Look, you've been captured and subjected to torture because of me. Even if your injuries are minor, I'm still responsible for them. Escape while you can and let me take your place." "Never," he growls fiercely, tightening his hold. "I would face far worse to make sure you're safe, and I'm certainly not going anywhere until we get an antidote for you." "Gregor, these people are to blame for our circumstances, and their actions aren't your fault. They would have found a reason to persecute me regardless, so don't place the burden of their hatred on your shoulders," he reminds me. "But Camille, you have been betrayed by someone you once called a friend, and you've suffered tragedy as a result. This present situation isn't ideal, but it doesn't change how I've grown to feel for you." With that declaration, he slowly lowers his face to mine, lifting my chin as he does so. He gives me plenty of time to pull away as he carefully draws us in, until our lips press to one another. This kiss is gentle and wild all at once, with lips and tongues speaking a language that doesn't require words. His mouth moves insistently as mine moves cautiously, hesitant and vulnerable. Gregor responds by deepening the kiss, giving me no room to escape or doubt his intentions. Nor do I want to. We almost lost each other today, and may very well lose each other for real before the night is over. I don't want to waste another moment holding anything back from this man, because he and Yurka have become the axis of my existence. Passion unfolds around us, transforming our previous restraint into a harmony we share without speaking. My hesitation dissolves in his onslaught as I return his affection ardently. I'm overwhelmed by what I feel for this man, because I never thought I would feel this way for anyone else after Michael's death. But I'm no longer afraid of my emotions. It feels so good to finally release all the joy and passion I feel, even if the circumstances make it bittersweet. For so long I held on to my grief, as tightly as I hold on to my orc lover now. He pulls back a fraction, but only to pepper kisses along my face and neck. Then he returns to my lips, and now I respond eagerly, my passion a slight balm to the fire my insides are experiencing right now. Even if it is only for a few more moments, I want this. I want the dreams that Gregor provides, the comfort of love, even as painful sensations of the poisoning grow. So I let him hold me as we kiss through the pain and hope for a way out of this calamity.
Chapter 23. Gregor. Leah's lips brush along mine, and I lose myself in the feel of her softness. Kissing this woman refreshes a part of my soul that has felt parched and barren for too long. With the surge of emotion restoring energy to my battered limbs, I pull back enough to express what I've been meaning to say, for what feels like ages. "I love you." She gasps gently, before pressing her forehead to mine. "I love you too," she whispers into our shared breaths. Then she goes on. "I've been afraid of loving you, because I didn't want history repeating itself." She gently begins. "I want to be more open going forward, but there are things in my past that I haven't fully shared with you. Not because I didn't want to, but because the memories were too painful for me to recall, and I didn't want to lose you. Her gaze shifts for a moment, and I see the heartache in her eyes. However, in the interest of full disclosure, I should probably start telling you about my past. It'll help you to understand how we both got into this mess, she offers, sighing beside me. Given that I have a child to raise with no woman to claim as his mother, I'd like to think that I have a little experience with complicated pasts. Go on. Tell me your story. I think I've got some time to listen. Tell me yours if I tell you mine, she begins softly. Once upon a time, I was married, back when I lived in my previous settlement. He died in the fire that destroyed my home, the one that Camille began. That freak Camille gave her own version of a confession, but I can't help stiffening a little when I hear the truth spill from Leah's lips. Go on, I murmur, quietly encouraging her. Camille always hid behind some cause, like the veneer of politics or religion. But when all was said and done, she was just jealous of what Michael and I had. An argument got out of hand one day, and Michael took a blow to the head. She started the fire to cover up what happened, and it got out of hand, destroying the settlement. I could only escape by leaving him behind. Don't you see? She whispers, giving a bitter grimace. I abandoned my own husband to save myself, which is why I didn't want to get too close to you and Yurka. It's ironic, but I didn't want either of you getting hurt because of me. I already told you, I'm not hurt because of you. I'm injured because of some crazy racists. The reminder is gentle but firm. Still, I'm so sorry, she apologizes, even as I shake my head. Truly. Had I known that Camille was here, I would have never brought us to this vile place. You can never truly know what people are capable of, I say quietly, especially if they hide their true intentions from you. That's why I appreciate you telling me all this now, in spite of the bruises it took to get here. Like I said, I know a thing or two about making mistakes and shouldering blame. Yurka's a terrific child, Leah interjects. Everything I've witnessed points to you being a good father, too. But I wasn't always a good man, I offer, stilling as I hear the approach of footsteps. When they pass, I continue. I was careless with others, carefree, insensitive, and reckless, both with my body and my spirit, to my everlasting shame. Yurka's birth mother left him on my doorstep to teach me a lesson, just as much as she wanted to eschew her own filial obligations. Yurka is the best thing that has ever happened to me, but having to be forced into caring for my own son is a regret that I will bear for the rest of my life. He should have been born in a stable home, to loving parents and mates, not stuck with a man who spends most of his time preferring the company of animals. Suddenly I feel a small, hot hand grasp at my cheek. Leah pulls herself back up to draw me in again, bringing our lips together for another ardent kiss. My eyelids flutter shut at her caress, accompanied by sweet words against my lips. I stand by what I said. You're an excellent father, and you should be proud of all that you've accomplished, especially if you had such a reckless youth. Helpless to resist this woman, I kiss her soundly again, noting the heated flush of her body, despite her pale complexion. Working on deepening the kiss, I'm interrupted by the sound of laughter, suddenly louder and closer than it was previously. Withdrawing, I silently pull us deeper into the shadows. A couple of stray humans pass by us, and before they can register the empty space under the prisoner pole, I step out and swiftly knock their heads together. My force was non-lethal, if not a tad excessive, and I motion for Leah to stay hidden as the unconscious forms thud on the ground. I work on dragging the bodies out of immediate sight, taking note of Leah's pallor as I do so. She's gotten worse since I first saw her with the guards. She's even more pale now, and practically doubled over with fatigue. Although I'm not exactly a mastermind when it comes to making plans, I've got to figure out a way to get us both out of this. Leah, we've got to find some way to help you, I say, moving back up to support her. We can't stay here for much longer. More humans will pass by again soon enough. Do you know what Camille might have given you, or where she might be holding the cure? Curing Leah of her ailment is the only shot I see at us getting out of here alive. Leah struggles to think, her brow furrowing in a mix of exhaustion and concentration. From what I know of Camille, if she had something like an antidote, she wouldn't keep it on her. It's too valuable for that. But she would keep it somewhere she had easy access, Leah eventually answers. She always preferred to hide things out in plain sight. Maybe somewhere in her tent. People could probably walk right through and never notice it. You're right, she replies, eyes widening. Her tent is full of bottles and concoctions, and it's centrally located. Let's go there now. We hurry to the tent as best as we can. Luckily, the distance isn't very far. We both begin to scour every surface we can find, searching through labels and notes as well. I soon grow frustrated with the search, considering all the herbs and roots look the same, but Leah remains doggedly determined. I know she would have it around here somewhere, Leah grumbles under breath. Camille was so proud of her success when we spoke. She's too confident about her position to not keep something like that as backup. Maybe, but she really seemed to hate you when I surrendered to her earlier, I counter worriedly. More time has passed since our escape, and I grow more troubled about the guards. Someone should have noticed our absence by now, and if we don't find an antidote soon, we'll be trapped inside the camp once again. Voices from outside the tent entrance alert us, causing both of us to look at each other in alarm. Reacting in that split second, we dive under the bed as the witch opens her bedroom door. Don't do anything just yet, I'll talk to Victor. He'll have his pound of flesh. Camille dismisses whoever she was communicating with and begins moving throughout her room, casually organizing what we had just been rifling through moments before. Leah winces in pain and fear as she curls under the bed, huddled in my protective embrace. I close my larger frame around hers defensively, hoping the shadows are enough to camouflage our hidden forms. I'm not afraid of this unhinged woman, but rather the pain she is capable of inflicting on Leah as long as she remains unchecked. As I watch Camille pace her room, I fantasize about snapping her neck, even as she drips poison onto Leah's. However, before I can get too deep into my daydreams, a guard knocks on the entrance, informing Camille of our flight. What do you mean? They've escaped! She screeches as what passes for a guard in this place delivers his report. He was beaten within an inch of his life, and she was poisoned. How far could they have gone? She continues to squawk at the guard as she exits, leaving as swiftly as she came. A breath and a pause allow me to take a beat and measure for sure that she has vacated. Then I'm helping Leah out from our hiding spot and internally huffing at these hideous humans. Leah, however, has her eyes fixed to a specific spot in the bedroom. My eyes follow hers to reveal a small footstool with a delicate vase atop. It's a weird little knick-knack that stands out strangely among the bottles and powders, despite not really noticing it before.
Chapter 24. Leah. My heart feels like it's about to burst out of my chest, each beat a deafening drum that echoes the ticking clock in my head. Every second that passes feels like an eternity as I frantically search for the antidote. My fingers slip and slide over the cool surface of the ancient vase, leaving behind trails of sweat and desperation. I can feel panic rising in my throat as I dig deeper into the vase, hoping against hope for a hidden compartment or false bottom that will reveal our salvation. But it's all for naught. The vase remains smooth and cold, mocking me with its emptiness. I hiss angrily, frustration clawing up my throat like a rabid animal. I turn to face Gregor, but his massive presence looms behind me like a shadow. The heat of the world's ruins is nothing compared to the weight of his intense stare. It feels like he can see right through me, deep into the core of my being. My heart races, and my palms sweat as I struggle to hold my ground against him. This isn't working. I want to scream, but my voice comes out in a low, desperate whisper. Gregor's massive form moves in a blur of motion, too quick for someone of his size. He snatches the delicate vase from my grasp with hands that could crush stone, yet he holds it gently as if it were made of glass. His deep brown eyes bore into mine, searching for something. "Leah," he rumbles, his voice gravelly and filled with emotion. "Let me look." In that moment, I see past the scars and the ferocity, the legendary orc warrior of the Burning Sun clan, and see the goodness within that burns brighter than any sun. "I can't figure it out. Could it be empty?" Gregor says. "It can't be." My heart races as I hold out my trembling hand. Gregor gently places it in my palm. "It's okay. We'll find another way." Gregor tries to reassure me. "This is the only way, Gregor." I look at him, and I can see that he knows that to be the truth. "Then we follow it," Gregor says. "There has to be something we're missing." Okay, I reply. I inhale deeply, my rapid breaths echoing off the walls of the small room. I can feel my hands shaking with nervous energy, but I force them to be still. We are on a tight deadline, and every second that slips away brings us closer to disaster. The weight of responsibility bears down on my shoulders as I desperately try to hold on to what we have. We simply cannot afford to lose it now, not when everything is at stake. I grip the vase with all my might, feeling the rough texture of the clay against my fingertips. Every muscle in my body tenses as if I could squeeze the answers out of it. With a violent jerk, I try to shake loose any hidden knowledge, but only frustration courses through me, hot and unrelenting. Damn it! The word erupts from my throat, slicing through the air like a sharp blade of pure anger. My chest heaves with each breath as I struggle to control my emotions. But then, something shifts beneath my grip, an unexpected give in the solid form. My heart hammers like a drum against my ribs, each beat echoing through my chest. As I turn the vase over in my hands, a sense of anticipation fills me, tinged with fear and excitement. And then I feel it. A subtle emptiness within the vase. A space that shouldn't be there. The fog of fear that had muddled my thoughts is pierced by a sharp ray of hope, filling me with both relief and apprehension. I gasp out his name, barely a whisper that hangs in the air like a fragile thread. But he hears it, and our eyes meet in an instant of raw connection. I can see the gears turning in his mind, the sudden realization dawning in his wide and expressive eyes. His gaze is locked with mine, the intensity almost overwhelming as we both understand what this moment means. Finally, my fingers find purchase, and I wrench it open, revealing a small vial that rolls into my palm like a fragile heartbeat. Tears blur my vision as I gaze at the precious contents. Is this truly the antidote we've risked everything for? The answer lies in this tiny container, and I can't help but feel overwhelmed by the weight of our sacrifice and hope. The sound of Gregor's voice, a warm and familiar lifeline, cuts through the fog of my thoughts and anchors me back to reality. His voice is like a beacon in the darkness, guiding me away from the edge of my own mind. "Leah," he says again, with concern laced in his tone. I blink and focus on his face, searching for any sign of recognition. "Is that—" He trails off, leaving the question hanging in the air between us. My heart races with uncertainty as I try to grasp onto something tangible amidst the chaos of my thoughts. The single word escapes my lips like a sob, filled with equal parts desperation and yearning. I'm faltering but have to manage to cling on and keep hold of myself. My trembling thumb caresses the smooth glass vial, its contents clear as crystal and just as fragile. With nothing left to lose, we must gamble everything on this slim glimmer of hope. The glass vial glints in the dim light, taunting me with its potential to save or destroy. My fingers tremble as I contemplate taking a sip. Could this really be the solution to all my problems? Or is it merely a devious trap disguised as a cure? I can't help but feel torn between desperation and caution. Gregor's massive hand, rough and calloused, envelops mine in a firm but gentle grip. His face is etched with concern as he looks down at me. "Wait," he urges, his deep voice laced with worry. We don't know what that is, Leah. It could be dangerous. What if it hurts you? I feel a shiver run down my spine at the mention of potential harm, but I also sense his genuine fear for my well-being. His piercing gaze meets mine, causing my heart to flutter wildly in my chest like a frightened bird. But what if this is our only opportunity? The words escape my lips with a shaky urgency, revealing the raw emotions simmering beneath the surface. I have to rely on something, and every instinct in my gut is screaming at me to take this leap of faith. Damn it, Gregor, I say with fierce determination as I pull away from him, clutching the vial tightly in my hand. But even as the words leave my lips, doubt slithers its way into my mind, chilling me to the bone. Am I truly certain about this decision? My husband's ring hangs heavily against my chest, a weighty reminder of previous risks that ended in failure. It sways gently back and forth like a pendulum, counting down the seconds until I must make a choice. Don't do it, please, Gregor says to me. Gregor's words hang in the air, his deep eyes searching mine for a response. I have to trust my instinct. My words echo, leaving the sentence unfinished. But it doesn't need to be completed. Gregor must come to his own understanding. It's like trying to find your footing on a narrow rope bridge suspended over a vast chasm. Every step is a risk, but sometimes it's the only way forward. The room suddenly feels suffocating, as if the walls are closing in on us and forcing us to confront our choices. And in that moment, Gregor's gaze becomes my only anchor, reminding me that I am not alone in this uncertain journey. Gregor's face is a mask of barely contained turmoil, the lines around his eyes deeper with concern. I trust you, he breathes, his voice rough with unspoken fear. Do what you think is right, Leah. A delicate, tentative smile breaks across my lips, a mix of gratitude and terror swirling in a bitter cocktail. My trembling fingers cling to the vial, its fate and mine now intertwined. I bring it closer to my face, feeling the coolness of the glass against my skin as a sharp contrast to the fire burning within me. This is the pivotal moment, the decision that will determine my fate. Leah! The door slams against the wall, the sound echoing like a gunshot through the room.
Chapter 25. Gregor. Camille burst through the door, her eyes wild with fury, flanked by a knot of desperate souls clinging to weapons like lifelines. But I'm a beast tamer of the Burning Sun clan. Their makeshift armory might as well be twigs for all the good it will do them against me. A growl rumbles in my chest, deep and menacing, my instincts howling at me to protect Leah. Without another thought, I scoop her into my arms. She's light, almost fragile against the solid mass of my body. I will take care of you, I tell her just before I charge. Stop! She'll die if you take her! Camille's screech pierces the chaos, but fear doesn't touch me. Only the need to escape, to save Leah. Trust me, I grunt back at her. The promise is solid as the hammer I've wielded in countless battles. She won't. Leah clutches the vial, her hands trembling as she downs the medicine with a grimace. It's tonic, not an antidote, meaning it won't cure her completely of the poison. It's a gamble on life that makes my heart thunder against my ribs. What's happening? Leah gasps, her voice laced with terror. Easy, I murmur, though panic claws at my guts. I can't lose her, not now. Not when we're so close to freedom. Gregor, she's going to die. Camille's scream slices the air, a cruel blade meant to cut into my resolve. Like hell. The words are a snarl torn from the depths of my soul. I heft Leah higher up against my chest, my other hand swatting away the grasping hands of those who dare stand in our way. They recoil at the sight of my scars, at the predatory glint in my eye. Move! The command booms from me, and they scatter like roaches, none brave enough to face the wrath of an orc pushed to the edge. Gregor! Leah's voice is weak, her body racked with spasms from the tonic. The sight of her suffering ignites a savage fury within me. Quiet now, I say, but my voice cracks with raw emotion. Camille lunges forward, her hands reaching out to snatch Leah from my grasp. I react without thought, my arm shooting out, palm slamming into her chest with a force that sends her careening into one of the tent's support posts. There's a sickening thud as she hits, and her screech is abruptly silenced. I sear their faces into my memory, each one a potential threat, a possible pursuer. We don't slow down. We can't afford to. Every second is a step closer to safety or a descent into doom. Keep breathing, I urge Leah, her body shuddering against mine. We're getting out of this hell. Thank you, she whispers, her voice a thread of sound against the storm of my heartbeat. My muscles scream, each tendon straining as I barrel through the narrow streets of the settlement, the damp air heavy with the stench of fear and desperation. The cluttered alleyways threaten to close in on us, but my sheer size cleaves a path. A man swings a pipe towards me. I don't flinch. It clangs against my shoulder, jarring old wounds and drawing a grunt from deep within my chest. But it doesn't slow me down. Gregor, your arm! Leah's voice is laced with concern, her hand reaching for the fresh trickle of blood snaking down my bicep. Doesn't matter, I spit out, the taste of iron thick on my tongue. My heart hammers against my ribcage, not from the exertion but from terror. The sight of her pale face, the tremors racking her delicate form. Skies open up, diluting the blood on my skin. The rain pelts us mercilessly, plastering Leah's brunette locks to her forehead, but it's her ragged breaths that chill me to the core. Stay with me, I urge, more for myself than for her. Then she's there, a woman stepping out from the shadows, her eyes alight with a mixture of curiosity and caution. You need shelter, she says, gesturing toward a nearby tent. I hesitate. Every fiber of my being screams to keep moving, to trust no one. But Leah's shivering is violent now, her skin a ghostly shade. She needs help. My stubborn pride be damned if I let it cost her life. Fine, I growl, allowing this stranger to guide us into the refuge of her home. As we cross the threshold, I know the respite is temporary. We've merely traded one danger for another. But for now, Leah's safety is all that matters. Thank you, I say, the words gravelly and foreign in my mouth. The woman nods, understanding the weight they carry. In this world where trust is a rare commodity, her aid is a beacon in the torrential night. I stagger forward, Leah's weight in my arms, her breaths shallow and frantic against the clamor of pursuit. The stranger's home looms ahead, a beacon of temporary safety. At least I hope it is. Quickly! The woman hisses, urgency lacing her tone as she ushers us into the darkness of her dwelling. Sparse and utilitarian, but it's shelter. She wastes no time guiding us to a hidden alcove, the air stale and close. Stay silent, she instructs with a pointed look. I nod, understanding the gravity of our situation. We can hear Camille's shrill voice cutting through the storm outside, commanding her followers, their feet thundering past our flimsy refuge. Damn them, I breathe, suppressing the urge to bust out and confront them head on. But Leah's life hangs by a thread, and I'm not about to gamble it away on brute strength alone. Minutes stretch into an eternity, each tick of my heart loud in the silence. Leah's fingers clutch at mine, seeking reassurance. Finally, the sounds of search wane, and we're left with the drumming rain as our only companion. Here, I say, words barely a whisper as I scribble furiously onto a scrap of paper. My hand is steady despite the turmoil within. I pass the note to the woman. Get this to my group. Tell them what happened. Tell them we need help. My eyes lock onto hers, pleading, desperate. She nods once, determination set in the lines of her face. I'll be swift, she promises, tucking the letter into her clothes. Be careful, I implore. My mind races with all that could go wrong, but there's no time for doubt. She's our lifeline now. The woman slips away like a shadow retreating from the light, leaving us in the suffocating quiet. Leah's condition is dire, and all I can do is wait, hope, and pray to any god listening that help will come before it's too late. Leah's body shudders against mine, a spasm of pain that shakes me to the core. "Gregor," she gasps, her voice a strained whisper amid the agony. "It's working." "Easy, Leah," I murmur, my arms tightening around her as if I could shield her from her own flesh's betrayal. The tonic, not an antidote but a hellish trial by fire, courses through her, a promise of healing laced with torment. "Feels like burning," she hisses, her fingers clawing at my arm. Her strength is a mere flicker, but it's there, reigniting with each throb of her pulse. "Stay with me," I implore. My primal and fierce beast-tamer instincts roar, urging me to fight and protect. But there are no beasts to intimidate here, no enemies to pummel with my hammer, just the unseen foe racking Leah's body. "Can't believe..." She coughs, her body curling inward. "It works." "Damn right it does," I growl, pulling her closer. The rain outside is a relentless assault on the roof, echoing the turmoil within these walls. Her moans slice through the patter, a symphony of hurt that I'm powerless to silence. "Gregor," she whimpers, her pain-soaked eyes finding mine. They're deep pools of fortitude, her soulful gaze an anchor in the storm. "Hurts so much." "Shh, I know." My thumb brushes her cheek, wiping away the sweat and tears mingling there. "You're strong, Leah. Stronger than any damn potion. You're gonna make it through this." "Trying. For you." She manages a feeble smile, even as another wave of anguish crashes over her. "Screw trying, you're doing it!" I snarl, the fierceness of my words a stark contrast to the gentleness with which I cradle her. Every scar on my body screams in protest, every muscle aches with the effort of holding her together. But I don't let up. Not now. Not ever. "Being here with you," she murmurs, her voice breaking. "Feels like coming back to life." "Then come back to me, Leah. Come back and never leave again," I vow, my grip on her unyielding. Our breaths mingle, ragged and quick, a testament to survival, to the fight raging within her. She nods weakly, her head lolling against my chest. I'll try, Gregor. For us. In this dank refuge, with only the fading echo of our pursuers and the relentless downpour as company, I cling to her. I cling to hope. And together we brace for the next onslaught, as fierce and unwavering as the storm itself.
Chapter 26. Leah. The rain ceases its relentless assault on the tent roof, leaving a heavy silence in its wake. I'm tense, listening for any sign of the woman's return, but there's nothing. Gregor holds my hand, and it feels like the only anchor in a world that's spinning out of control. I'm lying thankfully warm in his arms, yet each breath a shard of ice in my chest. My mind races with doubts as the liquid fire of the supposed antidote courses through my veins. The pain, so sharp, so constant, makes me wonder if I've been fooled if the vial held poison instead. I've lied to him, told him I was fine, but the truth is a murky pool I'm too afraid to peer into. "Stay with me, Leah," Gregor rumbles, his deep voice a tether in the swirling chaos. His warmth seeps into my shivering body, doing little to quell the agony that racks me from within. "Trying," I manage to gasp out, my words barely a whisper against the tumult of my own suffering. The pain spikes, a crescendo that threatens to engulf me, yet beneath it, there's something else, a flicker of strength returning, stubborn and defiant. "Fight, Leah! Fight hard!" His encouragement is a growl laced with concern, his hold tightening as if he can keep my soul anchored to this battered shell. The thought flits across my consciousness. I hope he makes it out alive, even if I don't. He has a son to return to, a life far removed from this madness. And the woman, who must be leagues away by now, surely she's delivered our message to those who can aid us. Or will she be our downfall? Gregor, I murmur, my voice a shadow of itself. If I don't, you run. Don't look back. Never, he vows, his gravelly voice raw with emotion. We leave together, or not at all. And the rain drives harder, the sound of it almost deafening yet comforting. It's been too long, Gregor grunts, his words clipped with urgency. She should be back by now. She will come, I tell him. No, he insists. We need to go. With a swift movement, his bulging arms, muscles rippling under his skin like bands of steel, scoop me up from the ground. The force of his embrace jolts me and sends a sharp, new surge of agony through every inch of my battered body, but I grit my teeth and hold back any sign of pain. Showing weakness is not an option. Not now. His grip is firm and unyielding, as if he is determined to protect and shield me from any harm. Despite the excruciating pain, I feel safe in his grasp. Gregor. My protest is a fruitless whisper, drowned out by his rushed steps. Quiet, Leah. His voice is a low rumble, like thunder rolling in the distance. We have to move now. I cling to him, a talisman in the flesh. Each of his footfalls is a promise, a silent vow to escape the clutches of our pursuers. What if they don't know we've escaped? What then? My mind races, panic threading through every word. Gregor's pace falters for just a heartbeat. Then we make them see. We survive. His determination is a palpable thing, something you could sink your teeth into and taste the iron will behind it. But my gut clenches tight, fear gnawing at the edges of hope. Without confirmation, our friends and comrades are blind to our plight, blind and deaf to the silent screams of our desperation. Survive, I echo, a mantra to ward off the creeping dread. Yes, we survive. With every step, Gregor braves the night as he carries me through shadowy streets of the settlement. Every jolt burns through me, penetrating like sharp needles, but somehow they also bring a sense of relief to the inferno of agony burning within me. Then suddenly the idea forms in my head, the searing heat a wild dance in my mind. Gregor, stop, I rasp, urgency clawing at my throat. Burn it. Burn the place down. His grip on me tightens, and his surprise is almost tangible. Really? Trust me, I urge him. It's the signal we need. Our allies, they'll see it. Understanding dawns in his deep-set eyes as he gazes at me, and at that moment, I feel like he sees right through me. A flash of admiration lights up his features, and it warms me more than any fire could ever do. Brilliant, he murmurs, his voice low and husky. He looks around at our surroundings and spots a small hut standing across from us. With gentle care, he sets me down on the ground, making sure I am steady before releasing his hold on me. The air is crisp and cool against my skin, but the warmth of his touch lingers on my arm where he held me. Leave this to me, Gregor tells me as he runs back over to the house. My eyes are fixed on the sight before me, mesmerised by the slow dance of the first orange flame as it ignites inside. The glow casts eerie shadows on the walls, flickering and shifting with each gentle movement of the fire's heat. I can feel its warmth radiating outwards, beckoning me closer. The smell of burning wood fills my nostrils, a comforting scent that is tinged with danger. It's a moment that holds both beauty and terror in its grasp, and I am unable to tear myself away from the hypnotic display before me. Hurry, get out, I whisper to the night. A deafening roar fills the air as the flames begin to take hold on the straw roof, still dry on the inside despite the previous rain. Steam begins to rise from the top of the thatch, and soon it's dry enough to ignite the outside too, illuminating the night with its fierce orange glow. My breath catches in my throat as I watch Gregor, his figure silhouetted against the blazing inferno, frantically dashing out of the front door. The once peaceful house is now consumed by fire, its wooden structure crackling and collapsing under the intense heat. The acrid smell of smoke and burning wood permeates the air, filling my lungs with each gasping breath. Panic sets in as I realise the magnitude of the situation, but I am transfixed by the chaotic and mesmerising dance of the flames before me. "That should do it," he tells me as he sits down beside me, the smell of smoke heavy on his skin and clothes. "Come on," I whisper to the fire, willing it to grow. And it does. The fire consumes the house in a matter of moments, illuminating Gregor's face with an intense glow. The flames licked hungrily at everything in their path, spreading with a fierce and insatiable hunger. Even the rain, which had just ceased its relentless pour, does not quench the inferno as it leaps from one dwelling to the next. The blistering heat is overwhelming, scorching everything in its path and sending waves of oppressive air across the sky. Plumes of thick, acrid smoke rise high into the sky, darkening the twinkling stars above and casting a menacing shadow over the burning village. "Let the Orcs see this," I breathe out, the heat drying my damp skin. "Let them come." But with the rising smoke, a new fear coils within me. Not just Orcs will see this inferno. Humans too will witness the destruction. A beacon of our desperate bid for freedom, but also a siren call for those who would see us captured or dead. We watch from the little hut, but I sense we can't stay here any longer. The village is becoming a bonfire, its heat unbearable. "Let's get somewhere safe," Gregor says, his voice thick with unspoken tension. He scoops me back into his arms, the lion tattoo on his scalp gleaming in the firelight as we turn our backs on the chaos we've ignited. The night sky bleeds orange and red, a canvas of our defiance, and somewhere in the flickering shadows, our fate awaits, with bated breath and clenched fists. I feel Gregor's massive arms hold me close. His deep brown eyes are hard as flint, reflecting the fire but revealing nothing of his thoughts. The muscles in his arms, wrapped securely around me, are steel bands prepared to spring into action. The sound of collapsing timbers behind us and the crackle of fire fills the air. Then, cutting through the smoky air, I hear the voice of Camille call out to me, "Leah!"
Chapter 27, Gregor. When I claimed I would take apart this whole camp piece by piece in order to reclaim Leah, I wasn't playing around. So far, the only challenges I've met are ones that I can combat. "Stop them!" the cult leader screams, but it's no use. Camille's guards fall easily against my great hammer. Most humans don't pose a problem for me, considering I wrestle large animals for a living, and these aren't military-trained men. Rather, these are fanatics who have grown accustomed to bullying those they consider to be weaker than themselves. By protecting Leah, I will show them who the weaker ones actually are. Keeping her strapped to my back as I fend off our attackers, my hammer and I quickly work to dispense justice. Then Camille is there, brandishing a carving knife and swinging wildly. Dodging her slices has me thrown momentarily out of balance, but I quickly recover, carefully sidestepping her movements to retain my footing. Her face is contorted in unrestrained anger as she madly attempts to lunge at me on a downward shove. "Give her to me!" Camille yells as her wrath reaches a piercing pitch. Luckily, her aim doesn't, and as I set Leah down, another set of slashes comes down on me. Not on me, I realize with growing horror, but at Leah. Even as I watch this harpy, I notice her crazy eyes aren't focused on me, her opponent, but fixed calculatingly on my newfound mate. The hag even screams like a demon, flinging her knife at Leah in a chaotic spin. Acting instinctively, I throw my arm out and use it to shield Leah, moving her out of the trajectory as I roughly push at Camille. It's time to end this woman's terror, but even as I go into attack, she summons more guards at the ready. They brandish their weapons at me like I'm some wild animal, and I probably am to them. They hesitate, however, because they're not used to actually being confronted with something they hate, and they're unsure what exactly to do. I smile evilly, flexing my weapon as I growl at them. "What are you waiting for? Kill him and leave his hussy to me!" Camille rages, even from her disadvantage. "Watch your cursed tongue before I rip it out of your mouth," I snarl in reply. "The only reason you're still alive is because we needed to find your wretched poison's antidote, and also because you have more guards than sense. As for those remaining guards, they keep their weapons drawn, but still won't advance." My knowing smirk is full of disgust, yet as I move to swing my hammer once more, I feel Leah's delicate hand resting gently on my arm. "Enough is enough, Gregor. They've lost. They can't stop us, and they can't use this forest to hide out like rats any longer." Her words are broken by a cough, but she manages to stand resolutely. "She'll come after you again," I argue in protest. Frustration makes my words come out more like a growl, but glancing over my shoulder shows Leah remains firm. "If she tries, then she'll face the Burning Sun clan, and she'll experience what real justice is like," Leah replies resolutely, with a slight shoulder shrug. "At that point, it's out of my hands. But she's not worth the effort of your hammer. Not when we have our son to get back to." Our son. Those words halt my attack more effectively than any other argument. It's the first time that she's addressed Yurka as if he were her own, as if she belonged with us, making my heart soar. Some of the larger branches overhanging from the nearby trees are on fire now, crackling and burning before our very eyes. Leah is right, I realize, and return my hammer to its holster. We need to go. She hasn't fully recovered yet, and every second counts when healing her, which is a greater priority than bringing this woman to heal. Camille doesn't like that response, though, and attempts to recover her standing. "You think you've won, Orc hussy? Get back here, coward. I'm not finished with you yet." "No, Camille, you're finished. You're done," Leah issues, standing tall despite her stature. Right now, it's as if she towers over the other woman. "Don't you get it? You put your belief in poisons over others, and you use belief to poison others. I'm not the coward Camille you are. You little beat. Not even your insults can hurt me anymore, Camille, and your men can see that. They won't listen anymore, and they won't follow you because you're nothing," Leah declares. "I've confronted animals more terrifying than you, and if you had any real courage, you would face me fair and square, without your poisons and your guards." "I'll kill you myself," Camille screams in rage at my new mate, but doesn't move from her spot. Fiery logs drop around us, creating makeshift torches for our scene. "Look at you, so pathetic." Leah's tone is almost taunting, but I know she needs this catharsis, this release from the ties of her past. Even now, I can see her sweat and clench through the poison's pain. "I can't believe you've been the face of my fear for months. You're nothing, Camille, and fearing you is a waste of effort, because without the ability to inflict pain, you're powerless. You should be afraid of me." With that, Camille throws a fist of dirt at us, the clay soil spinning in the air. Her rage makes her unhinged and careless, however, and I deflect her attack easily. In spite of her failed distraction, she still lunges forward, and I shove her backwards in return. She yells out in frustration, only to be caught by Victor, who arrives suddenly with some reinforcements. The increase of guards doesn't mean nearly as much to me when I feel Leah clutching at my side, her press more urgent. Snarling in frustration, I glare at the party as the smoke begins to fill the area. Victor's gaunt features are worsened by the firelight, and he now looks as garish as his woman, who immediately starts screaming at him. "Victor! Seize them and take them back to the camp for punishment!" Camille is practically cackling in her victory, and although the camp leader frowns at her presumption, he brandishes his weapon nonetheless. He's wielding a nasty-looking spiked ball and chain that's a decent enough counter to my hammer that it makes me frown. Improvising in battle is a time-honored tactic among orcs, so I swiftly grab at one of the fallen logs, an oversized branch with a healthy flame still blazing at the end. Using my strength, I swing it well, causing all the closest humans to instinctively step back. Most of the wood is scorched already, and although the burning part is a decent distance from me, there are still areas of the branch that smolder, and the heat under my palms is intense. My fingers already feel as if they're burning, and my flesh may melt and sear into this wood before all is said and done. None of that matters so long as we can get out of here. Distantly, I hear approaching footsteps, but even that ceases as my ears note the clutching gasp of Leah's suddenly choked breath. Her grip on me clutches as tight as ever, then goes dangerously slack as my mate slumps, sinking to the ground. I manage to catch her only just, but even as I kneel, I can see she's already lost the battle with consciousness, her form relaxing involuntarily, even as her muscles continue to clench in distress. "Leah!" The scream that wrenches from me is loud enough to be heard over the forest combustion. Red tinges my vision as another sound registers in my ears, the sound of Camille snicker. "Oh, look, the big dumb brute was too stupid to notice he was out of time," she torments mercilessly. "Did y'all really think that vial you took from me was the antidote you needed?" Her corresponding sneer is a cold, vicious thing. There was never any antidote. She has a few days maybe, a week at most, but then Leah will suffer and die, just like I always promised. Her laughter rings high in my ears as I see her lean over and give Victor a kiss on the cheek. It's the last thing I remember seeing as red now seeps into my vision, blinding me to everything except incalculable rage. The bloodlust of my people courses through my veins and I give in, letting the wrath overtake me to crash down on my enemies. My mind cannot tolerate the thought of a world that doesn't have Leah in it anymore, and my body follows. Righteous fury at these monsters burns through my body, finding an extension in the log I'm brandishing. I may have forgotten I was fighting when I saw Leah fall, but my body remembers everything. Swinging in a high, wide arc, I give my enemies no time and no quarter as I bring the emblazoned limb down onto their unsuspecting heads. Fire is my vessel as I go berserk, destroying our enemies in a furious clash.
From the depths of the darkness of Protheka,
Or clawing up from the realms of fantasy.
come the most fearsome beasts you have ever seen.
These monsters are done watching from the shadows.
Now, as they step into the light, something unexpected grips them.
Something even they can't fight off.
Love,
Vampires.
demons,
Dark elves.
gods.
Minotaurs. Creatures of light and dark.
They will protect their mates.
Do whatever needs to be done.
Morally grey heroes who will burn the world to protect the women who love them.
10 audiobooks.
Fall into over 60 hours of fantasy romance.
20 ebooks.
Over 1 million words of these brutes who will protect their women.
Even if they might destroy themselves in the process.
Get the immersive Protheka fantasy romance bundle.
For 80% off, right now, dive into Protheka at a once-in-a-lifetime discount.
The first bundle to offer both ebooks and audiobooks on worldsofprotheka.com. Protheka's magic is eternal, and this romantasy bundle will make it endless. Chapter 28. Leah. There is nothing but fire everywhere. Flames on the outside, flames on the inside. Hot, searing, burning pain lances through me, the inferno returning as the house's incendiary spreads through the area. Leah! I hear a scream, but I can't tell if it's my companion or my mind trying to tell me to stay sharp. Hard to be sharp when there is so much heat, melting me down. Time slows as the pain bleeds out my consciousness, and everything starts to take on a surreal quality. Gregor wields fire as well. I didn't know he could do that, brandishing it in front of him like some glorious avatar. He defends me righteously, like some mythic St. George against the two-headed dragon of Victor and Camille. Both Orc and the fire go even more crazy, while he flings himself at our would-be captors, and the shadows that might have been guards once fall on top of him in turn. I hear a mighty war cry through the haze of agony, and I almost hear a distant echo responding. It's hard to tell anything as a burning abyss threatens to overtake me, but it looks as if Gregor has flown into a fighting frenzy, just in time for another storm to arrive. Except this time it's not a real tempest, but a flurry of arrows and blades. Vala, the great Poseidon of this charge, rushes forward to pull at Gregor, even as he moves like a shark. I see her struggle to rein him in. He roars viciously in triumph, even as the shadows now turn their full force on me. "Gregor, enough!" I think I might hear her command. It's the last thing I remember before the fullness of darkness consumes me. I give up, slipping away even as I think I hear voices distantly shout my name. Then there is nothing, only the black. Sometime later, I wake up long enough to register that we're travelling very quickly. I have no idea how I'm moving when my entire body feels as heavy as lead. Then the black again. When I awake next, I have enough faculties to realise that I'm laying on some sort of stretcher, or litter, or something like that. We're still travelling and moving so swiftly over rough terrain that it makes my whole body jostle uncomfortably. The black returns. The journey seems to take forever as I falter in and out, hovering somewhere between dreams and painful waking. I don't even know if we're travelling anymore, as my brain and body qualify nothing but sheer excruciation. I want to fight the blackness, knowing it will take longer to hear Gregor and Yurka's voices otherwise, but soon enough I give in again. I can confirm that we're still travelling when my consciousness returns again, but just the thought of movement is enough for me to feel nauseous. How I can feel pain on top of pain is like some horrific miracle, and just thinking about it makes me grateful to slip back into sleep so promptly. Sometimes the blackness seems to last forever, stretching onward. When I'm there, I think about the things I want to see and do when I return, and how I won't waste any more time denying myself a chance at life. I love Gregor and his son, and I want to make our hodgepodge family a reality, if I'm ever able to find a way out of this mess. For so long it seems as if I've held onto my guilt as a survivor, taking on the burden of Maishiel's demise. He died protecting me, and yet I've only dishonoured that sacrifice by living half a life. I've denied myself dreams and happiness, all for the sake of living for someone who gave every ounce of his being to ensure I had every chance. An epiphany crashes through me as I realise how unhappy it would have made Maishiel to see me give up on all the dreams we had just for his sake. In my unconscious state, I admonish myself for only realising all of this after I've been poisoned. Whatever I took to combat the poison has worn off, assuredly. The first few times I regained lucidity, I was able to note the passage of the sun, but I lose even that as I keep fading in and out. Voices come and go just as sporadically, some recognisable while others are less so, but I can never make out the words. In this world I find myself trapped in, there is only pain and regret. The poison's fire seems to burn away the sins in my past, bringing clarity to my mistakes, as well as acceptance of my grief. I know now that I can't change what happened to me and the old settlement. But if I can just get past this, I know I can bring about a better future than the one I had resigned myself to. These thoughts roll through me, over and over, beating recklessly against my skull. By the time I'm able to open my eyes again, I have no idea if it's been days that have passed, weeks, or hours. I feel as if I've been flayed, peeled and stretched back over my bones. It hurts with a bone-aching soreness, but it's still 1,000 times better than the burning pain I experienced with the poison. Testing my ability to breathe, I give a small cough, and a subsequent attempt to sit up has me questioning my pain tolerance once more. My rustling seems to alert someone, because there is a rising commotion, and a few moments later, Bonnie bursts through the nearby entrance flap. She immediately falls to my side, checking me over with her own gnarled and calloused fingers. By all the sands of creation, it's a miracle you're still alive. We thought death had claimed you for his bride more than once, she cries, kneeling beside me. I let her fuss over me for another minute before I motion towards my parched throat. Obediently, she pours a cup of fresh water and tilts it up to my lips. Sipping gratefully, I pull back once I think the cool liquid has refreshed me enough to speak. What happened? I ask in a croak, my voice rusty from lack of use. Judging by my stiffness and the way everything hurts, I can tell my body is still very much in a state of recovery. Poison, dearie, Bonnie gently explains, and I groan in acknowledgement. Pretty nasty stuff too, from what I can tell. The healers almost didn't get to you in time, but they say Gregor raced the very wind in order to rush you here. Luckily, we were able to concoct some sort of cure, essentially by reverse engineering whatever mess they stuck in your body. Don't ask me for the details. I couldn't even begin explaining it if I tried. Gregor, Yurka. Memories of Victor and Camille's attacks flood through me, and once again I struggle to rise. My anxiety spikes at the thought of these two most precious people worrying about me, fearing the worst. I need to get up to go reassure them. However, the pain also spikes again, forcing me to draw in heavy breaths that feel like they're splitting my lungs. Bonnie gently and too easily pushes me back down to the bed, and I collapse battered, back onto the sheets. She tisks at me in annoyance, even as more sounds rise outside the healing tent. Honestly, you two are the worst patients. Thank the stars again that you were strong enough to pull through, because I don't know what Gregor would have done if we had been unable to save you. Bonnie draws back just as the man in question comes barreling through, marching right up to my bedside. His son is right at his heels, shamelessly clambering over the elder Bonnie in an attempt to get as close to me as possible. As his new mother, I should probably reprimand him for his rude behaviour. Instead, I manage to open my arms wide. The action is made more difficult by the fact that my arms feel like I just swam 5 miles in the ocean, but it's worth it to have Yurka immediately climb into my lap to give me a return hug. He squeezes me with every bit of tiny, delightful pressure he is able to exert, while Gregor brushes softly at my knuckles, bringing them to his lips with an even softer kiss. Then he's hugging me as well, adding his crushing strength to the mix and making me feel safe and secure for the first time in what feels like forever. Already the tears are falling before either of them can pull away, so overwhelmed as I am by the events. Yurka keeps hugging and squeezing me, while Bonnie fusses over all of us in the background, and Gregor peppers my face with sweet kisses. "It's all right, you're safe now. I love you," he whispers, a reassurance and confirmation all at once. "I love you too," I whisper back through my tears. "I love you both so much." "Does this mean you get to be my mommy now?" Yurka asks into my ribcage. Huffing happily through my weeping, I reach down gingerly to kiss the top of his head. "Yes, Yurka, I would love to be your new mummy."
Chapter 29, Gregor. It's been 3 days since Leah woke up. 3 long days of worrying and hoping the antidote really was the one this time. And now I'm standing outside the healing tent, hoping today is the day she is cleared to leave. I take a deep breath to steady myself as excitement courses through me. Yurka is at home impatiently waiting for his beloved new mommy to come home. I walk in and am greeted by Bonnie and Leah's smiling faces. "What did I miss?" I ask, unprepared for the joy that's staring me in the face. "Leah is fully recovered," Bonnie explains. "The antidote has done its job and it appears that the poison is no longer running through her." My heart beats wildly in my chest. Does this mean... But I'm cut off by Leah launching herself into my arms. "I've made a full recovery!" she exclaims excitedly. I wrap my arms tightly around her thin form, thinking that the moment she's settled, I'll be making her dinner to put some meat on her bones. But that thought is pushed aside by the excitement that Leah is out of the woods. I hold her to me and press a kiss to her lips, smiling against her mouth at the contented sigh she lets out. "All right, you two lovebirds," Bonnie laughs. "Take her home, Gregor." "That's exactly what I plan to do," I say, never taking my eyes off of Leah. "Yurka is waiting for us." A warm smile spreads across her face as I set her on her feet. I can't wait to see him. I bring Leah home, and as we step through the threshold, I'm struck by the thought that I never want to come home alone again. "It feels so good to be back," she sighs as she settles into a chair. Yurka comes running from his room. "Mommy, you're back. I've missed you." "I've missed you too, Yurka," she says with a laugh, pulling him in for a hug. A warmth spreads through my chest, watching the way they interact. It only solidifies my decision. "Leah," I start, pausing as two sets of eyes meet mine. I clear my throat, slightly nervous about what I'm going to ask. "What do you think about moving in? I know it's fast, but I can't stand the thought of being without you again. Not when I came so close to losing you, when we both did." "Gregor, are you sure?" I nod with a smile as Yurka jumps up and down. "We're going to be a family," Yurka exclaims. Leah gives him a soft smile before raising her gaze to meet mine once again. "We already are," she says, "and I'd love nothing more." Later that night, after Yurka is fast asleep in bed, I take Leah's hand and lead her into the bedroom, the one I've cordoned off from the main tent, in the same way as Yurka's. I watch as her face lights up in surprise, the moonlight pouring through the large window, illuminating her delicate features. I've taken the liberty to adorn the sparse room with fragrant flowers, roses, lilies, and lavenders carefully arranged in makeshift vases. They fill the room with a sweet aroma that hangs like a whispering lullaby. She looks at me with shimmering eyes, moved by the effort I've put into making our first night together special. "Gregor, it's beautiful," she breathes, her voice barely above a whisper. I squeeze her hand lightly, happiness bubbling within me like spring. "I'm glad you like it," I say, guiding her towards the bed. A fire burns low in the hearth, casting a warm glow that dances over us both. "Gregor," her voice is tremulous, eyes sparkling with unshed tears. "I think..." She swallows hard, struggling to voice her emotions. "I think I've finally found what I was looking for." A heavy sigh escapes me as I pull her into my arms, my heart echoing her sentiment. This moment feels right. It feels like coming home. I press a kiss to her forehead, my arms tightening around her slender form. Her fingers curl into the fabric of my shirt, as though anchoring herself to me. For long moments, we stand there, basking in the warmth of our embrace and the perfection of our newfound family. Pulling back slightly, I tilt her face so I can look into her eyes. "Leah," I whisper, my voice thick with emotion. "I've been waiting for this moment for as long as I can remember." She smiles up at me, her eyes glowing with love and happiness. The world around us fades away as we lean in for a kiss, a single moment that feels like both an ending and a beginning. The kiss is slow and tender. The only sounds are the low crackling of the fire and the rhythmic beat of two hearts in sync. My hands roam along her clothed body, grasping and exploring every curve. I slide my hand up her shirt and thumb her bud through the delicate fabric of her bra. "Sorry for the interruption. I know you were gearing up for a steamy scene, but it's way too hot for YouTube."
If we want to keep sharing our stories for free, we have to abide by YouTube's guidelines.
To get the full unabridged audiobook, go to worldsofprotheka.com.
Browse through unabridged audiobooks, countless ebooks, and bundles offered at a discount.
If the thought of me whispering all the dirty details into your ear isn't enticing enough, use discount code YouTube30 to get 30% off of all digital products.
Story after story, audiobook after audiobook, the worlds of Protheka are waiting for you.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
But unabridged, it's unforgettable. Chapter 30. Leah. Tell me what you want, Gregor says sweetly to me. Anything your heart desires. If it is in my power to make it happen, it will be so. We're curled together in bed, at the end of another eventful day. I'm finding that living among the burning sun means always staying busy, and our harried return created quite a buzz within camp. Once he made sure the danger to me had passed, his next step of business was to inform Yurka, as well as the elders of the clan, of our impending nuptials. That's a tempting offer, I reply, curling my body languidly around his. Especially considering how well you've proven yourself when it comes to satisfying my desires. While I've been healing from the poison, Gregor has spent his days by my side, and in the evenings we grow even closer. My routine has actually remained largely unchanged since our return. I spend my days organising lesson plans from my bed. Then I have dinner with Gregor and Yurka. Afterwards I follow up with story time and bed routines as I become more familiar with my new family. However, since being cleared by the healers, I've spent every night in Gregor's bed and in his arms, rediscovering all the joy and passion I had once given up on. Now my head rests on his naked chest, my hair splaying freely across his bulk. Meanwhile, the only noises that can be heard are the distant sounds of the night and the gentle rhythm of our combined breathing. Minx, Gregor growls warmly in my ear, tugging me even closer. I was talking about when it comes to the wedding. Our wedding. I can still hardly believe it. Gregor and I had both given up on a certain kind of happiness, with neither of us truly realising what we were denying ourselves. Now we have each other, the three of us, and it feels as if a new day has opened on our lives, which now feel full of promise and excitement. There was a poet who once said that a second marriage is the triumph of hope over experience. Reaching upwards, I plant a quaint kiss along the bottom of his jaw. Loving you feels like a triumph, I explain lightly. I don't need anything else. As long as you and Yurka are there at the ceremony, I'll have everything I could ever want or need. He kisses me even more soundly in answer. We spend some more time getting lost in each other for a while, before relaxing back to continue the conversation. I can guarantee mine and Yurka's attendance, so long as you remember that you're the guest of honour. I smile at his joke and thread my slender fingers through his thick ones. Would you really try to do anything to satisfy my heart's desires? Naturally, he replies easily, because that is my job as your mate, although I appreciate you not asking for a... What was it they called it? A crying cake? What? I wiggle until I am sitting up a little more, shooting him a confused look. What are you talking about? He looks at me, equally unsure. Well, I asked some of the human women what your mating ceremonies entailed, your weddings. They told me there are some things that are traditional, like you wearing a dress and a cake with tears. No, I laugh, eyes clearing in understanding. They meant a tiered cake. It's a dessert that is basically multiple cakes stacked on top of each other. He looks at me with stone-cold seriousness in his eyes. If we make that, Yurka will not sleep for a week. That declaration makes me laugh aloud, and I reward my future husband with another kiss, well acquainted with Yurka's energy levels at this point. Restrict the sweets at the feast afterwards, got it? Then apart from making sure all parties are present and accounted for, I don't need anything else to get this marriage going. I stick to the assurances I give Gregor, much to the disappointment of several of the clan women, Vala tells me later. It doesn't even occur to me that others might want to throw a big party for our sake, for the few weeks it takes to plan and get everything set up. When all is said and done, the mating ceremony is simple and sweet. Gregor kept to my request that the ceremony be modest and simple, but I've also since learned that orcs don't really do things on a small scale. I'm sure that if we had given them more time than 3 weeks, the entire clan would have turned out with a whole parade before the end of it. You just get used to it, Vala says to me one day, shrugging her shoulders as patrols pass by us. Security within the clan remains as vigilant as ever, despite some guards being apparently conscripted to assist with the wedding arrangements. I'm a bundle of anxious anticipation as I watch them work, and Vala has generously blown off her duties in order to assist me. In reality, she's along for the ride as my de facto maid of honour, given her role in my rescue. She's actually proven to be invaluable at quelling my anxieties and helping me transition better as a full-fledged member of the Burning Sun clan. They're just this way, so I would advise acceptance. Roll with it, she sagely offers, tearing into an orange. My money is on Gregor having something special planned just for you. You mean the world to him behind Yurka after all, and the only reason he's doing any of this is because you make him happy. It's that thought I carry with me as I walk up the path that leads to the ceremony entrance. They've managed to terraform the main path into a garden explosion. The simple walkway has been transformed to hold a wild collection of floral stalks and grasses. As I traipse along in sandals and my favourite bohemian skirt, I take the time to enjoy what the day has to offer. Hope flutters around me, and as I draw closer to the moment, excitement overtakes me. The flowers attract the butterflies, and they float around as I move to the main part of the encampment. Soon enough, they're following me, growing in numbers the further I walk, so that by the time I reach the two most important men in my life, I'm surrounded by a kaleidoscope of butterflies. The moment is positively magical, and my delight grows as I see Gregor's knowing smile. His lepidopteran effect makes the moment more than I could have hoped for, and their fluttering reminds me of the sweet kisses he gives me behind Yurka's back. Leaning forward, I kiss our son atop his head, before taking Gregor's hand in mine so that we can begin. I don't know how you managed it, but the butterflies were a nice touch, I whisper as we step into the ceremonial circle together. Anything that is in my power to give is yours, he whispers back. His grip tightens our linked hands as the elder offers the traditional Orc rites and prayers. We offer up vows of love under the sun and a canopy of coloured wings. My smile is incandescent as I reaffirm my words of love and listen as Gregor offers his. We even let Yurka participate by saying his own vows as well, much to the crowd's delight. Of course, when he officially welcomes me into the family in front of everybody, I can't help the tears that follow. Happiness and hope now flow from me, a wellspring that I hope carries through my entire life. Seeing Gregor and Yurka's matching smiles, I think that may very well be the case. Shortly after that, the ceremony concludes, with the binding of vows and a hearty kiss that throws the intimate crowd into an uproar. Gregor and I are declared mates, to be seen and recognised by all. What follows, I can only describe as a feast for the ages. Although there are still many people, human and not alike, that I'm only just beginning to know, everyone gets invited to a Burning Sun feast. The party that follows is fantastically rowdy, and it's the first occasion where I really feel like I truly belong with Burning Sun. Throughout the night, I find myself looking up and often locking gazes with my new husband and mate. The happiness that reflects in his eyes only makes mine grow, and I can't help but spend the entire night smiling. Our joy sparks and grows between us, passing along onto everyone else, who seems to be enjoying the turn of events almost as much as we are. Of course, there's plenty of music and dancing, and even a couple of wrestling matches to round out the evening. We party with the clan well into dawn, with Bonnie eventually offering to take Yurka, who managed to make it most of the night before succumbing to slumber. Our new family unit even managed to get a few dances together before he fell asleep, and I'm pleased with my part in that victory, even if Gregor still complains that I should have finished the ceremony with getting a tattoo to match his. In spite of my former reservations, I could not have asked for a more perfect celebration of our new life together. Chapter 31. Leah. With Yurka staying with Bonnie tonight, Gregor and I have the tent to ourselves. We can't keep our hands off each other as we get closer to the entrance, stopping to kiss every other step. Gregor picks me up in his muscled arms, and I gaze at my husband, my mate, with a warmth and a desire to wrap myself around him. He lets out a throaty chuckle as he carries me, pausing to kiss me once more as he brings me into the bedroom. The room is glowing in flickering amber light, filled from corner to corner with dozens upon dozens of candles. Everywhere my eyes wander, there are candles perched around the bed, nestled among the bookshelf, floating on delicate stands, or huddled in clusters on the dresser. The air is thick with the sweet scent of vanilla and sandalwood, the warmth of the lit wicks washing over my skin in waves as Gregor sets me down. With a gentle push against my back, he guides me towards the bed, and I find myself sinking into the plush comforter. My fingers trace over the fabric of our sheets, the cool touch sending pleasant shivers up my spine. As I look around at all those dancing flames, I feel as though I've been transported to another world, a world that's just for Gregor and me. His arms snake around me from behind and I melt against him, turning to meet his lips with mine once again. He tastes like home, like safety and love and an endless promise. A promise that tells me I'll never be alone again. I pull back just enough to look into his eyes, flecks of gold set against a warm brown canvas. There's adoration there and passion too. It seeps into me like sunshine filtering through leaves on a summer day. Is this... I begin, unable to form words amid the swell of emotions crashing over me. For you, Gregor murmurs in response. His hand moves to cup my cheek, while his thumb traces small circles on my skin. A night for us. I wrap my arms around his neck, pulling him to me as the kiss deepens. My heart beats quickly with excitement as I pant against him through parted lips. He kisses my neck softly, making his way down my chest, pausing to take my flesh in his hands. His touch elicits a gasp from me, a whispered plea escaping my lips as his mouth claims my skin. His roughened fingers brush against the sensitive peaks of my chest, an intimate caress that makes me gasp.
As much as Samara and I want to finish what these two characters have started, looks like this chapter is about to get too hot for YouTube to handle.
Unfortunately, we have to pause here because their guidelines won't allow us to reveal the spiciest details.
To keep bringing you these free audiobooks, we have to follow their rules.
But don't worry. You can experience the full, unabridged version over at worldsofprothika.com, where the boundaries of passion and fantasy collide.
Use code YouTube30 for 30% off any of our unabridged audiobooks set in the rich and immersive worlds of Prothika.
Prothika's magic is eternal.
With these scenes, it will be unforgettable. Chapter 32. Gregor! It's Leah's birthday, and I've planned everything for her. I'm excitedly waiting for her arrival. The room explodes in color and sound as the door opens, and Leah's face, my fierce, brave Leah, lights up with pure astonishment. Gregor! She breathes my name like a prayer. Surprise! Happy birthday! I roar, and everyone cheers together, all the friends who have gathered in celebration. In fact, there are even more people here than there were at our mating ceremony 3 months ago. Really? Everyone is here! How lovely to see you all! Leah cries with a beaming smile. Leah laughs with the guests, her petite form moving gracefully among them. She dances and I join her, clumsy yet eager, our bodies swaying together in celebration. Her birthday is another year of her life that I am damn lucky to be part of. Gregor, you did all this? For me? She asks during a quiet moment between songs, her cat-like eyes sparkling with emotion. Every last bit, I admit with a grin, watching fondly as she taps her finger against her thigh in rhythm with the music. Then, without warning, the color drains from her face. Her hand flies to her stomach and those soulful eyes widen in alarm. Gregor! She gasps, and I'm by her side in an instant. Leah! What is it? I ask. She doubles over and every protective instinct I possess roars to life. With ease born of strength and necessity, I scoop Leah into my arms. Her weight is nothing to me, but the fear gripping my heart is heavier than any hammer I've ever wielded. "Make way!" I bark, shouldering through the throng of bodies. My Leah, the woman who faced loneliness with the bravery of a warrior, now clings to me, her ring pendant digging into my skin through our embrace. "Stay with me, Leah," I urge her, my voice low and urgent. She nods faintly, her breath shallow, and I curse every god I know for her pain. I rush to Bonnie's. She'll know what to do. I won't fail her. Not now. Not ever. "Bonnie," I call out. "Gregor?" She appears with eyes wide, not with fear but readiness. Leah's sick. Something's wrong. I lay Leah down on the nearest cot, my hands gentle despite their size. Bonnie moves with swift efficiency, her practiced hands immediately going to Leah's pulse. "Tell me everything," she commands, her gaze never leaving Leah's pale face. "Fine. One moment, then pain. So much pain." My words tumble out, lacking my usual control. She doubled over, couldn't stand. "Leah, can you hear me?" Bonnie's voice is steady, but I see the concern knitting her brows together. "I think," Leah whispers. She's always been fierce, a hunter in her own right, but now she's caught, vulnerable, and it tears at me. "Any dizziness before this? Nausea?" Bonnie peppers her with questions while her fingers probe gently across Leah's abdomen. "Headaches. Tired." Leah's answers are weak, but Bonnie nods as if each word is a piece falling into place. "Gregor," Bonnie says, turning to me, her expression shifting. "I know what it is." "Spit it out," I growl, unable to bear the weight, the not knowing. "Leah is with child. 2 months, I'd say." Bonnie's voice is calm, but her eyes dance with the light of discovery. What? I stutter, my massive frame feeling too small to contain the rush of emotions that flood through me. "Your son or daughter is making their presence known," Bonnie continues, smiling softly at Leah, who looks back at her with a mixture of shock and awe. "Is she—" I start, my voice choked with a worry that hasn't quite transformed into joy. "They'll both be fine," Bonnie assures us. "This is just the beginning of a new adventure." "Thank you, Bonnie," Leah murmurs, her cat-like eyes filling with a wonder that mirrors my own. "Thank me by taking care of yourself, and this little one." Bonnie points to Leah's still flat belly. "Of course," I vow, my voice gaining steadiness as the initial shock wanes. "Nothing will harm either of them. Not while I breathe." I pull Leah into my arms, the muscles in my back tightening with an intensity that has nothing to do with battle. My heart hammers against my ribcage, not with fear now, but with a ferocity of joy I can't contain. "We're going to have a baby," I whisper into her hair, voice rough as stone yet trembling like a leaf in the wind. Tears, hot and unbidden, streak down my cheeks, mingling with hers. "Gregor." Her voice is a sweet melody amid the chaos of my emotions. She clutches at me, her strength a marvel, even as her body recovers from the scare. Leah's eyes, those deep brown pools reflecting our shared future, shimmer with a light I've never seen before. "All right, you two," Bonnie interjects, the healer in her taking over once more. She hands us a scroll, her handwriting a series of precise marks dictating our new life. "No more jumping off cliffs or wrestling with the beasts, Gregor. And Leah, keep away from heavy lifting and ensure you get enough rest." "Understood," I grunt, my mind already cataloging every directive Bonnie spouts. No harm will come to Leah or our child. I'd sooner let my hammer shatter than let that happen. "Thank you, Bonnie," I say, my throat tight, gratitude a living thing inside me. It's rare for words to carry the weight of what I feel, but for Bonnie I find them. For everything. "Of course," Bonnie nods, her knowing gaze telling me she understands the depth of my thanks. Leah takes my hand, her grip strong yet careful, as we step out of the healing tent and into the blinding light of day. The world around us, a future Atlanta reborn from ashes, buzzes with life, but it's just background noise to the symphony playing in my heart. Imagine teaching our little one to read, to hunt, Leah says, wonder lacing her voice like fine embroidery. We'll raise them with love, with courage. Teach them to tame beasts too, I add, unable to suppress a chuckle that rumbles through the air. Of course, how could I forget? She laughs, and the sound is like a balm to the remnants of my earlier panic. Our steps synchronize, a dance of two souls entwined by fate and choice. We speak of names, of futures hoped for, of a home filled with laughter and the pitter-patter of tiny feet, a family forged in love and bound by the strongest magic of all, life itself. The door to the celebration hall bursts open under the force of my eager shove, and I stride back into the raucous embrace of friends who've been left in a cloud of confusion and worry. Their faces, painted with relief and curiosity, turn toward us like sunflowers chasing the light. Gregor, Leah, what happened? Is everything okay? The questions cascade down upon us like a waterfall as I lead Leah by the hand through the crowd. Everything's more than okay, I bellow, the grin splitting my face wide enough to rival the chasm outside our settlement walls. We're expecting. A moment's stunned silence is shattered by an explosion of cheers louder than the roar of beasts during a hunt. Hands clap me on the back with such force that if I were any less of an orc, I'd be sprawled on the floor. But I stand tall, laughter rumbling up from deep within my chest. Congratulations! They shout, their words laced with joy and something fiercer. Hope. We've grown together, fought battles, faced losses, and now we share in the promise of new life. Leah, you're going to be the most kick-ass mother! Someone yells, and she blushes, her deep brown eyes sparkling with unshed tears and fierce pride. Damn straight, I growl, protective instincts flaring like the first flames of a forge. And anyone who thinks otherwise will answer to my hammer. Here's to the next generation of beast tamers and scholars. The toast is raised, drinks sloshing over the rims of mugs, spattering the ground like a prelude to a storm. Or maybe just a really well-read beast tamer, Leah jests, her voice steady even if her body still leans slightly against mine for support. The night wears on, each hour punctuated by the thud of boots dancing, the clinking of glasses, and the constant hum of excitement buzzing around us. But the pull of the cooling evening air is irresistible, and I find myself drawn to the open doors, the need for a moment of peace gnawing at me. I step outside, and the horizon is ablaze with the sun as it burns its last breath of the evening. I feel a small hand slip into mine and look down to see Yurka looking up at me. Hey, I say. Hey, he replies. Gregor? Leah's voice is soft, but carries, slicing through the quiet evening like an arrow finding its target. I turn, and there she is, my heart made flesh, walking toward us. Come here, you two, I say with a smile that could outshine the brightest star in the sky. Happy birthday, Leah, I whisper, kissing her forehead. The taste of her skin is sweeter than any victory feast. It's the best one yet, she replies, her voice thick with emotion as we watch the burning sun go down together as a family.